My head was splitting, and through the pain came a flood that wasn't mine. Another man's memories, forcing themselves in. I'd been walking down a road in my own world when a car came out of nowhere and killed me. A discharged soldier, no special forces man, but a few years of being knocked around in the army had left me with a hard body and a decent eye for a gun. And now I was here, in the body of a boy barely 18, with the same name as the wretch I'd landed in, Zhao Zong. When my vision cleared, I understood where I was and what I'd nearly done. The body's owner, Zhao Zong, Zhao Xiaowu, to his family, little troublemaker to everyone else, had stumbled here drunk and laid hands on the girl in front of me. The modern man surfaced mid-act, and the moment I had control, I was off her and on my feet, sick at it, getting my disordered clothes straight and out the door before another second passed. I'll leave the rest of that scene where it lies. There was nothing in it I'd put my name to. Behind me, the girl, Wen Xiao, was left to her tears, and I carried the shame of it out into the road. From the inherited memory, I knew her, Zhang Wen Xiao, Xiao, about my age, the one good thing the original owner had ever done. He'd once driven off some layabout from the next village who'd been harassing her, and after that she was, besides his own family, the kindest soul in his life to him. Though even that good deed wasn't clean, he'd fancied her. That was the whole of it. The original Zhao Xiaowu was 18, lawless since childhood, climbing one family's roof and prying up another's tiles, dropping out of school early to run with every small-time loafer for 10 villages around. And his family wore the neighbors pointing fingers for it. His own sisters married badly because of his name. I made my stumbling way home on the body's memory. In the yard, a careworn middle-aged woman was building a fire at the stove, the original's mother, no question. Seeing me back, she started in. Xiaowu, where have you been, you dead boy? Out gaddying every day, never down in the fields earning a single work point to help feed this house. Aya, what's happened to your head? The scolding turned to worry the instant she saw the cut. I hurried inside, shut the door, and sat on the bed hollow. I really transmigrated. What year is this? Did I just die for nothing? Others land as emperors or princes, or at least some rich young master, and I get a collapse from the first move opening. Then I remembered the cut, went to find something to bind it, and found it already closed. Shallow, then, it hadn't gone deep. A knock. Xiaowu, dinner. What happened to your head? Is it bad? My mother, Sun Yueqin, through the broken door, long since used to the original's injuries, the boy forever scrapping with someone. I looked up to go and saw two things hung behind the door, a big handwritten almanac sheet and a forked stick slingshot. April 25th, 1976. So, I'd come back to 1976. As a boy, I'd heard my parents talk about those years, the work point years. My father said that in some places, come year's end, 10 work points wouldn't trade for a single mao. It had shocked me then. I'd always thought I'd have lived poorly in that age. Out in the little dirt yard sat a battered wooden table, for bowls of thin gruel and a small dish of pickled knots. Two more people now, a man and a woman. The man I knew from the memory, the original's blindly filial father, Zhao Dezhu. The woman, the original's fourth sister, Zhao Tao. In the memory, the father was a lifetime doormat, PUA'd his whole life by the grandparents and the third uncle's family, and hard on his own household besides, handing every cent to the grandmother for keeping, little as it was, while their own family was the least regarded of all. Zhao Tao was 2 years older than the original, just 19, and the loafer's reputation had kept any matchmaker from ever crossing the threshold, which gnawed at the mother, always scheming where to find her eldest girl a decent home. The girl's looks were passable enough, inherited from the mother, whose own good features still showed under the wrinkles and gray. Xiaowu fighting again. You all right? Zhao Tao started to greet me, saw the blood, asked flatly. Then, if you're fine, go wash. All that gore's putting me off my food. Before any warmth could rise in me, I went to the wash basin in the corner. Half a basin, mud settled at the bottom, the water my father and sister had cleaned up in coming off work. I didn't mind, rinsed my hands, and shuffled over the way the memory said the boy walked. Passing the father, the old man gave a cold grunt. I let it go, sat, took up the bowl, and froze. The rice was barely more than the broth. Is the pot truly this empty? I stole a look at the others' bowls. Only mine and the father's had any grains to speak of. The mothers and sisters were near all broth. It was the lean season between crops. I understood that much. But still, where had the family's grain gone? I couldn't help it. Ma, no rice left? I can't fill up on this. Lazy toned, the way the boy would. At that, the mother and Zhao Tao both lifted their heads and looked at the father, still eating with his head down. Zhao Tao couldn't hold it. The grain's all gone to grandma's. This month's work point money with it. What? You gave it all to them, and we eat what? I near jumped, but kept my head. The father couldn't pretend deafness now. Your grandparents are old, can't work the fields, can't earn points. They have to eat too. If I don't give it, who will? Ashamed under it, blaming his own uselessness. That's not right, Pa, I said. Grandma and Grandpa don't have only you for a son. There's big uncle and third uncle. Why does no one else have to give? And it's always our family they come to. Nobody's got it easy this year. They just think we're the soft touch. Zhao Tao, draining her broth and hungrier for it, took it up too, until the father snapped, ugly. What does a girl know? Money losing goods. Her eyes reddened. She breathed it down. I cut in. I don't care about before. But from now on, if I don't eat my fill, I'll go make a scene at Grandma's. Why is it only ever our grain? And I tipped my own gruel into the mother's bowl and the sister's, and walked off to my room without looking back. 4 bare walls, near enough, a black mud brick room, cobwebs on the rafters, nothing on them but the slingshot and the almanac sheet. Wenjietai Commune, Lanhua Go Almanac. I read it, and the more I read, the more it tugged at me. Then it hit me, and I slapped my thigh. Lanhua Go. This is Lanhua Go. Same county as my old home last life. The Western Mountain District of Wanqing County, Anding City, Jibei Province. At least I know where I am now. I even came near here to play, last life. Only the change is no small one. Knowing my place steadied me. I lay down and drifted off. Out in the yard after I'd gone, Zhao Tao drained her bowl in one go, ignored the father, and stalked off to her room. The mother, a meek, dutiful sort, finished her half bowl to the last, near licking it clean, then set the bowl down and finally spoke. Zhao Dizhu, I've followed you 20 years. You know how I've kept this house, filial above, the children below, never once wronged your family. And you? You've gone too far. The work point money, fine, give it to your parents. They're your parents, you owe them that. But now the grain itself, all of it, and what do we eat? Say something. I tell you, if this family can go on, it goes on. If it can't, we divorce, and I'll do better with the children than with you. The years of swallowed grievance came out at once, and then she broke and wept. Lao Zhao, I'm hungry. There's no grain left. None. Couldn't you keep back even a little? Think of little 4 and little 5. They're still children. The father sat stunned, stammering nothing. His wife had been gentle 20 years and never once like this, and could only begin, too late, to wonder whether he'd been right all along. But they're my own parents. When they come asking, can I refuse? I woke near 4, most of me restored, head clear, limbs loose, and ravenously hungry, having skipped the midday meal. This cursed transmigration, I want meat. Then my eye fell on the forked slingshot behind the door. Simple thing. I'd made the like as a boy. A fork of branch the right size, bark stripped and dried, fitted with thick rubber and a leather pouch. The polish on this one said the original had used it plenty. I took it down, turned it over. Well made, good spring in the rubber, the grip the right thickness, and grinned, an idea forming, and pocketed it, and went out. Lanhua Go sits deep in the western mountains of Anding, all forest country, the village edge giving onto unbroken hills. In this year the place was wild with resources, game past counting, trees and herbs without end. Lanhua Go, Orchid Gully, names its own shape. A long, thin ravine like an orchid leaf, a stream running its whole length and splitting the village in two. Knowing I was in Lanhua Go, I knew the stream's course and source too. It ends at a great reservoir northwest of Wanqing, Longmen Reservoir, where I'd fished last life. In the rainy season, a vast misted sheet of water, fish past counting. The big ones over a meter common. I remembered a heavy rain when the reservoir overflowed and fish rode the water into the farmer's corn, and men driving 3-wheelers out to gather them up. No mind for that far a trip now. I pocketed the slingshot and headed for the hills. Birds all along the way, but small. I passed them over. At the village edge, 2 turtle doves were cooing in a tree, about a pigeon's size. I'd take those. I crept under, fished a round river pebble from my pocket, gathered on the way, set it in the pouch, raised the fork in my left, drew slow and strong with my right, thwack. Where 2 doves had perched, none. Not that I'd doubled them. I'd hit the fatter cock, and the hen flushed away. I bared my teeth at her flight path, rueful. Pity, the other got off, and went to pick up the cock where it flapped weakly under the tree. I just bent for it when a strange electronic voice rang in my skull, and words I could read. Ding. Host has captured a quarry. Activating the Supreme Invincible Hunting System. Activation complete. Congratulations. Host has killed 1 turtle dove. Awarded 5 hunting points. Hunting points may contract animals as pets. Contracting a special class pet grants host a corresponding ability boost. The value set by the pet's specialness. Different quarry yields different points to and a simple panel. Hunting points. 5. Contract beast. None. I let out a breath. So this was my cheat. A. Hunting system. Others get systems and golden fingers and land as emperors. Mine's a supreme invincible hunting system. Well, a hunting system means hunting, and I'd no wish to go earn work points in the fields anyway. Let's see what it can do. Spirits up, I pushed on into the hills. The woods were thick with birds, all of them smaller than the doves and beneath my notice. 10 minutes deeper, I'd taken 2 more turtle doves and 1 maichiao, the local name, magpie, properly. The 2 doves gave me 10 points, the magpie 6, 21 all told. I'd thought a handful of points enough to contract a bird. It wasn't. My second dove I'd hit clean in the head, dead on the ground, so it only gave points, no contract option. The third I'd put through the wing on purpose, and sure enough, when I picked it up, ding. Captured 1 hen turtle dove, 5 points. Then contracting hen turtle dove requires 20 points. Contract, 20. A dove gives 5 and costs 20 to contract. I grumbled. I'd wanted a first pet to test the system, but at 15 then I couldn't afford even a dove, and carried the live hen with the 2 dead ones. Soon the wounded one bled out and died too. Not far on, a great nest of black twigs crowned a tall tree. A magpie's, only it builds so high and so conspicuous. Where there's a nest there's a magpie, and within minutes one flew in from the hills, big, black and white, long straight tail, near twice a dove's size, and fat. Maichiao is our word. The proper name's magpie, and this a black magpie, bigger, stronger, more bad-tempered and more vengeful. I'd seen and heard, both lives, of magpies going after people. No matter, filling my belly came first. I edged out from the trunk, eyes locked on it, raised the fork, drew, loosed, whoosh, and it dropped as if struck dead, then half fell and beat 1 wing, the other limp, gliding low. I ran to where it landed and found nothing. It got away, then caught a flick of black in the grass, crept up, and it burst out. I lunged and pinned it to my chest. It twisted its neck and bit the hand that held it, hard enough to cry out, but I didn't let go. Fat, heavier than 2 doves. Ding. Captured 1 black and white magpie, 6 points. Current, 21. Contracting requires 30 points. Contract. Why is contracting a pet so hard? I carried it too, livelier than the doves, lunging to bite, foiled by a shake of my arm. Only its wing was broken. It wouldn't die soon. 3 doves and the big magpie. Near 4 caddies, I judged, enough, I'd head home. And on the way back, luck, a hen pheasant in the grass, head down, hiding instead of flushing at my approach. Is she playing darkest under the lamp on me? At 3 meters, she grew uneasy, trembling small, but still wouldn't fly, strange, and I didn't dare step closer for fear of losing the meat. I drew the slingshot, aimed not at the body but the head. A body shot might not kill her, and if she ran I'd weep, and loosed. Pack, a short squawk, 2 beats of the wings still. I ran and lifted her from the grass nest, and saw why she hadn't flown. Under her were 7 pheasant eggs, 2 just hatching, the chicks down still wet. A sin. Had I known you had young I'd not have shot. Ding. Killed 1 hen pheasant, 10 points. Obtained 1 clutch of pheasant eggs, 7 points. Current, 38. Contract a pet? Magpie, 30. Chick, 10. I chose the magpie without hesitation. No sense contracting the chicks, who knew if they'd live and grown they'd be no use, leaving me 8 points after. Contract the magpie. Ding. Successfully contracted one black and white magpie. 30 points deducted, 8 remain. The instant the voice sounded, I felt a strange tie between us. I could sense roughly its swings of feeling, and it stopped struggling, lay tame in my hand, even glad. If I let go, would it flee? I opened my hand. It stayed, and I could feel its wing hurt easing, the drooping wings slowly folding back. Contracting healed it? Hard to believe, but the wings said so. I tucked it gently into my coat's big pocket. Sit tight. I'll see to your wing at home. It seemed to understand, sat still as a little servant awaiting orders. Recalling the bird's homely local name, I told it, "You're Xiao Xiao from now." It nodded, pleased, Ga. A rasp so harsh it near knocked me flat. What a god-awful sound. I'd forgotten magpies sound like that, and consoled myself. No man's perfect, no bird's perfect either. I patted the pocket, gathered the 3 doves and the hen pheasant. Then remembered the 5 eggs and 2 wet chicks, hurried back, tucked the chicks into my other coat pocket and the 5 eggs careful into my trouser pocket, and walked home like a duck so as not to crush the eggs. At the village edge, I met Schwanzi. "Hey, Xiaowu, out shooting birds?" And a big pheasant. His smirk turned to envy at the pheasant. I didn't mind being seen. Shooting birds is ordinary, and the village has hunters enough who bring back hare and pheasant now and again. "Brother Schwanzi, just off work?" Warmly, which left him gaping. Has the little troublemaker turned over a new leaf? He never used to give a civil word. He couldn't know I wasn't the old Zhao Xiaowu. I went on home, my duck walk drawing notice. "Look how he's walking. Is he egg-bound?" said a woman of 40 without a blush, reddening the young wives nearby, and went straight to the kitchen. My mother was feeding the fire, a small cloth bag of sorghum on the board, just borrowed from the neighbor Zhang Xiaofan, her face all worry over how they'd get by. Mid-worry, she caught me out of the corner of her eye and, not looking close, scolded. "You little wretch, where have you been?" "Gone the moment your sister and I got off work. A grown lad and never down in the fields for a work point. The rice is out. How are we to live?" Then she stopped, eyes fixed on the big pheasant in my hand. I didn't mind the rough words. I lifted the pheasant and doves and gave them a shake. "Here, look what this is." Her head bobbed with my hand, and before I could preen, she was up and across in 2 strides, snatching the pheasant and 3 doves from me quick as lightning, gripping the pheasant's neck, disbelieving. "You shot these?" I knew the original had been a wretch who'd never done a thing for this house. But I was here now, and this house would do better. I nodded, smug, and produced the slingshot. She understood at once, and her face turned like a page. Son? Tired? You've worked hard. Sit. Sit. Let ma see where you're hurt." Pressing me onto the stool, rough hands patting me over, easing when she found nothing. Then she ran the birds to the yard, calling, "Towsy, Towsy, come out." Zhao Tao came out dusty and unwilling. "Ma. What now?" "I just got back. I'm tired." And stopped dead, eyes on the pheasant just like the mother's. Where'd a pheasant come from?" Asking, but the hunger in her eyes hid nothing. The mother could have said stolen, and she'd have eaten it first and asked after. "Your brother shot it on the mountain," the mother said, proud, tipping her head toward me like an introduction. Zhao Tao couldn't believe it. The troublemaker's changed? He wouldn't even go to the fields. But if Ma said so, and she took the birds and went to pluck, the mother chasing after. "You dead girl. Boil water first, scald the feathers." I know. Watching them, my chest ached. What has this house come to? How long since they ate meat? But with the system just woken, I had hope. Then I remembered, and dug through my mother's room for a small, lidless wooden box, a 20-centimeter thing she kept needles and thread in, and dumped the contents onto the Kong without a thought for stray needles. "What's that for, Xiaowu?" she asked, puzzled, just as she spotted her wretch of a son fishing out her odds box. "Ma, look at these." I drew the 2 chicks from my pocket. Gigi, Ja, the moment the dark let go of them. "Ah, pheasant chicks, just hatched. Where'd you get them?" I only grinned, and went to set them in the box. She stopped me. "They'll foul it," and rummaged up a broken bottomless back basket. Ours are wider-mouthed and lower than the southern kind, a foot or so high. Set it down, and put the chicks in. Too small to jump yet. Give them a few days, and this won't hold them, she said, to herself or me. Then she turned and found me holding out both hands. 5 pheasant eggs. You found a pheasant's nest. I nodded. And these should hatch soon. She was overjoyed. Fowl are good things this year, and few keep them when men can barely eat. But pheasants are hardier than barnyard hens. Eat anything, a fistful of grass even. And she took the 5 eggs careful into the wooden box, bedding them in soft wheat straw. Ma, let's have the pheasant stew tonight then. I was starving. The original's body is thin and gives out fast. Sun Yuechin lit up at the words. Good, good. Stewed pheasant tonight. I'll dig up some potatoes. Pheasant stewed with potatoes and steamed sorghum rice. Truly, Ma. Zhao Tao couldn't help asking. Sorghum rice isn't good. I'd never had it last life, and this was my first. The hard husk has to be ground off on a stone roller to leave the white round grains, and steamed it doesn't go sticky like later life white rice. It's loose, faintly bitter, and grits on the teeth, and I could tell without being told it was old grain. But the mother, the sister, and even Zhao Dezhu ate it gladly. It had been long since they'd had solid food instead of broth or wild greens paste. Not that every family that year was as bad off as ours. Ours just never had enough grain. The father handing his work points to the grandparents. The family living on what the 2 women earned and traded for, which was little. A whole enamel basin of pheasant and potato, the meat a touch scorched. Not the mother's fault, but the lack of oil. She'd rendered what fat the pheasant gave to make the dish at all. Tasty enough, and I ate plenty. The trip's pheasant was near gone. Only scraps and potato left, and that only because the mother held them all back, or there'd have been nothing saved. The 3 doves Zhao Tao had already cleaned, gutted, plucked, and hung over the stove, the cooking smoke keeping them a few days. Little meat on them once dressed, but a fly's leg is still meat, and stir-fried with wild greens they'd smell good again. I got up and left without offering to help with the dishes. The mother and sister are used to the old Zhao Xiaowu's ways, and they were happy today anyhow. Back in my room, flat on the bed, I turned over how to make money. The house lives meal to meal. I'd seen the kitchen. Today's meal took half the last of the sorghum, the rest good for maybe 2 more pots of gruel. I racked my brain. Then the contracted magpie, Xiao Qiao, I'd settled in the room, cried out, Ga, loud enough to cut my thread. What is it? Its eyes were fixed on the wall, lunging as if to charge, a bee crawling there. I thought it was something. Hungry, want the bug. Spring, bees are nothing strange. Then I froze. Bees. I could find a hive, get honey. Honey's a high-grade thing in any age. I caught Xiao Qiao up and kissed it hard. You're my lucky star. It shook its head, seeming to mind the spit, and beat a wing, near-healed. But I don't know much about finding wild bees. Then I remembered a trick from a short video last life. Find a hornet or paper wasp first. Paper wasp nests sell as a medicinal, and the hornet itself is one, as I recalled it. The paper wasp nest, neutral in nature, bitter-salty and faintly sweet, prized for antibacterial, blood-staunching, heart-strengthening uses. The hornet warm in nature, sweet, tied to the liver and kidney channels, dispelling wind and damp, freeing the sinews, moving blood, reducing swelling and pain, and so on, used clinically for rheumatism, rheumatoid arthritis, cervical trouble. Pleased to have a way in, I patted Xiao Qiao's head. Rest up. Tomorrow you do me a big favor. Ga. It answered, and I dug at my ear, rueful at the racket, and slept. I've slept a lot these 2 days. The body strengthening, or the original's habit of late nights, I can't say. Next morning I was up early, and Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yuechin stared. If I could hear the father's thoughts, the little wretch, up at this hour, he never rose before the sun was high. Zhao Tao came out dressed, startled too, and pressed the back of her hand to my forehead. Xiaowu, what's wrong? Are you sick? I knocked her arm off, irritated. Nothing, sis. Then why up so early? You used to sleep till noon. A galling thing to hear, but the original's fault, not mine. With my parents watching, I laughed it off. Nothing on today. I'll go up the hills, see what I can take. The mother worried. Deep in there's too much wild game. Too dangerous. Don't go deep, just the foot of the hills. Touched, I promised. I'll only circle the wood's edge. Ma, won't go in. Reassured, she went off with Zhao Tao, And once all three had gone, I gathered my tools and left: slingshot, net bag, knife, fine thread, and a few of yesterday's dove feathers. Xiao Xiao rode my shoulder, tail swinging, head turning, and I soothed it along. The 70s wild country is something. At the foot of the hills, birds everywhere. I dropped a sparrow offhand. The moment it fell, Xiao Xiao flew to it and stood by, cawing as if pointing it out for me. I walked over unhurried, gave it a few sorghum grains from my pocket. It took one, ate, made a faintly disdainful face, and ate on. Then I picked the sparrow up. Ding! Killed one sparrow, 2 points. Points. 10. I'd not shot it to eat. Today I was after hornets and paper wasps. I gripped the dead sparrow by the feathers and tore. The skin peeled off, red flesh bared. Little meat on a skinned sparrow, not a mouthful. It'll do. Xiao Xiao cocked its head, watching, cawing now and then. I cut off the 2 legs and a meaty piece, minced the rest, and tossed it to Xiao Xiao, who pinned it with a claw and tore strips and gulped them. I'd known magpies eat meat. Proved now. I found a bit of high ground, broke off a half-meter branch, whittled one end, spitted a piece of sparrow on it, and planted it upright, the meat pointing skyward. I sat on a stone and waited, bored. Soon insects came as if to the smell. Ants first, up the stick to the top, picking at the mince. I let them be. A while later, a hum at my ear. I looked, careful. A great hornet, several times the size of a paper wasp, fierce-looking, plainly not to be trifled with. I went still, daren't make a sound, and pinched Xiao Xiao's beak shut so it wouldn't either. It bridled, trying to twist free of my demon claw. The hornet circled, judged it safe, and settled lazily on the meat, its mouthparts working, cutting and swallowing piece by piece. Now, I rose slow, took out the fine thread and a feather. It flew up. Loath to leave the meat, it dropped back to feed. I waited each time it lifted, then, while it ate, tied one end of the thread to the feather and made a running loop in the other, one that would cinch tight at a pull. Then I crept up and slipped the loop over its waist, drawing it in by degrees. It flew once, uneasy, settled again, and I had it noosed, and stepped back, breathing out. Done. I sat to let it eat its fill. At last it lifted, sated, and droned off toward the distant hills, trailing the thread and the feather, a gray dove feather I'd picked on purpose, dark and easy to see. I pocketed the sparrow meat and followed a stretch, then, losing it, flung Xiao Xiao up. Go, follow it. Xiao Xiao took the feather's lead cleverly, me running behind, till I lost them both. But I could feel my tie to Xiao Xiao unbroken. I walked on the way they'd gone, and when I was at a loss, a GAGA came from ahead. I ran to it, Xiao Xiao on a tree fork 60 or 70 meters on. I beckoned. It lit on my hand. Where'd the hornet go? It hopped down and bounded to a stone, and under it, in the earth, was a thumb-thick hole. Here, then, I drew the net bag, opened it, and clapped the mouth over the hole, and at once a humming rose, and 3 big hornets flew out. Guards at the door. I counted myself lucky. Had they spotted me on arrival, I'd have been stung. The mountain folk call these killer hornets, and one sting can drop a man. But I had the bag over the hole now. Wary of strays escaping elsewhere, I gathered dry sticks, lit a small fire by the hole, then heaped green leaves on and capped it with a little earth. The flame died to thick smoke, and I fanned the smoke into the hole with a broad leaf, standing downwind myself to catch any that broke free, coughing for it, but stopping their escape. After 10-odd minutes, few were still flying out, and the bag held 200 or 300, butting the mesh hard. I cinched it shut. I didn't dig out the nest. The comb's a medicinal too, but it carries toxicity, no safe thing to mishandle, and survivors would be inside. I'd not wipe them out, leaving some to harvest later. Gathering up, I spotted my marked feather on the ground, and on its thread, still, the noosed hornet, now half dead, smoked senseless. Why it hadn't gone into the hole, I didn't know. I pinched its wing to look closer, and ding. Captured 1 nest of hornets, 10 points. Points, 20. Contracting 1 hornet requires 5 points. Contract. Insects 2? For 5 points, I said freely. Contract. Successfully contracted. 15 points remained. The panel read Beast 1. Magpie, Xiao Xiao. Beast 2. Hornet, unnamed. System. Call the hornet Hufeng. The name changed on the panel. I wrapped the hornet in a thick leaf and carried it, and took 5 more doves on the way home, walking in near midday. Zhao Tao was lighting the cook fire and lit up at the doves in the bag. Xiaowu, more birds. She reached for it all. I gave her the doves but kept the bag back. Not this. Hornets, you'll get stung. She flinched. Every country's soul knows hornets, but cheered at the dove's weight and ran off to dress them. In my room, I opened the leaf. The hornet had come round, sitting tame, and through the bond one could set it doing things, front and back, left and right, well satisfied. Idle. I looked at the panel. Beside the hornet's icon a vision button had appeared. I tapped it, the panel vanished, and I was seeing through other eyes. Not wholly other, still this room. I can see myself. There I stood, looking about, and below me green leaf. The hornet's view. So this is a perfect spy. Delighted, I withdrew, and Zhao Tao called dinner. Out in the yard, 2 dishes, pickled knots, and wild greens stir-fried with dove, dry, all lean, little oil, but the sister was happy, calling the parents. Sun Yueqin came first, Zhao Dezhu after, the 2 not speaking, still at odds. I'd no patience for him, an unfit father. But I ached for the mother. I sat her down, handed her bowl and chopsticks. Sorghum gruel again, the fathers and my bowls with grains, the mothers and sisters near all broth. This won't do. They work the fields, they can't hold up on broth. I'd go out again that afternoon and bring back more. I ate fast, the 3 went to work. I checked the bag. Hornets lively. Found a few more small net bags about the house. Took Xiao Qiao and Hu Feng and left. Clear of the village, I ordered Hu Feng to find other hives. It flew off toward the woods at the hill's foot. I followed at a walk, had it slow when I lagged, and soon it stopped on a trunk. On a trunk? I looked up, a paper wasp nest near 30 centimeters across. I told you hornets. Then I caught it. The hornet's wood is low. It can't tell hornet from paper wasp. But a paper wasp nest sells as medicine, so I let the grumble go. Best against paper wasps is fire and smoke, but I wanted the nest whole. It's the nest that sells, so I'd only smoke them off. 3+ meters up, under 4, I heaped dry wood beneath, readied leaves and earth to smother it. A mountain fire's no joke. I prepared well, and lit it. The flame grew. The wasps panicked, some diving at me, but driven down by the heat wave, frail against such a fire, dropping like rain off the comb. Fearing the heat would catch the nest, I capped the fire with earth and leaves. Thick smoke billowed up, and the wasps that meant to reach me reeled and fell. Stinging hurts, but for money the risk is worth it. Soon few were left. I shinned up the tree. I've climbed both lives, nimble enough, checked for stragglers, and took the wash basin-sized nest down clean. On the ground I found Hu Feng had been guarding me. It had 2 paper wasps engaged, holding its own 2 to 1. Wasps that came to punish the nest thief lost their lives to it. So I worked the wood's edge a whole afternoon, taking 4 more hornet nests and 8 big paper wasp nests. The 4 hornet nests each bigger than my first, near 3,000 hornets together, one giant nest alone yielding over 1,500. Home. I borrowed a small scale next door and weighed the hornet bags, about 7 caddies. So many. Only the contracted hornet made it possible. The 9 paper wasp nests I bound and weighed. Near 10 caddies. Though the weight was off, the nest still full of pupae. Even in the short walk home, new wasps had been hatching out across the combs, some still wet, shaking out their wings in the sun. Good stuff. I fetched an enamel basin and my mother's awl, sat in the yard, and began picking pupae, the basin slowly filling, near done by the time the others came home. Where'd you get all these paper wasp nests? Zhao Tao gaped. The woods, where else? I said, finding it a foolish question. Sun Yueqin was glad of the basin of pupae, nutritious, tasty, and I said, teasing, make me some tonight, Ma. She turned awkward. Pupae are good fried, Xiaowu, but we're out of oil. Later, when I can. Pained, wanting to, and unable. I knew the house, likely no dinner even, and let it go. I gave the pupae to the sister and dragged the hornet bags inside. The family saw the seething mesh and near went witless. 1 or 2 such hornets in the fields, and they'd give them a wide berth. Here, a teeming bagful. My God, Xiaowu. Throw them out. Throw them out. If they get loose, we're all dead. A day's hard work, and you'd have me toss it. They're of use, ma. Leave it. I'll keep them shut in, don't worry. And I took them to my room. Then, thinking on her fear and a little afraid myself, I brought in a big iron drum, set the bags in it, and lit it. Going for the wasp nests, I found Zhao Tao about to carry 2 of them off to throw away. Sis, where are you going with those? To toss them? What use are they here? I ran and snatched them back. These are of use. Don't throw my things out, you spendthrift. She doubted her ears, the loafer brother calling her a spendthrift. I stowed all the nests in my room and turned my mind to tomorrow. I'd go ask young Botsy, who buys wild goods, the price of nests and hornets. Young Botsy's from the next village, short, a brutish face with a clear scar across it, hence the name Poxcar Yang. The nickname's so settled no one recalls his real name. Where he lives I didn't fret. A mouth's not only for eating, I can ask. Next morning, up early, the parents and sister only briefly surprised now. And once they'd gone to work, I walked to the next village. Tizy, 3 hamlets joined, bigger than ours. At the roadside, an old man grazed an ox. Brigade property, no doubt. Big livestock is collective, fed by an experienced old hand. Uncle grazing the ox? A question, ask away, lad. Hale, full-voiced under his straw hat. Where's young Botsy's place? Poxcar? My nephew. Come, I'll take you. Leaving the ox to do it. Your ox. It knows the road, won't stray. And true, who'd dare steal an ox these days? You'd likely be shot for it. He led me in, and in an alley hailed a middle-aged man. Poxcar, this lad's looking for you. Young Botsy turned, saw me, and laughed. Isn't this Zhao Xiaowu? What brings you? The old man, hearing his nephew knew me, headed off. I bowed my thanks, and he waved it away and went, humming opera, hands behind his back. From the original's memory, I placed young Botsy, a loafer in his youth, gone straight with age. Knowing the county town crowd from his loafing days, he'd taken up buying wild goods, said to know cadres and state restaurant chefs there who'd take what he collected, a kind of unofficial, self-appointed purchaser, his purchasing anything but steady. He knew me because the original often came to run with this village's loafers, and young Botsy had seen Zhao Xiaowu idling plenty. Clear on that. I stepped up. Brother Botsy, I caught a nest of hornets. You buying? Interested at once, he pulled me into the yard. Come, talk inside. And I understood. In this year such dealing could be called speculation, though it's common enough in the villages and everyone knows it. No trouble unless someone informs. Inside, how many hornets, Brother Xiaowu, rubbing his hands, grinning. I'm not the old useless Zhao Xiaowu. That look told me hornets are worth money. Just stumbled on a nest. Hard to catch, easy to get stung. You know how fierce they are, a bad sting can kill. He thought higher of me at that. Not so dim as the talk says. Knows to drive the price up, but recalling someone in the county had just asked him for these, he eased, sure of a buyer. I'll not lie to you, Brother Xiaowu. Hornets are good, but they vary by kind. Yellow-waisted, yellow-legged, black-bellied. Those 3, a fun each at most. Native big hornets and black-tailed hornets, a fun 5 each. I didn't know what 76 money was worth against later times. I knew a strong laborer earns 10 work points a day and 10 work points at years and might not trade for a mao only in a good year. So 10 hornets equal a day of my father's back-breaking labor? What was there to refuse? Done, Brother Botsy. I'll bring them. He hadn't expected so quick a yes. I'll wait for you. Out of his alley I kept calm, then near leapt. Money now. My near 3,000 hornets would fetch close to 30 yuan. That alone like 2 months plus of a town worker's wage, and like a year's income for our house. My father earns 10 work points a day, 10 points a mao. A full year on rest, 36 yuan. My mother 7 points a day, my sister 5. And their points all go to grain, or we'd be, as we are now, unfed. The thought angered me. The old wretch Zhao Dezhu, abandoning his own wife and children. What spell the grandparents put on him to make him so blindly filial I'd yet to see firsthand, so I held it lightly for now. Home. I opened the drum. The hornets fine, none escaped, and lifted out the smallest bag, my first nest, 285, by my count. 2 yuan 85. I'd not bring all the hornets at once. Only a fool would. They're dear because they're dangerous and few, And because folk now are too plain-minded to think such things sell. I found an old sack, put in 2 big paper wasp nests and the hornet bag, and walked to Yangbatzi's. Villagers I passed kept their distance, none greeting me, which suited me. Making money quietly is my way. At his gate he was waiting, all eagerness. "You're here, brother Xiaowu. Let me see the hornets," and reached straight for the goods. I wasn't worried. Back home I'd looked the hornets over, and by Yangbatzi's reckoning mine were the dearest kind, native big hornets. Sure enough, seeing the bag, he was delighted. Top-grade goods. Hornets are hard to come by, few dare touch them, so the buy price stays high, and townsfolk love them. Hornet-steeped liquor being prized as a kidney and vigor tonic. Men all want that, and lately some factory head's son had been pressing Yangbatzi to find him some. He pulled me into the inner room. "You've done your brother a big favor, Xiaowu. All prime big hornets, a fun 5 each, as we said." Satisfied, I played it gracious. "Whatever you say, brother Yang. Don't I trust you?" That pleased him, and he counted through the bag by feel. 285, a fun 5 each, that's 427.5. Call it 430. The extra buys your net bag. I begrudged the bag a little, but a first deal's no time to look stingy. "It's yours." He counted out the cash, then eyed the sack. "Those big paper wasp nests for sale too?" "Of course. Name a price, and if it's fair, they're yours." Loafer though he'd been young, he's honest enough buying wild goods now. He drew the 2 big nests out and praised them freely. "Not flattering you. These are fine, big and whole. Where'd the pupae go, though?" I'd half thought the pupae were medicine too. "Picked them out to improve our meals." "Why? Are they medicinal?" "No, just good eating. Glad you know their food." I found myself reappraising the man. The old wretch had changed. "Name a price, brother Yang." "Ordinary broken nests, 2 mao a caddy. Big, fine ones like yours, a yuan a caddy." He shaved me a little there. Fine big nests fetched a yuan 2 then, but he meant to make his cut, and my hornet batch was small, thin profit for him. A yuan a caddy pleased me well enough. "Weigh them." 2 big nests, 2 caddies even. He showed me the mark on the scale, paid out 2 yuan, and said, "You've come on lately, Xiaowu." Made a man's month of wages in one go. 6 yuan 3 in hand. The first money I'd held since waking in this world. Before, the original hadn't a fun, nor likely his parents. I decided to keep the 2 yuan from the nests as my own pocket money and give the mother the 430. No help for it. The house was out of grain, and this had to buy some or we'd all go hungry. My parents and sister together earn maybe 2 mao a day in points. I was bringing back 4 plus. Back in Lanhua go near midday, starving. I searched the kitchen and found not a grain, so I went next door to buy some. "Auntie Schufen home?" A woman answered and came out. Her face soured at the sight of the neighbor Zhao Xiaowu, but she forced a smile. "Xiaowu, what brings you?" "Auntie, my mother borrowed a little sorghum the other day. I've come to pay it back." She relaxed at once. What pay? We're all neighbors, everyone has hard times." Her hand already out. I didn't believe a word of the courtesy and asked the price. "Just give 2 mao. It was about 2 caddies." Not knowing prices, I counted out 2 1 mao notes, and she took them gladly. "Out of grain again. Come to Annie. I've rice, millet, corn flour, white flour too. Only, don't tell anyone," secretively. That was just what I'd waited for. "Your corn flour and white flour. How do they sell?" "I've no grain coupons." Listen to the child. "Neighbors, would I ask you for coupons?" Then, in the same breath, "The price'll just be a touch higher than with coupons." I'd taken her measure by now, but too hungry to haggle. "How much, auntie?" "Flour outside runs about a mao 7 a caddy, but no coupons. Call it 2 mao 5. Rice is a mao 4 outside, 2 mao for you. I've millet, unhulled. The grain's 9 fin outside, a mao 5 for you. Corn flour the same as the millet." I bought 2 caddies each. Rice, millet, flour, corn flour. She brightened at the order, recalling the cash I'd flashed, and bagged it up. From the original's memory, I knew her husband's the production team head. He'd surely raked plenty home over the years. She brought out 4 cloth bags. "Use these, return them when you're done." Home, my parents and sister were washing up in the yard, and Zhao Tao called, "Xiaowu, where have you been? We've sweet potato for lunch. Big Uncle gave us a few caddies today." Big Uncle gave us sweet potato. I didn't know whether to be touched or galled. From the memory, his family does all right. If he truly meant to help, he could have given grain, not sweet potato. Though I was grateful, knowing my aunt's a miser, and these few caddies were likely smuggled past her. As for third uncle, the thought alone angered me. The grandparents dote on him outrageously, scraping things from the elder two sons' households to prop up the thirds. Big uncle's wife is shrewd and fierce and dares quarrel with the old woman, so they don't push that house too far. But my father, Zhao Daiju, is the very ceiling of blind filial piety. Every month points to the two old ones, who then slip it to third uncles, and now the family's last grain besides, never minding whether his own wife and children live or die. The thought heated me again, until Zhao Tao cut in. Xiaowu, is that grain in your hands? I lifted the bags to her. Bought it. Go cook. I'm starving. Sun Yueqin, watching her son, couldn't believe so much grain and snatched the bags, crouching to check. Rice, millet, flour, and corn grits. Then her face went white and she rose to twist my ear. The body's reflex dodged before I'd even decided to. That she'd dare made her angrier. She grabbed the broom stub from the corner and came after me. Ma, hear me out. Don't. I really didn't. But once she caught me, there was no escape. 2 hard swats on the backside. Where'd the money come from? Did you steal it? I pulled the cash from my pocket. The flour had cost 2 mao 5 a caddy, 2 caddies 5 mao. Rice 2 mao a caddy, for mao. Millet a mao 5, 3 mao. Corn flour a mao 5, 3 mao. A yuan 5 all told, 280 left. When I held out the 280, the yard went silent. The mother and sister together earned 12 points a day, a mao 2 in cash. 280 was 24 days of the two of them bent in the fields. She recovered fast, snatched it into her own pocket, and held me. Tell me properly, where's the money from? The father and Zhao Tao crowded round to hear. Cornered, I gave them the hornet catching, and Zhao Tao gaped. Hornets sell for that? We always ran from the things, but they're hard to find. How'd you catch so many? The question on every face. A lure trick from a short video last life. As if I'd tell you. And with a system and a contracted hornet, I can find as many as I like. Aloud, vaguely. Luck, I saved a hornet days ago and kept it secret, tamed it. It leads me to the nests. They half believed it. So I called the contracted hornet out, opened my door, called Hu Feng, and it flew down to my shoulder. The 3 were stunned. The father, a lifetime farmer, had never heard of a tamed hornet. The mother believed now, licked her finger and thumb, and counted the 280 over and over, giggling. Zhao Tao crouched at the bags. Where'd you buy grain? You've no coupons, how? The grown-up's head snapped round. Buying grain needs coupons too. I said I'd bought it at Annie Zhang's next door, and the mother eased, muttering low. Xiufin's husband's the team head. No wonder they've grain. Whether envy or scorn, I couldn't tell. Before I could answer, the mother pressed on. How much did the grain cost? I told her, and she flared. That conscienceless woman. I helped her family no end these years, and she overcharges you. The father, fearing the neighbor would hear, hushed her. Quiet. We've no coupons. It's normal they charge more. She didn't so much as look at him, but stopped, and the two carried the grain to the kitchen. Zhao Tao, head full of hornet money, didn't want the fields, hot, hard, and paying nothing, and meant to ask sometime if she could come catch hornets with me. Seeing no part left for me, I drifted back to my room. Door shut, I checked the drum. The hornets looked wilted, hungry, so I'd feed them, but Zhao Tao had smoked all my birds, so I took the slingshot out for 2 more, to mince for them. On the way I worried. Keeping them all in net bags wasn't tenable, they'd die. I asked the contracted hornet, can you make your kind obey me? It circled me, then tumbled up and down as if fighting something. I caught its meaning. You mean fight them, when the queen's place? It bobbed yes. I looked it over. Queens are all female. Are you male or female? It didn't answer, only flew on ahead. I'd learn later it was female. I dropped 2 sparrows easily, skinned and shredded them at home, and tucked the meat into the bags. Soon Zhao Tao called dinner. On the table, flat cakes, but not like any I'd seen. A basin-wide cake, all yellowish, only the rim a ring of white. The usual pickled knots, a plate of wild greens fried with bird meat, scorched, no oil, and steamed sweet potatoes, big uncles, no doubt. I broke off a corner. Corn flour, the white rim white flour. I didn't know it then. A common Jibei way, white flour being scarce. Farmers mix corn and sweet potato flour for the cake and wrap a white flour edge, since corn flour's too loose to cake on its own. Not good, but having any was good enough. I had a corner and a sweet potato. This is good, sweet, while the three ate happily. Pure solid grain, after all. After dinner, I went back to my room and found the trouble. The door opened on a humming black cloud. The whole hornet swarmed loose. I near fled, then saw they'd all gathered, not scattering, and at the swarm's center 2 hornets fought, one mine. Seeing the swarm meant no harm, I mastered my fear and watched. The contracted hornet battling fiercely, tumbling, grappling, biting, till it beat the rival queen down. On the floor, 3 corpses already, for with this one, 4 dead queens. It wobbled to my shoulder, wing torn. I ached at it, and, forgetting the roomful of hornets, fed it bird meat, which it gulped, famished. I wanted it to rest, but the swarm. Will they obey you? Send them back to the drum till I find them a new home this afternoon. It waved its antennae, understood, flew a circle through the swarm, and led them all back into the drum, packed tight. I capped it. How it had pried off the thin board to free them in the first place, I couldn't fathom, until I saw the magpie Xiao Qiao skulking in a corner with a guilty look. The little troublemaker. No telling how the 2 of them schemed it. After a good nap, near 3, I went up the hill behind the house. We're built at the foot, the slope at our back, and found, 3 minutes up, a small hand-dug cave, about 1.5 meters high, 2+ deep, once used for storing potatoes, long empty now. It sat right behind our house, with a clear view down to it. Here, the swarm goes here. Safer up the hill, in case I lost control and they hurt someone. I hauled the drum up, set it in the cave, eased the lid off. The contracted hornet flew out first, and the rest waited on its command rather than boiling out, which settled me. I had it set them to building, and went home. The swarm, over 2,500 of them, a huge colony, poured out and set to work. Walking back, I reckoned, minus the 285 sold, about 2,500 left, sold off, maybe 37, 38 yuan. Have to keep earning. Hornets are a long game. Only young Botsy buys, and bringing too many at once would crash the price, slow and steady. Mid-thought, a rustle in the roadside grass. I stopped, peered, a fat wild hare. No proper tool on me, only the slingshot. Can a slingshot even take a hare? And if it hits, will it hold? I'd have to trust my aim and arm. As I drew, the hare sensed danger and bolted. I tracked it, pulled hard, loosed. The stone caught it square in the body. My aim's good, to hit a running hare at all, but it didn't even pause, gone in a streak. Damn it, I near threw the slingshot. A hare that fat would have fed us 2 meals, all meat. That's when I saw it. A slingshot's fine for birds, useless for game. Stung by the escape, I got home and tore through boxes, dug out wood and tools, then didn't know where to start. Rough out a bow shape first, I muttered. Yes, I decided to make a bow. But a bow isn't simple, least of all from any old wood hacked it blind. 2 hours of sawing and whittling produced a thing bow-shaped. I tied on hemp cord, drew it, stiff to pull, then went up to cut sticks for arrows. When my parents and sister came back to the littered yard, I was admiring my work, and Zhao Tao burst out laughing. What is that? So ugly. Is that a bow? It looks like a cotton fluffer's bow. The parents lost it too, the mother sparing me no face. If that thing kills even a bird, I lose. Stung, I said nothing, took the bow to the wall, and drew with full confidence. The arrow flew a dozen meters and dropped. They howled. I was crushed. I'd made a decent springy bamboo bow as a child last life, sticks for arrows flying far. Why's this wooden one worse? I didn't know a good bow can take years to make. The mother, wiping tears, offered, Don't wear yourself out. A bow's not made in a day. Go to Wenxio's. Her father, old Zhang, was a village hunter. He's got a good bow you could borrow. At Wenxio's, I shook my head, frightened. I dreaded her father and brother learning what the original had done to her. They'd kill me. Yet it had been 2 days, and no one from the Zhang house had come. Did Wenxiu not tell them? The original's body feared Wenxiu's brother, Zhang Daguang. big and burly and strong, who'd thrashed the boy plenty over the years for bothering when Xiao. The body shivers at the name still. But it's the original shiver, not mine. I'm not afraid of Zhang Daguang. I just have no face to meet the girl. Back in my room, lying down, Zhao Tao knocked and came in, furtive, shutting the door. Sis, what is it? I want to talk something over. Bashful. Out with it. I'll help if I can. She fidgeted. I don't want to go earn points in the fields this afternoon. Could I go catch hornets with you? Watching me, hopeful, dreading a no. The fields are so hard. I laughed. Of course you can. Only, will Zeech. Pa scold you for skipping work. Near let Zhao Dezhu slip. Her face fell, then firmed. I don't care about him. This whole house runs on Ma's points and mine. And he'd dare scold me? His points all go to those two old things, and our grain with them, leaving us hungry. What right has he? She flushed, then steadied. Now you can earn money. Real money. And I want to earn it too, not eat the bitterness of farming. No reason to refuse. All right, sis. Tomorrow morning we'll find nests together. She near danced. Next morning, the father shouldered his hoe and, seeing Zhao Tao still in the yard, set it down. Old 4. What's this? Get your tools. Come to the fields. Brave the night before, she faltered now, still afraid of him. I don't want to go to the fields today. I want to catch hornets with Xiaowu. Before she finished, he was roaring. You don't want to work? You dead girl, itching for a hiding. Think your wings are hard. She flushed but didn't cry. She stared him down and forced out, word by word. By what? Right. Angrier, he advanced. By what right? By my being your father, by your being a girl. Even I couldn't stand it. Useless as a father, and now playing the son over daughter card. As his hand came up at her stubborn face, I caught his wrist. He didn't shout at me, only shook to free himself. Out of the way. This isn't yours. Don't make me hit you too. Now I was truly angry, gripping hard. By what right do you hit my sister? All these years this house has run on Ma's keeping. Your points all go to those two old things, and we don't even ask you for grain money. Be grateful. It was harsh, and it felt good. Stunned mute, he raised his other hand to strike me. You're not my father. Only the originals. Lift a hand to me, and I hit back. I'm the village's little troublemaker anyway. But the blow didn't fall. Sun Yuaqin had appeared, planting herself between her children and him, eyes locked on him. Hit me. Then, beat me to death. I've had enough of you these years. She caught her breath and cried. I want a divorce. It struck him dumb. He daren't move, daren't believe it. She turned her children and led them inside, and didn't go to work either. She'd slaved for points only to trade them for grain to feed the children. Now the son had turned good and even given her money. By his prices, she'd quietly figured the hornets at 37, 38 yuan, a match for a year of the father's points, and resolved to leave the father to himself and only mind her children. The father watched their backs go in, sighed at last, shouldered the hoe, and left. Villagers on the way asked why he went alone, wife and girl, and he laughed it off, awkward, off color, resting a day. I'm going to ask the team head for leave, and didn't linger. Bridge. Indoors, Zhao Tao, who'd held back her tears in the yard, broke down in the mother's arms. Ma, why am I a girl? Over and over, all grief. The mother's eyes reddened. She patted her back hoarsely. A girl's fine. Chairman Mao says women hold up half the sky. Boy or girl, your ma's treasure. It ached in me too. Son over daughter runs deep in this age's countryside, and our house being out of favor with the grandparents owes much to the mother bearing 4 daughters. From the memory, I knew the grandmother named all 5 children, each name a curse on the daughters. Eldest Zhao Gai, changed the next to a boy. Second still a girl, named Zhao Jia, cut off the run of girls. Third another girl, named Zhao Duo, dodged the curse. Fourth another, named Tao, flee it. And at last the 5th, a boy, named Zhao Zong, hide away the treasure. The grandparents were pleased at first, until the boy proved a holy terror, and the other sons had boys of their own, and so this house too fell from favor. That wretched old woman, I cursed inwardly. Zhao Tao stopped crying and looked up. Ma, I don't want the fields, little pay, hard work. I want to find hornets with Xiaowu. The mother voiced her fear. A girl going after hornets is too dangerous. You know how fierce they are. But Zhao Tao was set. I'll be careful, Ma. Too dangerous and I'll stop. And I'll watch Xiaowu. Keep him safe too. At that the mother gave way. Brightening, Zhao Tao turned to me. Let's go, Xiaowu. I nodded and flashed the mother a look. I'll look after her. Then took the gear from my room. Knife, net bags, matches, slingshot, and xiao. The magpie had been drowsy these 2 days. I couldn't say why, but it had grown, the biggest I'd ever seen. I took 2 big sacks too. What are the sacks for? To catch hornets in. Zhao Tao puzzled. You'll see. Outside the gate, I crooked finger and thumb and whistled sharp. She didn't understand. What's that for? Calling my hornet. I said smug. Pure show. The contracted hornet needs no whistle. The whistle just hides that I can call it silently in my mind. Hu Feng came, and the 2 of us, with bird and hornet, headed for the hills. At the foot, I gave the order. Find a nest. No feather this time. Xiao would track. The hornet flew into the woods. We chased a stretch, then loosed Xiao after it, and followed the magpie's shadow. Clever. Once it had the hornet's position, Xiao flew back to guide us, easy and unhurried, to the nest the hornet had found, and I stopped dead. These are wild honeybees. I'd heard of wild bees in the hills, but never found them. Zhao Tao stared, wondering, at the nest under a cluster of big rocks, 3 or 4 meters up. What a big nest, she breathed low. Wild bee combs are unlike hornet or paper wasp nests, a round or irregular plate, and under the teeming bees we could both see the golden honey. Honey, she whispered, not daring to speak up for all the bees. I nodded along, mouth watering, pure, wild, natural honey, dear in the world I came from. Honey sells high. My eyes lit. Another way to make money. Zhao Tao, daunted by the swarm. Xiaowu, how do we get the honey down? My first thought at her question was smoke, but the money plan I'd just hit on needed these wild bees alive, and I was caught 2 ways. I wanted the honey, and I didn't want to harm the swarm. I decided to come back later, find and contract the queen, and get the honey that way. To Zhao Tao, I only said, these wild bees are tricky. Mark the spot. We'll come back prepared. She agreed gladly. The swarm was so thick, she daren't touch it anyway. Then, led by the hornet, we found a few more hornet nests and big paper wasp nests, me showing my sister first how I took them. Though I still thought hornets and wasps too dangerous, and the wild honey the better prize. A morning's work, for hornet nests and 6 big wasp nests. About 1,500 hornets. Not all native big hornets this time. Some 500 were yellow-legged hornets, smaller than the big kind, but bigger than paper wasps. By my reckoning, 1,000 big hornets at a fun 5 would fetch 15 yuan, 500 yellow-legged at a fun, 5 yuan, 20 yuan in hornets alone. The 6 big wasp nests, by hand, 7 or 8 caddies. Less, once the pupae came out. At a yuan a caddy, at least 6 yuan. 26 yuan for one morning. When I said it, Zhao Tao was floored, a year's field points, in a morning, and I only carried the tools. All her fear of the hornets and wasps drained off. Her head was full of nothing but more nests, more money. More money. Home for lunch, the mother fretting we were late. Though by the sun it was only past 11. She'd worried herself sick, her girl up the mountain after hornets. A good meal today. Rice gruel, corn and white flour cakes, wild greens fried with dove, and a dish of fried pupae, and oil sheen in the greens. We've got oil, Zhao Tao burst out, and the mother shot her a look. Xiaowu earned money, so we've oil. Must the whole street know? Zhao Tao, sitting, couldn't help asking, Ma, we're not waiting for Pa? The mother's face shut. Eat when I say. We 3 fell on it like a wind through leaves. With oil, the food was good. I'd no thought of waiting for Zhao Deju either. He doesn't mind whether his own children go hungry. Why would we mind him? Zhao Tao leaned back, patting her belly. Stuffed? I'm stuffed. And the mother, done denying herself now, asked how many hornets we'd taken. Zhao Tao made a guessing game of it. 300? 800? Then crowed 1,500, and explained the 2 kinds and prices, a little crestfallen at the cheaper 500. The mother went still, then started counting on her fingers. Quiet. Let me reckon. And looked up, disbelieving. 20 yuan, in one morning? We nodded, and she shot up. Quick, get the hornets settled. Don't let them smother. I'll cut bird meat to feed them. I stopped her. They won't smother, Ma. They're in net bags. I'll see to them. We brought back wasp nests too. Pupae inside. Pick them out. We'll have an extra dish tonight. At extra dish, the mother decided her good son had turned spendthrift. What extra dish? Last batch's pupae aren't gone, and you've brought more. I'll find a way to keep these, and sat down with the all to pick pupae. Zhao Tao cleared the table, and Zhao Dezhu came in shouldering his hoe, saw the bare plates, blackened his face, and went to his room without a word. No one answered him. The mother picked pupae. Zhao Tao stole one glance and went on clearing, and I didn't so much as look at him before going to lie down. Lazy seeming, but I was working out how to get the wild bee comb home. The thought of that golden honey set me swallowing. Wild honey's good in any age, best in this one. An unpolluted time, bees on natural blossoms, the honey surely fragrant and sweet. I had two ideas. 1. Send the contracted hornet into the comb to seize the bee's queen and bring her to me to contract. But the hornet likely couldn't get in. I'd seen the swarm, maybe 10,000 bees. 2. Send Hufeng leading the whole hornet colony to take the bee's queen. No good either. Nearly 3,000 hornets into that swarm, and there'd be few bees left. Later life beekeepers know hornets are honeybees' worst enemy. A native big hornet at its fiercest, killing near 40 bees a minute. A figure that had shocked me last life. I'd not let this swarm take any loss. I meant to contract their queen and sell the honey. Both plans out, I'd go myself. Next morning, at the door, Zhao Tao stopped me. Where to? Why not me? Hands on hips. My head ached. Sis, I'm off to the county town, no hornets today. A little let down, then curious. What for? To buy materials, make net bags. I called back and left. But I didn't head straight for town. First to the brigade. In the village center, a few brick tile rooms round a big yard, cement blackboards on the wall chalked with work notices. My first time there, a middle-aged man came over. From the memory, the brigade accountant. I got in first. Accountant Chow, I was just coming to find you. He eyed me, wary. Xiaowu, what trouble now? The original was a magnet for trouble. Outside his own family, few liked him. Uncle Chow, I want to borrow the brigade bicycle for the county town. He shook his head like a rattle drum, no amount of sweet talk moving him. Till, badgered, he snapped. You can't even ride. What do you want it for? Do you know how dear that thing is, the only one in the village, issued by the commune? I can ride. Trust me, I ride well. He doubted it. Has the loafer truly learned? Never heard that. And to be rid of me. Ride it round the yard. Then, ride it, you take it. Can't. Off you go and stop bothering me. I went to the bicycle, an old Highbar 28. I hesitated, never having ridden one last life. Should be fine. The crossbar was too high to mount as I would have. Chow watched, expecting a show. I stood to the left foot on the left pedal, pushed off scooting, pedaling a few strokes, then swung my right leg back over the saddle and was up and astride. Chow gaped. The wretch really could ride. And before he could take it back, I was out the gate. He slapped his own mouth. Talking out of turn, if the brat wrecks it, how do I answer for it? Out the village I rode east. The town's far, about 40 kilometers, the original's first trip, no telling how long. Passing Yang Batzi's village, I stopped in. Sweeping his yard, Yang Batzi came out beaming. Xiaowu, how many hornets today? I laughed, awkward. Off to the county on business, in a hurry, brought none. Tomorrow, I'll bring them. A little let down, he rallied. Brother, I know a big man in the county, a head of a liquor works. Your hornets, I sell to him. They're developing a new medicinal liquor that needs just your kind of hornet. They'll want more and more. Find me plenty, and you're set. My confidence surged. I promised to find more. He thought, I've shown the lad my hand. Now he'll catch hornets in earnest. Then I asked, do you buy wild honey? His eyes lit. Good stuff, dear on the black market. And he said quick, I do. All wild game, herbs, mountain goods. Bring me anything good, I won't shortchange you. I played coy. What's the price? Market's 5 mao a caddy, but it's priced with no supply. It appears, and it's snapped up high. I'll not treat you as a stranger. A yuan a caddy, most I can do. A yuan satisfied me, I agreed. He was already reckoning he could move it at a yuan 5 on the black market easy. No risk of stings himself, his only worry the government. and he ran thick with the black market crowd, unafraid. So pleased with the goods to come, he didn't notice me leave. East again. Near noon I saw the town's edge, legs numb. Too far, 4+ hours riding by the sun. Into town, I cast about and found a fishing net seller, a state hardware shop, the clerk an old man with his nose in the air, plainly looking down on a country bumpkin, gray-patched sackcloth, hair long and wild, near a beggar. Decent of him not to throw me out. Uncle, got fishing nets? He glanced, disdain plain, but what kind? Big fish or small? Small mesh for small fish, I gathered. The smallest mesh you've got. Odd-eyed, he dug out a small, fine-meshed net, oldish. This. Softer than the gauze nets I knew last life, but the mesh right. It'd serve. How much? $2.20. $2.20 for this scrap? I'd 2 yuan on me, my wasp nest pocket money. Pay or go, he said flat. Stuck for the 2 mao, but the thought of that golden honey under the rocks decided me. Buy it. With only 2 yuan, I wheedled till my lips were thin, and at last he sold it for 2. Net in hand, I felt the honey beckoning, mounted, and rode west. 100-odd meters on, a figure collapsed in the road. I got down to look. A beggar, hair grizzled to the shoulders, matted in clumps, long unwashed, lies scurrying in it. Patched sackcloth like a torn bag over him, a stench that kept you off. It pained me. I reached to lift him without flinching, and felt bone, skin and bone. I carried him careful to the roadside, searched myself and found nothing for him to eat, then begged a bowl of water at a herb shop, claiming it for myself. The clerk eyeing me, but giving it, slipped out, fed it to the old man, and returned the bowl before he woke. When I came out he'd come round, and seeing my big head over him understood he'd been saved. Lad, you saved me? I nodded. Where's home, old man? I'll take you. He pushed himself up, looked east a while. Home? What home has this old man left? And struggled up to walk off. Then, turning back, you're a good lad. I've nothing of worth, only this book. Take it. I took it without thinking, a thread-bound old volume, paper yellowed, the feel of years on it. Before I could refuse, he'd wandered off. I looked closer, a medical book, rather an illustrated herbal. All pictures, exquisite, lifelike, each a herb with its name and a simple note on preparing it. I was rapt, a treasure, especially for me now. Lanhua is thick with herbs, and at a glance I saw several plants common on our hills I'd taken for weeds, actually medicine. When I looked up to thank him again, he was gone. A pity. Instinct said he was an able man with a story. Maybe we'll meet again, I murmured, and rode the long way back. By the village I was near collapse. The round trip alone near 10 hours riding. No lunch since I'd spent all on the net, legs numb past words. This feeble body. I steeled myself to return the bicycle. Zhao Tao ran out. Xiao, you're back. So long? Is that a fishing net? And I handed her the net to stow, then rode to the brigade, where Chow was pacing, frantic. He seized the handlebars. Where have you been with it? This late, stooping to check it over, easing only when he saw it was just dusty, and pushed it into the shed grumbling. I should have given him something in thanks and had nothing, so I only smiled awkwardly and went home. The smell of food set my mouth going, gruel and cakes on the table, the mother and Zhao Tao waiting. I felt it without ceremony. Then Zhao Dezhu came out, found all 3 of us ignoring him, hovered, couldn't sit, couldn't not, and finally drifted out the gate, off, maybe, to the grandparents. After eating I took out the net, found scissors and thread, and set to making a face veil. The mother and Zhao Tao offered to help. Sewing's women's work. And the mother took an old straw hat as the base, cut a band of net to circle it, longer than a face is, and the 2 had it done in no time. I tried it. Right size, but the net too soft to feel safe, so I had them sew on several more layers, stacked. It looked sturdy, and with the hat on and veil down, nobody would reach my face. Face protected, I turned to body and hands, and told the mother, who went straight to rummaging. And Zhao Tao caught her meaning before I did, and went to help. Out came the family's one big cotton coat, Zhao Dezhu's, worn decades, too ragged to wear now. I'd never seen so wrecked a coat. 2 lives over, the sackcloth blackened, holes past counting as if mouse gnawed. More a heap of busted wadding than a coat. But thick, well stuffed. I pinched it. A bee's sting wouldn't pierce it. Only it was so far gone I feared the wadding would shed off me before I'd walked far. So the mother cut more from the net and cased the whole coat in it. Ugly, but it held the wadding in. No help for it. A house that couldn't eat had no cloth, or their treasured boy wouldn't go in patches. 4 hands. Simpler. Jibe's northern. Winter gloves a must. The old flat kind. Only the thumb split off, the other 4 together, the pair joined by a cord, thick enough that no sting would get through. Gear ready by dusk, we settled to take the comb at first light, the mother quietly worried but saying nothing, making our supper. Next dawn, the mother up earliest with breakfast made. We ate, and I led Zhao Tao to the hills, Xiao Qiao guiding to the wild bee nest, Hu Feng on my shoulder. I chose the magpie to lead. Birds have the natural sense of direction. The hornet might steer us to a wasp nest again, and Xiao Qiao, bigger now, is easier to follow. Aim true, we soon found it. Day barely graying. The woods still dark. I made out the huge comb under the rocks and put on the gear, the broad thick coat, then the veiled hat. Seeing me dressed, Zhao Tao asked, "How'll you get up?" "It's 3 or 4 meters. No trouble." I spotted fallen dead trees, and we leaned a couple of bowl-thick trunks against the rock face, near reaching the comb. The woods brightening, I gloved up and climbed. A few moves and I was beside the nest, the bees thick on it, and still half asleep, only a few stirring. A good chance. "Lo, sis, pass me the sack, quiet." She emptied the tool sack and handed it up. "Catch." Then I warned her, "I'm starting on the bees, get well back." She bolted 40 or 50 meters off before daring to stop and look back at the black shape that was me. I reached into the teeming comb, slow and gentle, scooping the bees into my hand and shaking them off into the sack, over and over. 10 odd minutes, and I'd cleared 2/3 of the great comb, the sack heavy, a dozen plus caddies of bees. Then I found her, one bee 1/3 longer than the rest, her abdomen long and slender. "There you are. The queen. Control her, and the swarm obeys me." She sat dazed in my palm, slow to react, and I daren't lose her. I pulled off a glove and pinched at her wings, braced to be stung, a sting well worth this swarm. And the instant my fingers touched her wing, the voice came ding. "Captured 1 wild bee queen, 20 points. Captured 1 nest of wild bees, 30 points. Current, 65. Contracting the wild bee queen requires 30 points. Contract, no hesitation. Contract. Successfully contracted, 30 spent, 35 remained. The panel, Beast 1, Magpie Xiao Qiao. Beast 2, Hornet Hu Feng. Beast 3, Wild Bee Queen, unnamed, that no name came to me. System, Beast 3, call her Xiaomi. Receive. The panel updated. 3 pets now, but few points still. Hunt more, raise the points fast, or I'll meet something I truly want to contract and can't. Through the new bond, 1 gave the order at once. "Xiaomi, lead the rest of the swarm into my sack." Still keyed up, she lifted from my palm, circled, and brought the whole swarm pouring into the sack, the bees already inside blinking at their queen arriving among them. Certain the comb was bare of bees, I pulled off the veil and peeled out of the coat. Only April, but I was soaked through. Roasting, no wonder old Zhao's coat reeks. And so thick I could hardly work in it. Zhao Tao, seeing me strip the coat, guessed I'd near finished and came running, half a minute, and saw the bulging sack, all bees. I corded it shut and called her to fetch the gear to load the comb. At that she brightened, hauling up the big iron drum. "Look, I brought this on purpose." We'd thought alike. A honey-laden comb wants a drum, not a sack to waste the runoff. No swarm to guard it now. I took the drum and began cutting the comb into blocks with my knife, the honey golden over every piece, the sweet smell near dizzying. "So sweet," I murmured, and Zhao Tao, overhearing, near drooled. She fetched a thin twig. "Dip me some to taste." I indulged my sister. I swirled the twig in the comb and handed it over, sticky and fragrant, her spit near dripping to the ground. "Look at you, greedy as a big toad," I grinned. She had it in her mouth before I'd finished, the honey's flower sweetness flooding her, humming, "So sweet. This is bliss," deaf to my teasing. I cut fast, blocks into the drum, and soon it was full, and the comb under the rocks far from done. 2 of us, 1 drum, filled this quick. Now we'd nothing to put the rest in. I couldn't go home and leave the unguarded comb for someone to find. All our work for nothing, nowhere to cry. So I sent Zhao Tao home for more containers and to fetch the mother, while I reckon the comb good for 7 or 8 more drums. Will she explain it right? If they come short of drums, it's another trip. No phones like later life. I can only hope she's sharp. An hour plus on, footsteps and the clank of metal. Zhao Tao and the mother, each with a carrying pole of 4 drums, the mother with an empty pole besides. 8 drums, and I was easy at last. At the comb, the mother stood amazed. My God, what a bee nest, never having seen one so big, the golden honey on it making the mouth water. Zhao Tao circled the mother like a sparrow, telling her how sweet the honey was. 8 drums, Xiaowu, should be enough, cut it all down. I took the drum and cut fast, and another hour saw the whole comb down. Coming off the trunk to 8 full drums on the grass, I couldn't stop grinning. The comb still needed pressing and filtering. No point dawdling in the woods, so I pulled 4 drums, the mother and sister 2 each, blocks of comb, full but lighter than water carrying. We 3 drove hard, no rest, dreading being seen, and came out of the woods near doubled over, the mother worst. Being older, though her grin couldn't be pressed down, eyes lost in it. At her word, we circled round the hill-foot home rather than straight through, to dodge the villagers. In this collective age, a haul of honey could draw envy and worse. In the yard, Zhao Tao gave out, dropping her pole, clang, and the mother rounded on her. You dead girl. That's precious, don't set it down so hard. I set mine down and sat flat on the ground. Last life, my army-tempered body wouldn't have tired so, but this loafer's frame, young still, was running on willpower alone. The mother fetched a stool and sat beaming at the 8 drums, the smile harder to hold down than an AK. I watched the honey drip from the comb into the drums. Ma, when do we press it? The mountain way's old and simple. Pack the cut comb in a vessel, press the honey out, strain it through gauze, and you've the clean honey of the market. We'd a little vial of wild honey the mother had hoarded near 20 years, small as a sesame oil bottle, still rich, no white sediment like later life honey. No rush. Eat first, then I'll find the tools, she said, rising, fist at her aching back, and Zhao Tao went to help her, the 2 into the kitchen. I didn't help. I was planning ahead. What do I live on going forward? Hornets and bees forever. And winter, when they hibernate. I'd made a start. The hornets in the hillside cave were already half domesticated, and with Hufeng I scarcely had to feed them. Spring's flowers feed them now, though feeding would grow the colony fast. So I resolved to feed them, to build the colony for more money. How to keep them breeding through winter I'd not yet worked out. Then the new wild bee swarm. They couldn't just nest in a cave like hornets, having many enemies, the hornet chief among them. I could keep my own hornets off them, but not others' hornets. So I'd do as later life beekeepers do, make a hive. A hive would protect them and let me draw honey easily, and I'd set them right beside the hornet cave, guarded by the colony, safe from honey thieves and from wild hornets both. The one trouble, no room there. I'd have to dig the cave myself. We ate light at noon, and the mother and Zhao Tao rummaged for tools. Where's my drip bucket? I'm sure it was in the kitchen. Their homemade honey press. She found it at last under a heap of junk, just a small iron pail, its bottom pricked all over with ballpoint fine holes. Filthy inside, leaves and dust. I made a face and near asked if it was usable, and she read it and smacked the back of my head. Turning up your nose? You eat the garden's vegetables fine, and they're watered with night soil. She washed it as if to scour off a layer of iron. I went to my own business. A turn round the house left one impression, truly dirt poor, not a decent board to be found, never mind a hive. So I took the brush knife and went up to the back hill hornet cave, Hufeng flying out to greet me. Beside the cave was a meter-wide ledge, the hill wall behind, and our hills aren't all rock and earth both, or they'd not call it forest country. I cleared the scrub and scratched a rough outline on the wall with a sharp stone, bigger than the hornet cave, since the hornets fit themselves to any hole, but my big wild bee hive would need room. An arch about 2 meters wide and high. A brush knife won't dig a cave, so I went home for tools. There the mother and Zhao Tao had the press rigged. The whole pail set on 2 stools, placed so as not to block the bottom holes. The mother's dough basin beneath, all scrubbed bright. comb already half filling the pail. The mother held a thick, bowl-wide pole 3+ meters long with a smooth, well-used wooden plug at its middle. Where'd this come from? I've never seen it. Borrowed from your Auntie Zhang next door. Quit asking and help. Under her direction, I laid the pole across, the plug into the pail. Then came the surprise. She and Zhao Tao straddled the pole at either end like a seesaw, and as they bored down, the comb went squee, hissing out air, and golden honey ran from the holes. Out it came, and the two worked harder for the sight. I was set to feeding comb in and pulling the pressed dry dregs out, which the mother wouldn't let me toss. Dried, they're a snack. I'd not eat them, full of grit and crushed ants. 20 minutes pressed one drum dry, and the basin held over half a basin of honey, and the basin's wash basin sized. The mother, tired, lit up. A drum of comb yielding half a basin was a blessing in her memory, and ours gave more than half. She fetched another clean borrowed drum, draped her hoarded steamer cloth over its mouth, gauze, in effect, and poured the basin's honey through, the strained honey near free of any speck. A whole afternoon, and by dusk, the last basin strained, we three breathed out, over 3 drums of clean wild honey. The mother, tired as she was, had Zhao Tao help carry the 3+ drums into the inner room and lidded them careful. What do we do with so much honey, Ma? The mother thought, unsure. Before, finding wild honey, they'd shared some round to neighbors and kin, but not now, the family too long in hardship, and she'd not have others know. She looked to me for an opinion, which, before, she'd never have asked the loafer. But she'd seen me change, steadier if still lazy. I've already squared it with young Botsy. He buys wild honey. She worried. Could it go wrong? He was a loafer, selling to him. Won't they call it speculation? I shook my head. I sold him the hornets too. He's changed, gone trustworthy. And they all say he's a county factory purchaser now. We sell on the quiet. No one knows but us and him, and he'll not inform on himself. She agreed, and charged us. Tell no one about the honey, lest it draw envy. We nodded hard. I'll take it to him tomorrow, with hornets and wasp nests besides. Then all 3 bellies growled at once, and the mother, rare and generous. Tonight, we eat well. Rice and stir-fries that night. No meat, my birds all eaten. Tomorrow, after I sell, I'll take some game. Next dawn, up early, I found Zhao Dezhu set to leave for the fields. We 3 had eaten and I'd gone to my room the night before, so I'd not seen when he came back. But he'd surely seen the honey in the inner room, and I only hoped he wasn't fool enough to tell the grandparents, who'd come to seize our work. He made to greet me, then, recalling the bad blood, blackened his face and shouldered his hoe out. In the inner room, the mother had split the honey into 2 half drums. These 2 for me to sell first. Of course, I don't trust you with 2 full drums. Spill a drop and I'd die of the ache. Used to her thrift, I didn't argue. A full drum, I'd likely slop. I'd thought of borrowing the bicycle again, but recalling Chow's pained face, I dropped it. Pulling the drums to young Botsy's would do, heavier but more carried. I went up to the cave for hornets. With Hu Feng it's easy. Open the bag and let her drive the ones I want in. I took the 1,500 hornets the sister and I had caught, 1,000 big, 500 yellow-legged, 20 yuan, and all 13 big wasp nests, each over a caddy, a full sack plus. Zhao Tao came ready. I'd bring her along to learn the way and to earn alongside me. I pulling the honey, she dragging the 2 sacks, a dozen odd caddies. Young Botsy's village is near. We talked and laughed the road, and were soon at his gate. Brother Yang home? He came out beaming. Xiaowu. At last. I've not dared leave the house these days, waiting for you. I cut the chatter and signed to my sister. We read each other, and she had the hornet bag and the wasp nests out quick. At the bagful, young Botsy's smile swallowed his face. A lot more than last time. I told him before he could reckon it. About 1,500. 1,000 big, 500 yellow-legged. He'd already seen it, but my saying it first left a good impression. He thought the more how I'd changed. I trust you, brother. Not our first deal, he said. Eyes still counting through the mesh, a dozen odd minutes. Then, 1,533, you're generous. I knew the count. I don't mind small money, with many trips ahead. He recalled to ask who Zhao Tao was. I introduced her, my 4th sister, helping carry today, and maybe coming in my place when I'm busy, and he eased, having feared I'd bring strangers to his quiet trade. He paid 20 yuan for the hornets, then weighed the 13 wasp nests, 15 caddies, each over a caddy, 15 yuan. Then he spotted the drums, remembered I'd asked about honey, and looked at me, disbelieving. Those drums? Is that? I nodded and lifted a lid. The honey smell reached him where he stood, and he knew at once it was wild honey, top grade, and hurried over to look. Over half a drum each. He near danced. Good goods, priced with no supply on the black market. I reminded him to fetch a chopstick and taste. He flew in for a clean one, dipped a touch, golden red, clinging thick, turned it up lest a drop fall, and put it to his lips, eyes shut, rapt. Sugar's scarce in this age. A cup of sugar water is top hospitality. Honey, and wild honey, is far above that. Good, 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 he said 3 times. The price I gave you before? I nodded. Only he buys these for 10 villages round, and selling elsewhere risks a speculation charge, the county too far and no channel besides. He brought out 2 chairs for us, then rummaged for clean drums, his house better off, several to hand, weighed each empty, and poured my honey across in 4 goes. Too much at once, and the steelyard won't balance. My drums kept a good coat of honey, but no matter, I'd use them again. Near 64 caddies, brother. Quite a lot. And he fetched a stack of notes. Count it. Several big Unity 10s, the most money I'd seen in this age. 6 510s worn and 4 ones. On the way back, Xiao Tao thought she dreamed, pinching her own arm black till I said, "Stop, or I'll slap you awake." She patted my shoulder. "You wretch, I just can't believe it. 64 for the honey, 15 for the nests, 20 for the hornets, 99 yuan in a morning. Quiet. Want the whole road to hear." She ducked her head. I'd not expected so much either. 100 yuan could marry a wife in this age. Near 30,000 in later life money, by my rough reckoning. And we'd 2.5 drums left at home, 150 caddies, another 150 yuan to come. We ran home light, and at the gate the mother waited. "How much?" Xiao Tao would have teased it out, but I said plainly, 99. The mother went silent. Xiao Tao moved to pinch her philtrum, and she came round, opening her mouth to shout and forcing it to a rasp. "Say it again. How much?" I coughed. 99. Her eyes went blank, and she sat on the bed. I crouched, scared. "Ma, you all right?" "Fine." Then her eyes lit, and she seized my wrist hard enough to hurt. "Where's the money?" I dug it out. She snatched it and counted it over and over, shaking, as if it couldn't be enough. Xiao Tao and I traded helpless looks. Then, in my head, came a wash of feeling from Xiaomi, the wild bee queen, very hungry. I'd forgotten the swarm in the sack. I ran to free them, but how to hide that they wouldn't fly off, with neighbors about? I squared it through the bond. Have the swarm stay quiet while I let them out to feed. I brought 2 plates of honey out. The mother saw and flared. "You spendthrift. That honey's dear. What are you doing with 2 plates? The wild bees we caught haven't eaten since yesterday. Feed them, or they'll die." That scared her. The swarm's her treasure bowl now. "How do you feed them? Won't they fly off when you let them out?" "No, fool," she asked it. I'd my answer ready. "You don't know bees, Ma. Wild or kept. There's a queen. The queen doesn't leave. The swarm won't leave. They follow her." "And how do you keep the queen from flying?" I drew out a thread from behind my back. A big long-bellied bee tied to the end. "The queen, from yesterday, tied. She can't fly, so the swarm can't." She eased, terrified now of losing her treasures. Cover, of course. I could hardly say I'd contracted the queen. I set the plates in the yard, the queen beside them, the thread pegged to a stone. Starved, she fell to feeding, and I opened the sack. A teeming mass, many listless. It pained me. I tipped them gently round the plates, and those that had strength rose, the yard filling with their hum. The lively bees flew up, droning through the yard, but none left. At Xiaomi's call they came down to the honey, and the listless ones on the ground slowly revived. Some loss was unavoidable. A few hundred had smothered, which the mother mourned. So much less honey to come. She fretted at the swarm filling the yard. "They can't keep flying loose like this. We must settle them. I mean to put them beside the backhill cave. The hornets are in the cave, and bees can't go with hornets. I'll set them alongside, but I have to dig the cave first. That's no trouble, not much digging. For now, find something to house them, or they'll be spotted flying loose. As we talked, the gate creaked, and Zhao Dezhu came in, stunned at the yard veiled in bees, and at once anxious. What are you three standing there for? Get inside, you'll be stung. Urgent and full of care, we all heard it, and the mother went quietly to her room. We followed. He set his hoe down careful and came to the inner room door, and oddly, the bees didn't sting him, as if he weren't there. Hearing us still planning the bees, he put in, setting them by the cave's a good thought, but bees aren't hornets. To get honey, you must make them a hive, not wreck their nest every time you take honey. I was surprised that he'd speak to us at all and speak sense. The mother's face went strange, wronged, not her fierce self before the children, near tears. Easy to say, all talk. We three have never done any of this. It softened him. He loves her. He sighed. I'll take leave this afternoon too. We'll dig the cave together, quick work. Her face eased. Digging's not enough. Bees need a hive, and we've not a board in the house. I'd fretted on that. Back into the woods to fell boards? But he waved it off. No need for boards. Take a log, hollow it, and you've a bee barrel. Just like that, it was simple. The old ginger's the sharper. His experience is past us youngsters. So the work split. He and the mother to dig the cave, Zhao Tao and I to fell a tree, and he told me just how thick a log to cut. The mother plainly shifted, even cooked for him, and he, who'd eaten and slept poorly these days, was moved to be cooked for again. After eating, we set to. Zhao Tao and I took axe and saw into the woods, trees past counting, most thick ones the right shape. An hour plus to fell an arm-thick tree, then sawn into 7 or 8 50-centimeter logs, the thin tops left. We backpacked the logs home, then stalled on hollowing them. I split a log in two and chipped at it with the axe, slow, managing one rough piece by dusk. The parents came back talking and laughing, no sign of the days of falling out. Seeing my clumsy work, Zhao Dezhu near laughed. The old man, still the one to watch, thought you were so clever, but kept his face cold, took the axe, and split another log clean in two. Then he brought out a carpenter's round gouge, like a small Luoyang spade, the bit a child's fist wide, stood the split log up, set the gouge to its core, and had me strike the gouge handle with the axe head. Clang, and the gouge bit a dozen centimeters down. A few more, and a great plug of core wood came free. Old and young, soon in rhythm, we cleared a log out. After supper he kept me at it. Past 8 the round logs were hollowed, and I washed up and slept, dead tired. Next morning I found the split logs bound back together with hemp cord, boards capping top and bottom, and a chopstick-wide hole opened in the middle, a door for the bees. As I was looking it over, Zhao Dezhu came out. Well, not bad, eh? Pleased with himself. I lifted the cap and found it would open. Inside, empty. I had my opening to needle him. You've put nothing in for the bees to build on. How are they to nest? He blinked. He'd never known a bee barrel needed anything inside. He'd only ever seen the outside shape. But I knew. Last life I'd seen the inner workings, and told him, smug, how the frames go. So that's all it is, he said, and stayed home to make the frames while the mother took Zhao Tao and me up the back hill to keep digging the cave. When we came back, I marveled at his frames. Last life hives used wire for the comb frames, and we'd no such fine thing as wire here, so he'd used hemp cord in its place. Already, the 4 of us shouldered the log barrels up the hill, me last out the door, because I meant to bring the swarm too. Once the others had gone, I had Xiaomi lead the whole swarm into a sack, and went up with barrel on my back and sack in hand. The parents had the barrels set when I arrived. Only my barrel and the bees were left to settle. I set the barrel and, on the excuse of releasing the bees, sent the others off. Zhao Dezhu worried. The mother refusing to let me be so rash, sending Zhao Tao back for protective gear and a veil. I agreed to their faces, and the moment they'd gone, opened the sack. Out came Xiaomi first, the swarm a black mist behind her, and at that the next door hornets stirred, Hufeng leading 2,000+ big hornets out, their menace heavier even than the 10,000 bees. The 2 swarms near clashed. I called both queens to a halt fast. A fight, and the bees wouldn't have one left, the hornet being the bees' chief foe. Coaxing the hornets back, I sent Xiaomi into the bee's cave, and the instant she entered, a wash of feeling came through the bond. Excitement, gladness, more than anything thrill. They like the home. Of course, sheltered, dry, snug, and the log barrels giving them the security of a place to build. At the cave mouth, I watched the swarm enter the barrels in good order at Xiaomi's command, she taking the biggest barrel for herself. Settled, that was easy. On the way down, I met Zhao Tao running up with the gear. You're back down. You've already let them out? I grinned. All done. Into the barrels smooth, no trouble. A little let down to have missed it. She came along. Then I remembered. Sis, feed the bees a few days, just honey on a plate. Once they're settled and gathering and making their own, you needn't. She didn't refuse the job, only asked, and the hornets? No need. They eat meat and small insects. I'll catch them some game when I've time. Don't trouble over it. At the gate I added, Sis, you keep the bees from now, a yuan a day. Her eyes reddened. Lo, you don't want me earning with you anymore? She'd misread it. Sis, the hills are still too dangerous for you. Not just bees, beasts too. Feed the bees at home, and I'll pay you a yuan a day, easy and good money. A day in the fields earns not a mao. She eased, content, knowing a yuan a day was plenty and feeding bees no harder than sitting. I said it because I'd decided to start saving. My money would no longer go to the house. The 2 sales had brought 100-odd yuan, enough to keep the family long. I'd hold my own money from now, uneasy without some in hand. Idle at home with both swarms settled and the day still young. I took the rest of the honey to Yang Batsi's. 2 trips, sold 2 of the 2.5 drums for 123 yuan, keeping the last half drum to feed the bees and for the house. At noon the parents came back from the fields, and the mother's cry from the inner room brought Zhao Dezhu running, anxious, patting her over for hurt. She ignored him and stormed to the yard. Little 4, little 5, out here. We came, baffled. Where's my honey? Near a roar. The honey's her life. Zhao Tao. Xiao Wu pulled it off to sell this morning. Here it comes. Her brows shot up. Sell it and not tell me? Where's the money? Hand out. I didn't produce it. I grinned shamelessly. I'm saving it, Ma. Saving to marry a wife. Her hand was up to strike. Then the second half landed. Marry a wife. And froze her like a binding spell, brows easing, a strange look passing to Zhao Dezhu, who beamed. The boys finally come round. Wants a wife. Before, the 2 had fretted over marrying him off. Too poor, no money, no food. Now, with the honey money, the burden lifted. I hadn't expected one line to solve it. Still, they charged me not to squander it. 100-odd yuan's no small sum, and I promised, all filial, to earn more to keep them well, which set them beaming. After a good nap, I woke past 3, the parents gone to the fields, Zhao Tao just off up the hill with a plate of honey for the bees. Idle, I took the slingshot to the woods, calling Hu Feng and Xiao Qiao as I left. Xiao Qiao's near gone wild with play these days. And, the system, surely, both it and Hu Feng have grown again. The magpie far bigger than common, wingspan over 60 centimeters, heavy on my shoulder. Hu Feng 7 centimeters long now, the biggest hornet I've seen in 2 lives. The system plainly strengthens contracted beasts. In the woods I was blessed, 5 doves, 3 magpies, for pheasants in a streak, more than I'd dreamed, protagonist's halo. Others struggle for one. Still, the hares galled me. The slingshot's useless on them unless I take the head or I dead on. At the nth hare I couldn't bear it. I aimed for the head before it spooked and loosed. The stone flew like a bullet. Pack, a hit. I ran over. A fat hare, 7 or 8 caddies, twitching. The head struck, brains out. Ding. Killed 1 hare, 20 points. Current, 138. I'd had 35 left. This run earned 103. By now I'd worked out the rates. Hare 20, pheasant 10, dove 5, sparrow 2, magpie 6, and 35 plus today's came to 138. The hare kill heartened me, but the next hare I missed, too wary, too keen of ear. It heard my step and ran, and my stone only struck its body, and it didn't even pause. I badly need a proper weapon. The mother's words returned. Old Zhang makes bows. Though I'd sooner have a gun, my soldier's last life leaving me surer with one. The village has guns, but homemade fowling pieces firing iron shot. useless at range. My catch already too much to carry. I turned home, and Hufeng came flying eager to me. It had found a nest, or it wouldn't be so urgent. Hands full of game, I went anyway, and soon found a hornet nest underground, a thumb-thick hole, its only door. As I neared, several flew out at me. I dropped the game and grabbed a stick, but Xiao Qiao and Hufeng had already charged, the magpie biting one near in half, not eating them, killing and dropping them. Hufeng fiercer still at 7 centimeters, twice a common hornet size, moving too fast to see, the hornets that tangled with it dropping one by one. With the two of them, I bagged the nest easy, clapped the net over the hole, worked them all in, then dug out the comb, 600 or 700 of them, still full of pupae I'd not eat now, but seed the cave with. Carrying the bag, I told Hufeng, "These are your little brothers now," and it flew a glad circle. A rich haul home, the parents not yet back, only Zhao Tao, who whooped at the armload and ran to take it, both hands full, hare and doves in the left, pheasants and magpies in the right, and shut my door for me when I went to lie down, the treatment of a man of ability. Bring food, and you're somebody. The mother woke me for dinner. At the table, meat at last, a whole pot of pheasant stewed with potato, Zhao Tao being generous. Doves and magpies have little meat. I had her dress and smoke them. We stewed one whole pheasant. There's 3 pheasants and a hare left in the kitchen. Take them to sell? We can't eat it all. I thought. End of April, warming. The dead game won't keep. Too much to finish, and selling wouldn't fetch much. So I decided to give the hare away, to old Zhang, the village hunter and Wenxiu's father. The thought of Wenxiu stirred me a little, and old Zhang knows the mountain's rules and craft, and makes bows. With a hunting system, I'll be going into the hills, and could learn much from him. Keep the pheasants to eat, Ma. More meat, less grain. The hare I'll give to old Zhang. Her first thought was plain. The boy's taken a fancy to old Zhang's girl, Wenxiu, and she likes the girl, and was only too glad. I didn't bother correcting her. Better they not block me. And I did mean to get near Wenxiu, the loveliest girl for 10 villages round. After lunch, I took the hare to old Zhang's. The road near empty at the afternoon hour, 7 or 8 minutes walk. The gate stood open. I peeked in guilty. No one there. The old thought rising. What if Wenxiu told her family? I'd be walking right into it. But with a hunting system and much to learn here, I steeled myself and called, "Uncle Zhang home?" A clear girl's voice answered, "Who is it?" "My father's home." And out came Wenxiu. Seeing me, she froze, murmured, "Brother Xiaowu," then flushed crimson, eyes welling, and fled back inside. Wenxiu, I made to explain and walked straight into a broad man, Zhang Daguang, her brother, who seized my collar and hauled me up. Big as a black bear spirit, not ill-looking. "Brother Daguang, I came to bring Uncle Zhang something," and I lifted the hare. He stopped, eyeing me loud. "You this kind? Did you bully my sister? Why'd she cry at the sight of you?" I daren't touch that day. I only said I'd taken a hare to honor Uncle Zhang. A man bringing a gift to his father. He couldn't keep on, and set me down, pointing inside. "He's eating. Go in," and went to find his sister. Inside, a white-haired man at the table, beside him a middle-aged woman, fuller-figured than most. The first faintly plump person I'd seen since coming to this world. A sign old Zhang's house ate well, he being a famed hunter. I stared, and he grunted, displeased. "What do you want?" Eyes flicking off me. I caught myself, piled on a smile, shook the hare. "Nothing, uncle. Just came to see you." Old Zhang's eaten more salt than I've eaten rice. He knows no one calls at the temple without a favor to ask. Out with it. Don't dither like an old woman. The wife wrapped her chopsticks on a plate and glared. He went smooth-faced but plainly quailed inside. Spoke without thinking. Now the tigress will hold it against me. Famed old hunter abroad, henpecked at home. Not knowing this, I came out with it. "Uncle, I've been up the hills twice and I'm too green. I'd like to learn hunting from you, and I've no proper tool. My parents say you make bows. Teach me." And I pressed the hair on him. He glanced at it, made to wave it off. Then as I caught the wound on its head and held, "Learn hunting, learn bow making, and fob me off with a scrawny hair? Out, out, don't trouble my meal." He scorned the gift. He never comes down empty, and that was already face shown me. My name's bad enough that only my once having helped when Shio got me in the door. Disappointed but not cowed. A thick enough face wins women and men both, even old men. I smiled. Then eat. Uncle, I'll not disturb you, set the hair down, and left. In the yard, when Xiao again, not crying now, only, brother Xiao. No sign of Zhang Daguang. I leaned in low. When Xiao, that day was my fault. Don't hold it against me. I had to shoulder it. I could hardly say that wasn't me. The real Zhao Xiaowu is dead. She flushed, but didn't weep, and feigned blankness. What do you mean? I don't understand. I caught it at once. She'd forgiven me, and feared old Zhang learning of it. With his temper, he'd take his old musket to me. Never mind Zhang Daguang. And with a long look, I left. The moment I was out, when Xiao's mother pinched old Zhang hard. That boy saved our Xiao. You know it. Not teaching him's one thing, but driving him off? He glared, loud. But for his saving when Xiao, I'd not have let him in the door. Don't think I can't see it. The boy's no good intent. The way he looks at our girl's never been right. I didn't hear it, being gone. Or I'd have wanted to go back in and say that was the old Zhao Xiaowu. The mother knew he was right, but felt he might have spared the boy for Zhao Daju's sake at least, at which old Zhang flared the more. Don't mention Zhao Daju. He's less face here than the boy. A grown man, letting his wife and children live like that. I heard from the team head that son Yueqin came borrowing grain. Scorn all over him. The wife sighed. The whole team knows his parents favor the third son's house and bleed Zhao Daju's to feed them, and he can't see past it. Then, and who were you calling old me just now? And snatched the broom stub off the Kong at him. Don't. I didn't. When Xiao came in to find her mother chasing her father, unsurprised. Pa, my brother's gone to Quanzi's. He'll go to work later. That stopped the wife. Grateful to his daughter for the rescue. Xiao, what were you whispering with that little wretch in the yard? Nothing, brother Xiaowu. Then, quick. No. Zhao Xiaowu said he admires you. Says you're the best hunter for 10 villages round. That he wants to learn from you. It went straight to old Zhang's heart. Coming from his own daughter's mouth. The same words from Zhao Xiaowu he'd not have deigned to hear. Pleased, he waved grandly. Well, old Zhang knows a thing or two about hunting. Watch me show the little wretch something today. And rose, took the hair, and went out. By the time the women came out, he'd the curved skinning board set up, the rounded scraper in hand, and with a self-made knife slit the hair from chin to tail and drew off a whole pelt. Not whole, a thumb-sized hole at the head, the slingshot's mark. The boy shoots straight. Killing a hare with a slingshot's no small thing, he muttered. 2 days on, when Xiao came holding a soft furry thing. I took it for a hare, but it was the pelt. My father had me give you this. He won't eat your hair for nothing, the skin's yours. She made to go. I couldn't let her. The pelt was soft, smooth, without a trace of stink. Astonishing. I'd resolved then to take old Zhang as master. His craft was that fine. When Xiao, wait, that past was my fault. I've truly changed, believe me. Ernest. She looked glad. She's among those who most want me to turn good. I believe you, brother Xiaowu, bright-eyed. Then, could you put in a word with your father? I really want to learn. She laughed. Don't worry. Pa had me give you the pelt to show his craft. He sends word. To take him as master, you must first bring in one big wild beast. Old Zhang had given ground. I swore to her I'd bring one, and she bade me be careful and went home. I'd hunt tomorrow. Today, a weapon. From the memory, my friend Feng Lauer's family had a red-tasseled spear he'd flaunted at the original as a boy. I went straight there. Lauer home. A lazy voice. Who's banging at midday? Then, seeing me, delighted. Xiaowu. At last, a week I've not seen you. Hauling me in by the wrist, grip strong. Lauer, I've something to ask. His first time being asked anything by me, he blinked. Your red-tasseled spear still about? I'd borrow it. Yes, but what for a fight? Hopeful, he loves a spectacle. Mindful of my name now. Hunting, I've no proper tool. Just that. Deflated, having thought I'd come to play. Disappointed, he fetched it anyway, and came out with 2 things that made me laugh. You've got this too. You're a real brother. A fowling piece, a homemade gun, common enough in the villages this year. Here, powder pack, iron shot, he said, handing me both, then the gun. Use it. My dad's not been up the hills in ages. I'll come for it when he needs it. Then, you know how to use a gun? I've watched others. He's no fool. That meant I didn't. So he snatched the packs back, opened the oil paper, little paper twists inside. These are my dad's measured loads, powder and shot. Pour 1 powder pack, tamp it with this thin rod, then a pack of shot, demonstrating. I'd seen such guns on TV last life, unsure only of the powder measure, and here his dad had proportioned it. I took the spear and gun to go, saw Lauer's let-down face, and hesitated. The original was close to him. By village seniority, I'm even his uncle's generation, though they go as friends, and wanted to bring him. But my secret stopped me. Lauer, when I take game I'll treat you to meat. And left, him grinning foolishly. Home, I took Xiao Xiao up the hill. Not Hu Feng, who minds the swarm, and the magpies faster and cleverer. Chower, go scout, see a big quarry, send word through the bond. It shot off. I walked on, drilling the loading as I went. No fool, I know the deep hills' dangers. The bee catching had been safe only because I'd kept to the edge, where big beasts are rare, not never. Boar raid crops, roe deer wander out. Mid-drill a jolt came through the bond. I pulled up the panel, tapped vision on Xiao Xiao, and the world changed. I was atop a tree, looking down at a boar. A big boar, 300 caddies at least. Usually that size is a male, and males run with the sounder. Why this one alone I couldn't say. Old Zhang would have known at a glance, driven out by the sounder's tusker as a rival. I knew none of that, only that it was a chance. Bring this boar in, and old Zhang would take me as student. Guided by Xiao Xiao, I crept toward it, pinched a little dry earth to powder and let it drift to read the wind, and came up from downwind, half an hour, then daren't go on. The bond told me the boar was just ahead. My heart raced, body trembling, not fear, adrenaline. I forced slow, quiet breaths till my hands steadied, then eased half my head past a boulder. 30 meters off, a great boar, thick, powerful, the wire bristles up its back standing, long wet snout earth-flecked, 2 tusks out a hand's breadth each. My pulse leapt again. I steadied, loaded powder and shot, and aimed at its head. It sensed something and froze, beady eyes darting, but I was downwind, unbetrayed. A dozen plus minutes it stood, then moved on toward me, no longer rooting. At 15 or 16 meters, the iron shotgun's best range, I could wait no more, aimed at its forehead, and squeezed. Bang! A crack and a boom through the whole woods. The boar's head jerked up, a piteous scream, and it wheeled and ran, fast enough to stun the eye. I stood stunned. I'd hit that boar square. I'd seen it. How could a headshot leave it running? No time to puzzle it. I gave chase, calling Xiao Xiao to follow, and she shot ahead. Blood on the ground confirmed the hit, but the why of its running escaped me. 500 or 600 meters off, in a grass hollow, the boar lay still, its long face a mask of blood and little holes still seeping. The snout shot to a raw socket. One eye blinded outright, the other hurt, but burning with murderous hate. It meant to kill the human who'd hurt it, or die unsatisfied. Following the blood, I felt a jolt through the bond and ducked behind a thick tree, waited, then pulled up vision on Xiao Xiao, and in her view saw the boar in the grass hollow, its head pointed at a tree that looked oddly familiar. It took a beat, the tree I'm hiding behind. But for Xiao Xiao watching, the beast would have ambushed me. Animals lying in wait for hunters is no rare thing in these hills. Found out now, it wouldn't get its chance. The boar was at its most savage, but fears no use. Fortune favors the bold. The tree beside me had a thick branch 2 meters up, a low jump to reach. I tested it till I was sure I could swing up fast, hung my gear, and Feng Lauer's red-tasseled spear on the fork, and took only the fowling piece toward the hollow. The wounded boar heard my steps, its eye going crueler. Bang! A shot, and its savagery flared. It charged the sound, terrifying, but I'd already dropped the gun and run for the tree. Seeing me with its one eye, it put on speed, but I'd fired from well off and run early, and as it reached the trunk, I was just swinging onto the fork. Robbed of me, it slammed the tree, mad to kill. I grabbed the spear and drove it down with all my weight into the boar below. Thuck! The blade near through it, a hideous scream. It staggered off a few steps and gave out, bloody bubbling foam at its mouth. I'd caught the lung. Only when it lay twitching, then still, did I drop down, and I didn't approach till it was truly done. I worked the spear free, drew my short knife, and cut its throat to bleed it. Unbled, boar meat's far ranker. and a big male reeks anyway. The reason later life pigs are gelded. Then the worry, 300 caddies at least, how to get it home, and going for help risked the blood smell drawing other beasts and losing the lot. Ding. Killed one big boar, 200 points. Current, 338. Then it struck me, Xiao Qiao can carry word. I tore a corner off my shirt, wrote to Zhao Tao in boar blood. I'd taken a boar, bring only the parents to haul meat, tied it to Xiao Qiao, and sent her, then retrieved the fowling piece, reloaded, and set to butchering. Even 4 of us couldn't carry a whole 300 caddy boar down, so I'd quarter it for backpacking. Boar hide's thick beyond what I'd believed. It took everything I had to take the head off, the wire bristles and caked mud fighting me, and when I opened the belly the guts surged out in a steaming, reeking gush that near knocked me over. I cut the offal free, dragged it aside, and sat well off to get my breath. About to cut more meat, I heard a faint snap of dry twig in the trees, and thought, glad, the family's quick, overjoyed, no doubt. I stood, leaning on the gun, and called toward it. You came fast, no trouble on the road? No answer came, and my face went grave. Family would have answered. I raised the fowling piece, wary, and backed slowly to the tree at my spine. I could fire from behind it or climb it fastest. Back to the bark, I breathed out, easier, and out of the tree line stepped a black shape. A wolf. I couldn't believe it had come to me. Gray-black, nose working fast, its eyes locked on the boar, and at the sight of the boar's offal on the ground its eyes flashed green. Ignoring me, it bolted straight for the guts. That eased me. Only some offal, eatable, but worth giving up to send the wolf off. Half a day's walk, half a day's wits match with the boar, and I was spent, loath to fight more. But heaven wouldn't have it. As the wolf gorged, a magpie flew in overhead, crying, trouble, and sure enough Zhao Tao's and the mother's voices rose from behind the wolf. The feeding wolf bared its teeth, nose wrinkling, fierce enough to frighten a timid soul to tears, and spun snarling toward the woods at its back. I didn't bother shouting. A shot says more than any shout. The gun had never left my hands. I aimed at the wolf's head and fired. Bang! Its snarl became a scream. The 3, walking happy, jumped at the shot, the mother's tears falling at once. Xiaowu, she made to run to it. But Zhao Daiju, steadier, caught her, low and hard. Don't. Look first, and pulled the back baskets off both, Zhao Tao following suit, frightened but better than the mother. He spotted a thick, crook-necked tree, brought the women under it. Up, both of you. I'll look, and took brush knife and dagger toward the shot. My shot had gone wide. The wolf's face bloodied, but only an ear gone. It bared its fangs, forelegs crouching to spring, and I'd no time to reload. Bow my head to load powder, and it'd be on my throat. Left hand on the gun, I felt for the red-tasseled spear with my right, and at its grip steadied. The gun was empty, but with a weapon in hand I'd teach this big gray dog what a terror upright ape is. Humans fear wild beasts only because they keep wanting to kill them unharmed. Stop fearing a scratch, and a wolf can be killed. And I had a spear. The wolf, oddly, felt my collapsing nerves suddenly surge. Beasts are sensitive to that. And as I set the gun aside and raised the spear, reading my killing intent, it ducked to slip away. Then a brush knife came whistling down. It flinched its neck back, just clearing the blade. Cut off, it went savage and charged me. Xiaowu, dodge. My father, frantic. But I didn't. My head was clear, no blank, no freeze. Last life, I was the slack-seeming sort who comes through when it counts. Spear tipped to the wolf's chest, I weighted it onto me, and as its body filled my eyes, I moved. Bow step, left hand forward, right behind, a thrust. The bayonet drill from my army days, the point driving deep into its chest. It shrieked, bit at the shaft, then stilled, the head in too deep. I bore it to the ground. Zhao Daiju reached me, looked me over, eased. Only blood flecks on me, no wound, clothes whole, and asked anyway. Xiaowu, you hurt? I'm fine, where's Ma and Sis? Behind, I kept them back. I'll fetch them. He went, and I sat flat. Killing a big beast is nothing like potting a hare or pheasant. I'd thought hunting easy, having shot pheasants. But 2 close fights in a row, the boar and the wolf, brought that other feeling. Watching a life go out under your hands. The soft-hearted couldn't bear it. It was the close killing that did it. With a good gun, dropping them from far off, I'd not have felt the weight so. The old man lost his horse. Who's to say it isn't a blessing? Get past this, and my hunting would only grow easier, my hand decisive. Fail to, and I'd come to fear the killing. I ached a while, then came round, my whole mind now on I'm something. Ding. Killed one gray wolf, 70 points. Current. For '08, only 70, and I near died here. Grumbling aside, I was glad. Big beasts give the most points. Zhao Daiju brought the women. The mother near fainted at the gore, not at blood, but in fear for me. Patting me over. Hurt? Let ma see. I'm fine, ma. Eased. She turned to the boar and wolf and lit up. My heavens, 300 caddies of boar, and a wolf near 70. Her eyes curving, her mouth rising with each word. Zhao Daiju marveled too. A plain farmer, but he'd seen the village hunters' takes, most coming back empty. Only old Zhang took much, and mostly pheasant and hare, big beasts rarely, though in his day he'd taken bear and leopard before age slowed him. Zhao Tao only drooled at the boar. Zhao Dezhu had brought the firewood axe. He cut meat with the knife, axing through bone as needed, while I skinned the wolf, slit the chin, started at the mouth, then strung it up by a cord to skin it hanging. Cut and pull, no slow hand. Zhao Tao watched. When did you learn to skin? You're good at it. I remembered the original could do nothing, and covered. Saw Uncle Zhang skinning once at Wenxiu's. He taught me a little. Zhao Dezhu half doubted it. His tie to old Zhang thin, but the mother and sister didn't think on it. I wiped a feigned sweat, glad of the cover. Truth was I'd done plenty of it last life. Every Army Day Biju Army founding festival the company got sheep to slaughter and dress, and from recruit to discharge I helped every year, later doing the killing and skinning myself. One year the company commander, thinking one sheep too few, bought 3 or 4 more out of pocket, 1 per squad, and that day I skinned till my hands ached. I put the memories away and finished the wolf. An hour and a half, both beasts dressed, near 300 caddies of meat together. Zhao Dezhu and I shouldered 100 each, the mother and Zhao Tao 50 each. The mother eyed the offal longingly, Zhao Dezhu too, fine drinking fare, but I urged them to leave it. Carrying so much meat through the woods would draw beasts, and another attack wasn't worth it. Better leave the offal the beasts love best, so they'd not trail us. The mother, while I turned, slipped the boar's heart into her basket. She'd had her eye on it, leaving the rest, fouled by the wolf, and the wolf's own reeking guts. We came down hard, stopping at the village edge near dusk when the lanes were empty, and hurried home. Zhao Tao clamored to wash, the blood water having soiled her clothes. We all did, near as filthy. Washed. I took the wolf pelt and all the wolf meat to go out. Where to? The mother fretted at the sight of meat leaving. I told her the day's story, and she flared. That wretch old Zhang. No care for my son's life. No wonder you went into the deep hills, you foolish boy. Is the deep hills a place to wander into? Hitting me as she scolded, the beating I'd earned on the mountain, forgotten there in her joy over the kill, landing now that she heard old Zhang's condition. I dodged, soothing. I wanted to learn the craft, and when Xiu's old Zhang's girl besides. And at when Xiu she stopped as if bound by a spell, thinking of that good, pretty girl, and not only let me go but added a boar leg for old Zhang. I didn't refuse. Can't catch the wolf without sparing the child. I took the wolf pelt, wolf meat, and a boar leg to when Xiu's after dark, the lane's empty. I knocked soft, a gentle voice. Who is it? Me, Zhaozong. A little, oh, and footsteps fled inside. What's that about, fleeing at my name? Then lighter footsteps, and the gate opened on Wen Xiu, plainly dressed up, hair smoothed and pinned with a wood clasp, a blue sprig flower dress like a fitted qipao, clearly altered to her, fitting her just so. She's truly lovely, like a star from the world I came from. She colored under my look. Her brother Zhang Daguang had brought the dress back from the county that evening, her first such pretty thing. Brother Xiaowu, why? Then her eyes found the meat and the leg. Heavens, where'd you get all this? Gaping, her quiet manner gone. Took it on the mountain today. You said your father would have me if I brought in a big beast. All of it, you took? Disbelieving. Let me in, sister, it's heavy. She flushed and gave way, then ran in. Pa, Brother Xiaowu's here. with game. Old Zhang on the Kong started this fast? What could he have taken? My big kills always took days, thinking the boy rash. I came in behind Wen Xiao, and at the sight of what I carried, he shot up off the Kong. Boar, wolf, pointing, disbelieving. Wen Xiao's mother was startled too. Her hunter husband seldom took wolves, or only now and again, and quicker to act, clearing the Kong table. Set it down, Xiaowu. It's heavy. Rest your hands. I'd long wanted to. Wolf near 60 caddies with the pelt, the boar leg near 30. Old Zhang stared, unbelieving. You took these? I told it well. Clear, ordered. The women anxious then glad by turns, and when they heard I'd finally speared the wolf to death, their eyes changed. The mothers to admiration, Wen Xiao's to something like worship. Old Zhang knew the difference between gun hunting and blade hunting. A gun can take a big beast on good eyes, good aim, good luck, but facing a maddened beast blade in hand, few can do it. It takes great nerve, and even he, famed as he is, had only done it young. When I finished and he sat silent, I feared he'd recant and shot a pleading look at Wen Xiao, who reddened, then caught my meaning. Pa, you said you'd take Brother Xiaowu if he brought in a big beast. Isn't it time to keep your word? Cornered by his own wife's and daughter's urging, old Zhang said, passably. You pass. I'll take your apprentice gift. I've time tomorrow. Come, and I'll teach you to tan hides. I struck while the iron was hot, dropped to my knees. Master, your disciple bows. From now I'll turn over a new leaf and learn from you, and honor you and my teacher mother as my own parents. Earnest enough to please the mother and move old Zhang, who'd never taken a disciple. I kowtowed. When Xiao passed me a cup of tea, and I offered it up to him with both hands. He drank the disciple's tea, and his whole feeling for me shifted. The wretch wasn't worthless after all, he found, even a little dear to him. Gladdest of all, after me, was Wen Xiao. She remembered clearly what had happened when I first woke in this body, that she'd near been stripped. The old Zhao Xiaowu had failed. But in this age, whom else could she marry? And she'd liked him before. Now, turned good and apprentice to her father, she was overjoyed, and didn't forget me kneeling. Pa, the bowing's done. Let Brother Xiaowu up. Warmth in me. She's tender to me. Marry her, and I'll see her well kept. She'd have died of shame to know my thought. Old Zhang reminded. Up, Xiaowu. We're master and disciple now. Learn well, and my craft has an air. Nodding Wen Xiao to help me up. Mindful of the hour, I took my leave, and home found the family still up by the precious oil lamp, waiting. The apprenticeship news gladdened them all. Next dawn, early, the mother stopped me at the door. Where to? Master's, Ma. He'll teach me hide tanning today. No need so early. Eat first. I've something to talk over. After breakfast. So much boar meat we can't finish. Your father wants to take some to your grandparents. I've not agreed. The boar's yours, so it's your say. I'd known he would. He'd given all the grain. With meat he'd surely want to, but I'd not have him give much. Send them 10 caddies. 10's plenty, enough for them. The rest we keep what we'll eat. The surplus I'll sell. She'd no objection. She'd not have them get much either, since what's given them mostly ends in third uncle's belly. After I left, Zhao Dezhu came out. You heard, the boy said what I'd have said. It's not that we won't give the old ones meat. They're too partial. Everything goes to the third son's house. He knows his parents, but they'd brainwashed him lifelong to filial duty, and after marriage, the early daughter's coming, told him to disregard the wife who couldn't bear a son. For years he'd been blinded, giving grain and points and neglecting wife and children. But lately, falling out with the mother, hungry, he'd gone to the old ones and been turned away. His mother Li Tsohua cooking, then shooing him out at mealtime. Go home and eat. We made little, your third brother's coming. He'd seen plainly the pot was full, and said nothing, and walked out hurt, till his elder brother Zhao Deshuan took him in to eat those days. The sister-in-law Chen Xianni, miserly and a gossip, said nothing against him, only hinted he should look after son Yuaqin and the children, not be a fool with his points and grain. He'd understood, and resolved, no more grain or points to the old ones. With time before work, he cut meat, the fat, and the mother near burst seeing it. Zhao Dezhu, are you mad, cutting all the fat off for them? Fat being dearer than lean, the source of cooking oil. He explained quick, The fat's for us, not to give. And she calmed, not oversensitive, only too afraid he'd forsake the family again. He cut off all the big fat, kept a boar leg, and made up 10 caddies of odds and ends for the old ones. 10 caddies, no small thing this year. Only ours because of Xiaowu's boar. About 200 caddies of boar remained for me to sell. The mother, eyeing the fat, decided to render it to lard at once, took leave from work, and set to it. Zhao Dezhu shouldered Ho and the 10 caddies to the grandparents. His mother Litsuawas, I went straight to the meat. Old too, why the you come? Oh heavens, so much meat for your mother. And had it out of his hand before he spoke, quick and practiced as a thief, not asking where it came from. Once at hers, it was hers. Zhao Dezhu meant to say it was Xiaowu's boar, then thought Li said, soonest mended and held his tongue. He knew that the moment he said boar, the grandmother would block the door for more. Minutes in, Li Tsuehua was already shooing him. Old too. Why aren't you at work? Go. Earn points. Your parents are counting on you. He despaired, still being brainwashed, said nothing, and left. I'd reached old Zhang's early. Only Zhang Dagwang off to the fields, the rest home. Old Zhang hunts. The women keep house, yet they live better than most, a measure of his ability. Master, I'm here. He nodded, calm. Hide tanning today, and you'll learn the tools. He set me carrying things out, explaining. First a long table, but slanted like a little slide, its top curved, like a coffin lid. I'd never seen the like. Master, what's this table? It's like a coffin lid. It set him bristling, near to clouding me. Get lost, you little wretch. It's a curved board for scraping hides, and had me wipe it clean, then brought out a basin holding the wolf pelt I'd given, soaking in water. Master, why soak the pelt? He didn't hide it. Lest it dried. The scraps of flesh and membrane won't scrape off. We hauled it out, wrung it, laid it fur down on the board, the inner side up, and at the sight of my skinning he flared again. Look how you skinned it. All this flesh left on, and cut through here. Disdain all over him, never minding his own first time. I reddened. Last life skinning sheep I'd not meant to keep the hide, so I'd not minded such things. A big hole at the belly, a small cut beside, an ear gone from the head. Poor goods, unsellable. Tanned, it'd do for me. A jerkin or leg wrap. No wonder he'd use it to teach. He produced a long curved knife, a smooth arc matching the boards, like a Nepali blade but rounder. Don't gop. Fetch the nails off the windowsill. I brought 6 or 7. He had me smooth the pelt while he nailed it to the board. Then, watch. I'll teach you to scrape the flesh. Standing at the board's high end, knife haft in his right hand, blade tip in his left, he set the inner arc to the pelt and pushed down gently. The water softened scraps coming away, back and forth till the broad surface was clean of flesh and membrane, then the corners. I took the knife. Master, after the flesh and membrane, what's next? Just follow along. So many questions. But he told me anyway. Pull the nails, string the pelt up by a cord. Now it's stretching and air drying. Stretch it first so it won't shrink dry. And don't sun it. That ruins it. Dry it shaded and airy. I fixed it all in mind. Right? Put the board and scraper away. We're not going on, master. He looked at me, said nothing, and went inside. As I stood lost, when Xiao came out with a bowl of water. Drink, brother Xiaowu, then laughed. Once a pelt's hung, you wait for it to dry, or how would you go on? I cursed myself for a fool. No wonder he just looked at me and went in. Time being early, I told him I'd go home and come back when the pelt dried. He waved me off, and when Xiao would have kept me for a meal, but I insisted home. There I took the slingshot round the village, dropping several birds, sparrows and doves. The system's points trickling in, one a prompt to contract a sparrow, which I ignored. I've Xiao, and a sparrow can't compare to my mutated magpie any way you measure. Birds in hand, I went up to the back hill cave, Hufeng flying out to greet me, as ever, a wash of gladness coming through the bond. Eager little thing. I tossed in the birds I'd plucked on the way, and it flew happier circles. Bigger again after a few days, 10 centimeters now, longer than the sparrow I'd just dropped. Enough, you're making me dizzy, go eat. It shot back in. Hornets were already on the bird meat, but when Hufeng circled the swarm and comb, they each bit off a small piece and flew off, an orderly relay, as if queuing for their share. Its mind keeps sharpening, and its body's grown so large. I couldn't imagine being stung by it now. The birds were gone fast, barely a meal for them. I'll have to take more. And the comb had filled the cave's inner end, taller than a man, over a meter wide, the swarm much larger. I nodded, pleased, time to sell some hornets soon, and looked in on the bees next door. Honey already in the barrels, and with the hills in full flower, I needn't feed them anymore. Home. The mother set me to selling the boar before it spoiled in the warming weather. I asked whether we'd kept any. I can't do without meat. And she said yes. A whole big boar leg she feared we couldn't finish, this being the first time she'd ever been so flush, a whole leg, and a crock of lard, 20-some caddies. How to move so much meat, though? She had it. Have Zhao Deju borrow a donkey cart from Ma Dashue, the village's donkey keeper, and his sworn brother. When Zhao Deju came back, he went without a word, and soon had the cart at the gate. Cart's here, Xiaowu. Go on, he called, careful not to say too much aloud lest neighbors hear we'd meet. The quartered boar loaded easy, a few trips. I covered it with cloth and set off. First time driving a cart, working the gentle donkey half to death with my gidaps and woes. But Ma Dashue had trained it well, and it brought me safe to Yongbatsi's. Brother Yong home? He came out beaming, and at the cloth-covered load grew curious and lifted the cloth himself. Buyer's right. His face went through changes. Heavens, that's boar. No hunter, but a good eye, and the hide still on, hair and all. I nodded modest. The mountain god favored me yesterday. A boar and a wolf. His eyes near popped. You're only 16, 17, taking boar and wolf? Yourself? 17 this year. Myself. Near got done in by the wolf. Envy and respect all over him. But he kept to business. 200-some caddies? Over 300. Left the offal in the hills. Kept plenty at home. That the offal was tossed pained him as if it were his own. He doesn't know the mountain's rules or its dangers. How could you throw that out? It's good stuff. I'm no fool. I know it is. We couldn't carry it, and feared it'd draw beasts. Another time, conditions allowing, I'll not waste it. He weighed it, 205 caddies, at the pork price of 8.5 a caddy. Fair. As I'd learned the price in town, he'd sell it on the black market, where meat without coupons fetches a premium, but he'd have to rush it to the county before the heat spoiled it. He paid 174.25. As I made to leave, he caught me, rubbing his hands, sheepish. You said you took a wolf too. Sell your brother the wolf. I'll do right by you. Near thumping his chest. Ah, sorry, brother Yang. The wolf I gave as a gift. I've apprenticed to a master. He's teaching me to tan it. The pelt's not done, and it's hold anyway. I speared it. Not disappointed. If anything, more impressed, hearing I'd killed the wolf close in with the spear. Leaving, I tallied. Today's 174.25 plus the 123 from the honey. 297.25. Near 300 yuan, like 90,000 last life. Rough and overblown, but the thought of it. I drove home humming. Zhao Deju took the cart straight back to Ma Dashue, refusing the mother's call to eat first. The beast's precious, he'll worry. At the table, the mother stopped me, lifting my chopsticks. Wait for your father. We eat together. Zhao Tao and I traded looks. Days ago they ignored each other, and now this? She asked the price. I told her, 8.5, 200 caddies, and she was satisfied, charging me again not to lose or squander the money. When Zhao Deju was back, we ate well, and after a rest the parents went to the fields. I had Zhao Tao cut boar meat for the hornets. She pinched off a tiny stingy piece, so I cut a big one myself. Good food grows the colony. Then to old Zhang's, where I found my master turning the wolf pelt over. Master, is it dry? Without looking up, good weather, dry and windy this season, right for drying hides. But not today, it needs longer. Disappointed. I'm too impatient. No one grows fat on one bite. Then what this afternoon? This afternoon, I'll tell you how bows are made. That lit me up. Really? I badly need a weapon up the hills. The fowling piece is no good, short range, weak. He laughed, pointing. That you took a boar with that pop tube surprised me. It can't even take a pheasant or a hill jumper. Never mind big game. That's suicide. Why not a pheasant or hare? What's in your pop tube? Iron shot. A clout to the back of my head. Iron shot can't reach far game. Close, it shatters a pheasant or hare to bits. You'd be lucky to pick up half. I nodded. That's why I want you to teach me bows. Easier on the small stuff. A snort. And you're sure your arrows fly that true? Experienced hunters snare pheasants and hares. No harm to the fur, higher success. The gun's for big beasts. I agreed, but for my willingness to risk it and Xiao Xiao's warning, the boar's ambush would have gored me. Master, stop teasing. Tell me how to make a bow. He drew it out like fishing for my patience, so I changed tack and flattered him sky high. A man who minds his face, he couldn't keep the airs. He rose and came back with a blackhorn bow. Family handed down. A proper Qing bow. The materials alone are hard to get now. How am I to teach you to make one? I half doubted it and looked at him sidelong as if to say, old man, you just don't want to teach. His hot temper couldn't bear the look. Winter split the stave, spring soaked the horn, summer worked the sinew, autumn joined the three. That's the order for a horn bow. Understood? Every word clear, the sense lost. I shook my head. A clout. Can't even follow that, and you'd learn bow making? Give it up. No. Master, my fault. I shouldn't have been smug. Tell me what the seasons mean. Speed apology, and he, hugely satisfied at my eating humble pie, went on. The staves the bow body, bamboo or cudrania, felled around the winter solstice when the wood's best. Gone west, and Yue east bamboo the finest, northeast cudrania the best. The spring-soaked horn is water buffalo horn, few buffalo and many yielding a pair the right size. The summer sinew is back sinew, a big ox giving only 5 or 6 liang. Maybe not enough for one bow. Master, is the sinew for the string? He near choked. It's not for the string, it's glued onto the stave. You've said all this and not how to make it. Only the materials. So he gave the steps. First, the bamboo stave, cut near the root where it's thickest and springiest. Second, bind the polished horn plates to the stave with the press frame and runner, harnessing the horn. Third, lay the sinew and glue it on, to keep the bow from snapping when drawn. Fourth, string it. The further he got, the more grudging, plainly angry at my loose mouth. And he took the horn bow inside, and wouldn't turn however I called. So I gave up on making a bow. Far too much trouble. Better to flatter him into lending me the horn bow. Lost as to what to do, I caught Wen Xiao coming out like a rescuer, but she spoke first. Don't worry, brother Xiaowu. Pa's just got that temper. Sleep on it, and he'll be fine by morning. That eased me. Good. Put in a word for me. Will you? But from inside came old Zhang's roar. Get lost, you. Near lifting the roof, and I bolted, stooping, out the gate. Lucky I've no tail, or it'd have been clamped between my legs. When Xiao near laughed. Back inside, she found her old father sulking on the bed and sighed. An old child, simpler-hearted the older he gets, but didn't try to talk him round, knowing morning would mend it. Running home, I regretted my manner. A man so proud of his face, showing off, and I'd had to be impatient. Now he'd down tools. Lo, I went straight to my room and skipped supper, the mother calling in vain. I'd fallen asleep and didn't care to eat. Midnight, sleepless, counting sheep, a strong wash of feeling from Hufeng jolted me upright. Urgency, only urgency. I tried its vision and saw pitch black, and as the urgency grew, I couldn't sit still. The hornets are in danger, my first thought, and I ran out in my slippers. Pitch dark, blind, I ran back for the kerosene lamp and went, shielding the flame. The cave's not far up the back hill. I was there fast, but didn't barge in. The hornets matter, my safety more. Hufeng flew out to me, and out with it came a black shape, bowl-sized, fast, erratic, diving and looping as if hunting Hufeng. Hufeng wasn't afraid. 10 centimeters long now. It met each pass head-on, and at one touch the black shape gave a chittering squeak and dropped. Its sting was in it. I crouched the lamp close. A bat, and so many, end of April? With Hufeng urging me on, I ducked in. The wing rustle, the lamp throwing a cave full of bat shadows, all of them eating my hornets. These are my money. I grabbed a stick and swung, but they're nimble, 2 or 3 only. Hufeng had got the swarm hidden in the comb, though the stray hornets outside paid. I ran home for the leftover netting, draped the cave mouth, went back in with the stick, and after a mad flailing the bats fled. No, caught. Dozens hung in the net. Their vicious little faces sickened me, and I near killed them all, then didn't. Maybe they're of some use. Sorting through, I found the biggest, unlike the rest. white furred where the others were black. It put me in mind of an old book I'd browsed at a flea market last life. A man who found a white bat, ate it that night out of curiosity, and ascended to immortality the next day. I don't believe such things, a firm atheist, but I did know the bat's a medicinal, if a little used one. Swallowing my disgust, I pinched the white one's wing edge, and ding. Captured 35 big-eared bats, 70 points. Captured one white mutated big-eared bat, 10 bonus points. Current, 488. Contracting the white mutated big-eared bat costs 50 points. Contract, the old me would have griped at the cost. The new me, with near 500 points, said grandly, contract. Contracted, hidden function triggered. Host's hearing doubled. Current, for 38. I sat dazed, a moment's soft heart not killing the myebihu, home dialect for bats. And this? Hearing doubled, and I could now catch sounds I never had. Why no hidden function when I contracted the magpie or hornet? It must be the white fur, and I guessed right, though I didn't know it. White mutated beasts trigger hidden functions, a blind cat onto a dead mouse. No longer sickened, I slipped the net with my brass dagger and the bats flew off, all but the white one fluttering before me. Settle down, you're blinding me. It obeyed at once, hanging from a branch. Listen, you're Xiaofu now, easy to remember. I won't keep you. Go where you like, I'll call when I need you. And I went down, worn out, and was snoring the moment I lay down. And the white bat, hanging a while, gave a sudden shake, spread its folded wings, and leapt away into the distance, its eyes brighter than before. Next dawn I dug the herbal from under my pillow and flipped to the bat, drawn true, much like last night's big-eared bat, with notes on its medicinal use. Names from the old classics, that you clean off the fur, claws, and innards and wind, or sun-dry it. A preparation steeping it in wine, then coating it with Solomon seal juice and roasting it. Uses for old coughs, malaria, eye films, scrofula, wounds, and the like. That it's salty and neutral, sources disagreeing on toxicity. Dizzying, but the gist clear, a real medicinal, and I'd missed my chance. Though picturing the bat's filthy look, I couldn't bring myself to handle them. Afraid to dirty my hands. Idle, I drifted to Old Zhang's again. Aunties watched me go. I'd been to Old Zhang's too often these days, and tongues were wagging behind me. A wrinkled old woman pointed at my back to the others. The little wretch is off to Old Zhang's again. He set his eye on that fox spirit daughter. A 40-ish woman. That girl's no good. A fox spirit, not proper like mine. And a plump one cut her off. Give over. Yours isn't proper looking. She's just square-faced. Like mother, like daughter. No mistaking she's yours. The plump one was my neighbor Zhang Xiofan. My mother's sensible and well-mannered, on good terms with the neighbors, and since I'd bought much grain off Zhang Xiofan and made her money, she spoke up for us. I heard none of it, or I'd not have minded showing the harpies what simple country ways means. At Old Zhang's he was examining the drying pelt. Master, have you eaten? A foolish nothing. He muttered. Come look, the pelt's near dry, but there's a step yet before it's a raw hide. He fetched a steaming bowl with a homemade pig bristle brush in it. I peeked, a whitish water with oil sheen. No teasing this time. This is the key to whether the wolf pelt comes good. What is it, master? Brushing the inner skin, wolf brain in hot water. That, I was startled. Lucky you brought the wolf meat too, or there'd be no wolf brain to use. Don't ask me why, I don't know. It's just handed down so. You tin a hide with that animal's own brain. Some use saltpeter, but I never have. Done brushing. Wait till the brain water dries, and it can be tanned. I took the bowl from him, all toady, and helped the old man inside. There when Xiao was sewing, cloth shoes, by the look, in an age when everyone's shoes are patch on patch, a new pair rare, even at New Year. She colored at me, hopped off the Kong. Pa, brother Xiaowu, you must be hungry, I'll cook, and made to flee, but old Zhang, not seeing her blush, or pretending not. What hour is this? What cooking? Leaving her stranded, till he fell to chatting with me. Once the pelt drinks the brain water, it's a raw hide. All this work and only a raw hide. What did you think? Next comes the tanning. Kneading the stiff hide soft bit by bit. Fine work. I'll learn it well, master. More and more pleased with me. And when Xiao's face full of smiles, For what's gladder than one's parents approving the person one likes? Time flew to afternoon. I ate lunch at old Zhang's, cooking it myself. The women wouldn't let me at first. I'm half a guest, and they doubted I could cook. The original's name in Lanhuago is Loud, but our time together had changed their view of me. I made vinegar-slivered potato and pepper-fried egg, dishes I'd done plenty last life. Old Zhang took one bite, said nothing, and shoveled it down. When Xiao, curious, tried the potato and was won over. Only when Xiao's mother didn't reach in, grieving over her lard crock. She'd thought herself generous, a hunter husband meaning no shortage of meat or fat. But seeing me cook, she learned what oil could do. The lard I'd scraped into one dish would have stir-fried their meals 3 days. Half a guest, she bore it, though her eye twitched and her smile went stiff as she finally took a bite, and soon joined the shoveling. I asked after my brother-in-law Zhang Daguang, when Xiao, mouth full. He's been secretive these days, always off to the county, not even going to the fields. I didn't dwell, built like a black bear spirit, what could befall him? After eating, I kneaded the hide with old Zhang. The two of us quick, and he taught the turning of raw hide to finished. Smoke it. He threaded a needle and gave a show of Zhang Fei embroidering. Coarse but fine. Sewing the wolf pelt up from the cut into a tube. Sewing a cloth bag at the rump. Hanging it head up. The rump bag tied over the stove chimney. Smoking it from below 2 or 3 hours till the inner skin went amber. See the color? That's about it. Raw hide to finished. He let it down. I caught it. Soft and supple now. No smell but a faint pine wood smoke. I left the pelt with him in the end. It was his gift, and he'd taught me the tanning. Only right. Chatting after, I mentioned the bats. Not that I keep hornets. Only that I'd seen a hornet nest in a cave with many bats eating them. He explained, I'd thought bats came only in summer and autumn. They're about year-round, just out more than for the insects. This lot must have found that cave's hornets. Bats being a hornet predator, some clinging to a nest till they've eaten every worker outside. First I'd heard of it. Keeping hornets, I pressed. What other predators do hornets have? Thinking me curious for hunter lore. Ants, spiders, and rats all eat hornets. Spiders pick off small colonies, eating the pupae and workers down to about 10. Bats batter the nest and eat each emerging hornet till the colony's gone. But these manage only a few hornets. A big swarm kills them all. I'd just relaxed when he landed the blow. The real nemesis is the beehawk. Eats a whole nest at once, and the hornets can't touch it. Beehawk. First I'd heard the name. Patient for once. Also called honeyhawk. Its face guarded by fine scale-like feathers. Its body feathers hard and thick like armor. Its 2 sharp claws thickly calloused, leaving hornets helpless. My face fell, then cleared. No use borrowing trouble. Meet one, and I'll just kill it. Home. Dark falling I stayed in. Just after dusk a white shape came fluttering. A plate-sized white bat over my yard. Its big white ears turned listening. Then a dive to hang from my eave. Wings folding over its chest, its clear eyes closing. Midnight, a wash of urgency in me. I rolled over, eyes opening blearily. Which little one's in trouble now? I thought the hornet cave again. Old Zhang's predator talk fresh in mind. But feeling closer, my eyes shot wide. The white bat. I sent it off. Why's it back? I went to share its view, and found, instead of an eye icon by its head, an ear icon. The bat works by sound, mouth to ear. I tapped the ear icon, and the bat on my eave opened its mouth in soundless ultrasound, and a picture formed. In my yard, a dog-like animal creeping toward the chicken coop. We keep no dog. Too poor, before, to feed one. Ma's chicks, the little pheasants she dotes on. I was up at once, out in my drafty shorts, the gate creaking loud in the still night. Before I could see clearly, only a red-yellow streak flashed over the wall. I fetched the lamp and counted the coop. 1, 2, 3, none missing. The chicks are the mother's treasures. Lose them and she'd grieve to death. Back inside I really looked at the white bat hanging on the eave, not minding it vicious now, finding its 2 furry ears rather cute. It looks bigger. A watchdog was no bad thing. Barely asleep, its alarm woke me again. This time I watched through the window crack. A red-yellow fox. Ears up, muzzle sharp, long-legged, thick-tailed. A beautiful fox. My only weapons are the slingshot, the spear, and the fowling piece. I'd not fire a gun at home midnight. Close. The pop tube would ruin half its body, and the pelt's the worth of it, and the shot would wake the whole village. As the fox made for the coop again, I took the spear out. The gate creaked, its fur bristled, body swelling, that thick tail like a feather duster, but it didn't run. It turned and fixed my door, nose wrinkling, lip drawing back off its fangs. I'd close-killed boar and wolf, afraid of one fox. The fox seemed startled. I wasn't cowed, its snarl faltering. Usually it shuns humans, only this lean spell driving it to risk their ground. By the moonlight I saw it whole and said, annoyed, "You beast," belly round as a ball, and still after my chicks. I raised the spear, reading my anger in the weapon. It shot for the wall. Then something looked off, that swinging belly, wrong placed for a full stomach, more like a pregnant vixen. I lowered the spear, soft-hearted. Old Zhang had told me a hunter doesn't take mothers or young in spring, rampaging herds accepted, like crop-wrecking boar. Even untold, I couldn't have. The lamb kneeling to nurse, the crow feeding its old. On the wall the fox, seeing the weapon down, sat unhurried, lifting a hind leg to lick its belly fur, eyeing the chicks now and then. It made me laugh sour. I spare you, and you get bold? Loath to let it eat the mother's darlings. But the standoff was no good. I went to the kitchen and took a big smoked dove off the stove hook. At the smell the fox snuffled. I threw the dove toward the gate, not at the fox, lest I scare it and waste the meat. To my surprise it leapt down without a hesitation and made straight for it. Foxes are clever, and this one didn't hesitate. Had I a mean thought, a thrown spear would have taken it. As if feeling that, it glanced up warily mid-bite, and only went on when I didn't move. Half eaten, restored a little, it took the rest in its mouth, gave me a long, near-human look, and bounded out of the yard, vanishing into the moonlight. I watched the fox's red shape go a long while, and when I came to myself, found the parents standing behind me. "When did you two come out?" Not making a sound. "You scared me half to death," near jabbing the spear at them before I saw who it was, then patting my chest and lowering it. The mother, startled too. All this racket in the dead of night. Who wouldn't hear? Opening doors and talking. Your father and I aren't deaf. I daren't argue, but as I turned to go in, Zhao Dezhu stopped me. "That was a fox just now?" I nodded. "Don't take a pregnant mother in spring. You did right, but you shouldn't have fed it. If it sets its mind on our house, we'll get no peace." He was right. I said I understood and went in. Morning, the parents gone to work, the white bat gone from my eve. I washed, ate Zhao Tao's breakfast, and went to old Zhang's, and found him shouldering a gun and leading a dog out the gate. The gun was the type 38 you see in the anti-Japanese dramas. The dog a wolf greenhound, a breed common across our G-Bay, said to descend from wartime Japanese wolf dogs crossed with local stock. This old style one more like a wolf green shepherd, fierce, keen-nosed, sharp, easily trained, highly aggressive and alert, tough and hardy, easy to feed on rough food, yellow-brown triangular eyes, long and powerful, and it barked at me. "Deching, sit," and at old Zhang's word it sat. I stopped 5 or 6 meters off, not keen to be bitten. "Master, you're going up the mountain?" The headman of Shigo village came. A boar sounders hit their kaozuwa, rooting up the seed crop and hurting several people. "I'm going to see." My eyes lit. "Take me. Let me learn. Call it an internship." He didn't follow internship, but knew I wanted to come. "You've not even a gun. What for? Stay home." And made to leave. No longer fearing his dog, I grabbed his arm and wouldn't let go till he gave in. Sharp as I am, I seized the chance to take his horn bow and quiver and fetch my spear from home. On the road, I pestered him about the dog. Deching's not his, borrowed from Go Laosen, a lazy hunter of a nearby village who hunts with no gun. Only a dog pack he range feeds wild and gathers only to hunt, saving dog feed, but losing dogs to the mountain's big beasts. For the Kaozawa boar he needed a dog, to warn and to track. Deching's good, can chase, harry, bite, and drag, near the whole job. I asked what those meant, and in good humor he taught me. Chase is the nose, tracking by scent. Harry is the footwork, the harassing that keeps quarry from breaking free. Bite is knowing where to bite, not blind, to pin fast. Drag is the opposite, to hold the quarry fast, also called hanging the armor. A good drag dog leaving the quarry unable to move. It opened a new door for me, so much to keeping a hunting dog, and I resolved then to have a fine hound of my own someday. Half a day's walk, near noon, to Shigo's brigade yard, full of hunters with guns, others with bows and dogs, and a slick-faced young man with an unusual gun, a Type 56 semi-automatic. Old John glanced at him and read him at once as a cadre's son come for the spectacle, and was dead right. The son of a Wonjitai commune director, come with 2 or 3 cronies. The Shigo headman Li Dashwan, hearing the father's name, had fawned and handed over the militia's only Type 56 semi-auto and 100 rounds. Li Dashwan, 40-odd, climbed the steps and called the crowd quiet. He was the Shigo headman, gathered them to clear the boar sounder plaguing his village. Every hunter going up today got a yuan subsidy, and whoever took a boar could keep all of it but the head. The crowd buzzed, generous, letting us keep the boar. I asked old Zhang why keep the heads, and he, eyes shut, serene, to answer to the county and claim compensation. Proof a sounder really wrecked their village. He'd love to keep all the kills, but think what he'd owe so many hunters to do his hunting. True enough. Pay, or let them keep the meat, or who'd come this far. Then Li Dashwan added that the commune canteen purchaser, Buyer Li, was here and might buy any boar the hunters wished to sell. And the slick-faced young man started, "When did I say I'd buy their boar?" Being Buyer Li himself, then thought better of it. Buying here flattered the headman who'd fawned on him, same as buying anywhere. Old Zhang, a famed local hunter who's been everywhere, waved off a guide and took only me toward Kazuwa. On the way, Deching nosed the ground, and old Zhang eyed the magpie on my shoulder. "You've raised that magpie well. Looks clever." His first praise of me, even if aimed at Xiao Qiao. I preened. "More than clever, a real helper." Know how I took that boar? This magpie found it for me. He'd heard of a hunter who saved a lynx that then hunted for him, and hadn't thought the wretch had such luck. West past Laranjia Mountain and Jimajan Gully. And crossing Laranjia, I dropped 2 hares with the bow, surprising myself with my aim. Old Zhang said it was nothing, but his twitching mouth gave him away. Once in the hills, Xiao Qiao flew into the woods, coming back only to guide me at a find. Deching did well too, fetching old Zhang pheasants unbidden. By the way, Deching's a share. When we take game, Go Laosan gets 1/10 of the meat. Fair, and the rule. Your call, master, I'll follow. It pleased him, his sort prize character, and the rules above all. By Kaozawa, we'd picked up a good deal of small game. I'd taken 4 hares, 2 pheasants, 3 doves, my bow surer by the mile, my points jumping 115, from 408 to 523. Old Zhang's haul, all Deching's catching, 3 pheasants and a hare. The target being the sounder, he daren't fire and spook it. He had Deching scent a boar dropping while I simply told Xiao Qiao in my mind. "Find the sounder, the big one you found before." She circled and flew off. Deching nosed about the hollow and headed west into the woods, barking back when we lagged. He scented their line, "Follow." We ran after, and I'd worried about old Zhang's body, but he was nimbler than me in the hills. He's only 50, the old Zhang, a nickname for going gray young. Deep in, by a small rain pond 3 or 4 mu across, we saw the sounder. 1, 2, 3, 34. Master, 30-some boar. Flat on the ground, I counted and whispered it. He, fiddling with the type, 38, hissed. "Shut it. I'm not blind." Already chambered and bolted. I drew ready, waiting his first shot. He aimed at the biggest tusker, finger easing onto the trigger. Bang! And I gaped, because it wasn't old Zhang who fired. Nor did he know who had. Whoever it was, the spooked sounder blew apart. The shot had holed the biggest tusker, which gave an ear-splitting roar, far worse than a New Year pig killing. Not far off, 3 young men were whooping, oblivious to the danger. Behind them, a 40-odd man tugged at them to run, but the slick-faced young man, Buyer Li, unmoved, raised the type 56 and fired again. The maddened tusker found its target and charged head down, the whole sounder pouring after it. The ground churned, leaves flying, terrifying. The 3 froze, the one who'd fired worst of all, legs shaking like a sieve, a wet patch spreading between them. Unable to drag the 3, the older man stamped and scrambled up a tree himself. Xiao Wu saved them. Old Zhang, Hiding forgotten, fired at the lead tusker. Accurate, but the racing boar outran the shot, meant for its head, into its neck. The Type 38's penetration is absolute, but its stopping power less. And the bullet bored through without dropping it, only enraging it further, and it wheeled straight for old John. I'd shot out the instant he spoke, running for the three, loosing arrows on the move, cornered out of static shooting into moving shooting. One arrow stuck in the tusker's forehead, only making it bellow and keep on for old John. The other two dropped two boar behind it. Reaching the three still dazed, I kicked them over. 3 kicks, and they came to, shrieking, "Run!" Scrambling up to bolt and leaving the gun on the ground. I roared, "Run nothing!" up a tree, and dropped old Zhang's precious horn bow to snatch up the Type 56. I'd fired the Type 56 in the army last life. Only trial shooting, less precise than the buy, and a touch longer in the body. I dropped to one knee, left hand on the fore-end, right bracing the butt to my shoulder pocket, and with no time to aim fired by feel toward the sounder. 9 rounds. Every one home, killing 5 boar. Not 1 boar, 5. Old Zhang fired again in that span, into the lead tusker's forehead. Of my 9, 3 hit the tusker, 6 dropped 4 big boar behind it. The lead tusker skidded a dozen meters on soft legs like a car flung sideways, twitching to a stop, near gone, and with it dead and several big boar down. The charge broke, the dozen-odd smaller boar and half-grown ones scattering squealing. Old Zhang, up and about to climb, saw the sounder broken, ran his slick bolt action, and bang, a fleeing boar fell. Say what you like, his marksmanship something. My Type 56 was empty, 10 rounds, the usual, and as I went for the bow, 5 10-round stripper clips dropped from above. It was the slick cadre's son, Ashen, forcing a smile. "Brother, fine shooting. You saved me. I'll treat you to a meal." I loaded 7.62 millimeters, heavy in the hand, and got off a few more at the last of the sounder, less accurate at the longer range, 5 shots for 2 boar. When the sounder was gone, I sat flat. Heavens, what a rush! Shaken, the words slipping out. Old Zhang, coming over, looked at me stranger and stranger. From the blow apart to the vanishing, I'd stunned him. He'd been a soldier, fought, and from the corner of his eye saw enough to shock him. He saw a soldier's shadow in me. The movement's not quite what he knew, and having near watched the original grow up, didn't suspect, only thought me a prodigy. The 3 young men and the older one came down from the trees, faces pale. I handed the Type 56 and clips back to the young man, who didn't airily give me the gun. It wasn't his, the Shigo malicious, and guns aren't given lightly these days. Taking it, he shook my hand. "Comrade, I'm Li Jianxi, of our commune canteen purchasing section, but for you two we 3 were done for. I'm no poser. Glad to help. Anyone would." Shaking his hand, seeming not to notice his soaked trousers. Old Zhang, scorning the 3, cut in. "Xiaowu, go see to the boar, before the blood sets and the meat turns." I took my leave of Li Jianxi and went to the kills. Tallying, even old Zhang exclaimed. Not counting the tusker, I'd killed 6 myself. For 200+ catty sows, 2 half-grown boar, 60-odd catties each, by arrow. Old Zhang. Besides the tusker, 3 more big boar, all 200+. The tusker near 400, monstrous, no wonder so hard to kill. Near 1,000 catties of meat between us, the 3 young men marveling. Never heard of anyone taking boar like that. 10 big and small between 2 men. Ding. Killed 6 boar, 960 points. Current, 1398. I near laughed mad. Near 1,000 points in one hunt. "You. Why are you standing there gawping? Get to it." Old Zhang prodded, and I did. Hunter's knives are kept razor-sharp for gutting and skinning. Deching was already gorging, soon picking only the best, till I kicked it for eating one of the hearts I'd saved. We dressed all 10, keeping every bit of offal but the dog's share. Old Zhang had meant to hang all the offal as an offering to the mountain god. I didn't agree, and we hung only Deching's leavings. He didn't insist, loath to waste so much meat himself. It's meat, and plain folk get none but at New Year. No need to fear beasts smelling the blood now, with the Type 56 still in Li Jianxi's hands behind us. The 3 helped drag the farther kills together. The older man had gone down early for help, and 2 ox carts came up, led by the headman Li Dashuan, whose eyes near popped at the heap of 10 boar. He'd not believed the report, only come because Buyer Li was here. He fussed over the 3 young men, then turned to old Zhang, beaming. Brother Zhang, still the master, so many boar, so fast. Old Zhang didn't claim it all. My disciple took plenty, more than me, which Li Dashuan took for a master pushing his student, and disbelieved, smiling it off. I'll take these back, settle up after the hunt. Agreeable, we couldn't haul them anyway. He had the boar loaded, the reeking awful too, and the 3 young men went down with him, safest. Free of worry, we 2 went on after the sounder. Scattered shots sounded off in the woods, other hunters onto stray boar. We didn't go that way. We had Deching seek the sounder's trail, but the blow apart had jumbled the scent, and as old Zhang frowned, a GGA came overhead. Xiao Qiao. I whistled, and she lit on my arm, and through the bond one felt her excitement. Master, I think Xiao Qiao's found the sounder. I hesitated, fearing he'd ask how I knew a bird's mind, but he only said, let her lead, go. I fed her a little white rice from a cloth bag, then lifted my arm. Take us to the sounder. She circled and flew west, leading us by the easier paths, clever, quickening our pace. To Leon, old Zhang couldn't run further. I'd have stopped to wait, but he, hands on knees, bent, gasping. Go on, I'll catch up. I didn't. He'd told me. 2 men in the hills, best not split up. No rush, master. We've taken so many boar already. A few less is nothing. It comforted him. He's habit-bound to spend himself in the hills. You're right. Slow then. Deching panted beside him, red tongue near a meter out. I helped him on 200 meters. Xiao Qiao dropped silent to my shoulder, and before he could ask, I brightened and whispered. The sounder's likely just ahead. I'll look, you rest. Before he agreed, I'd crept into the brush, and through it saw a clearing with 3 big boar and 4 or 5 half-grown piglets, sows, by the piglets trailing them. First hunt with my master, I daren't act alone and anger him, and turned to find him. Only he'd already crept to my side, raising a cold sweat. Lucky it's my master, no ill intent. An enemy or a big beast, and I'd have ended here. I resolved to mind my back from now on. He, not knowing my thought, was already keen at the sight. He eased the type, 38 off, knelt to fire, aimed. I took the bow, left hand on it, 3 arrows from the quiver, 2 in my teeth, 1 knocked. I'll take the 2 biggest sows, you the smaller one, the half-growns as luck has it. I nodded, arrows in my teeth. I drew, the horned bow creaking faintly. The sounders' heads came up. Old Zhang thought bad and fired without hesitation. Bang! The biggest sow dropped, a blood hole above the eye, a headshot. As the gun cracked, I loosed, thuck into my sow at 20-odd meters. Then a second arrow into a leaping half-grown. Through the eye. That aim's uncanny. Heaven's compensation for the rebirth? The sounder blew. As my second kill fell, old Zhang fired again, dropping the second biggest sow, and Deching leapt and throat-locked a fleeing half-grown, choking it. Matched weights, 60-odd caddies, a fearsome bite. My last arrow caught a half-grown's hind legs, pinning the 2 together so it could only paw the ground with its forelegs. 3 200 caddy sows, 3 half-grown, and as we came out, Deching's caught half-grown lay foaming, tongue out, throttled, while the leg-pinned one thrashed, screaming worse than a New Year pig at the sight of us. I set a foot on its head and drew the brass dagger to bleed it, and ding, killed 3 boar, 400 points. Current, 1798. Captured 1 juvenile boar, contracting costs 350 points. Contract, I'd near forgotten I could contract, knife already at its neck. With near 1,800 points, 350 was nothing. Contract, contracted, 350 spent, 1448 remained. System, call this 1 Beiji. Beast 1, Magpie Xiao Qiao. 2, Hornet Hu Feng. 3, Wild Bee Queen Xiaomi. 4, White Mutated Bat Xiaofu. 5, Juvenile Boar Beijid. 5 pets now. What are you muttering? See to the boar, before they turn. Right, master. And this half-grown takes to me. Let me keep it rather than kill it. Raise it and see. What rot? A boar takes to you. We just killed near its whole family. Old Zhang. done with one boar, wiped his hands on a fistful of grass, and came over. Let me see. At the half-grown he started. How's it so tame? The boar that had screamed lay silent now, its eyes gone clear. He towed it. No reaction, even a wronged look. This. First he'd met the like. He'd caught piglets before, all vicious, biting at a word. Not caring over one small boar, he told me to handle it as I liked and see to the dead ones. Glad to have fooled him, I pulled the arrow, packed mud on the wounds. It didn't struggle though its leg twitched, and, to mask its not fleeing, roped its neck before turning to the kills. No one to haul for us this time. So we left all the awful as the mountain gods do and the beasts share. 3 big and 2 small. Gutted, came to over 500 caddies of clean meat. Too much for 2. So we hung 300-odd in a tree by rope and each shouldered an emptied boar, 150-odd caddies. Home, walk and rest. Lucky, we met 2 Taizé village hunters old Zhang knew and liked, who envied us our loads. Old Zhang bore already? That shooting was you too. Old Zhang grinned and dropped his boar at once. Old Wang. Just in time, I was fretting how to get them back. Lend a hand. Old Wang and his 20-ish son helped, easing the rest of the way. Back at Shigo they took an ox cart up for the 3 hung boar, and old Zhang gave the 2 half-grown to old Wang and son for helping. I didn't object. We'd have worn ourselves out without them. Not counting those 2, we'd taken 14 boar, one of them my contracted Beiji. By dusk, standing before our heap, we stunned the whole village. Who are these 2? A dozen-plus boar in half a day. That tusker near 400 caddies. Li Jianxi, the saved young man, came over. Brother, I never got your honored name. Byerly, I'm Zhao Zong, of Lanhua, our Wenjietai commune. Hearing I was his own communes, his liking grew, my hunting skill being a great help to a purchaser. Then Li Dashuan set the hunters to selling. Old Zhang and I had over 2,500 caddies of boar, over 2,400 after the heads. Li Jianxi bought at 8 mao a caddy, no low price, home-raised pork being only 9 mao. We took his chit to fetch the money from the commune canteen next day. Master, the chit's 1,920 yuan. Can the canteen pay that? Near 2,000, a fortune this age. Old Zhang, who'd been pressing down his joy, laughed. Don't fret, the canteen can't eat all that meat. They sell to big factories. Rest easy. Reassured. Tomorrow we draw it, give go Lausen 200, and split the rest even. He'd reckoned it. After the 200, 860 yuan each, more than he'd made in his life, who'd only ever caught pheasants, snared hares, sold the odd boar for tens. A windfall. Glad too. I hesitated at the even split. Master, I won't take half. You brought me. You're my master. Take more, give me a little. I'm only saying it, master. Don't take it to heart. Even's fine. He, not knowing my thought, was moved. A sum like that, and the boy says this. No. You shot more. Even's me getting the better of you. It's settled. So it was settled. Bough of pheasants and hares on my back, my new Beiji roped in hand. I couldn't have been happier. Struck it rich, struck it rich. It was pitch dark when we got back. We split at the village's little stone bridge. Old Zhang taking his pheasants and hill jumpers and leading Daqing home. Me leading the half-grown boar Beiji and shouldering my sack of game. Our gate was barred from inside. I hammered it, calling, and through the finger-wide crack saw a kerosene lamp flare, a man's shape on the window paper, then shuffling steps. Zhao Dezhu opened it, jacket thrown on, tying his waistband. Xiao, you're back tonight? The boar hunt went smooth. The sounders near cleared. So master and I came back through the night. As I carried the sack in with a rope in hand, he wondered what I was leading. Looked down. Heavens! A boar! And shied back toward the house. Then remembered it was roped by his son and choked off the impulse to fetch a knife. Eyeing it behind me, fearful, a 60-70 caddy half-grown can hurt a man, gore him head over heels. The mother came out at his shout, startled too, but braced by his cry. YVE, you let a live boar home. Aren't you afraid it'll gore you? I gave the old excuse. I took it hunting, meant to kill it, but it seemed pitiful and takes to me. So I kept it, to raise and slaughter for meat at New Year. A woman minds the house's food above all. Her eyes lit. Raising a pig, a big beast in the countryside. No small thing. Pigs eat much. Who has spare grain to raise one now? Then dimmed at the thought of feeding it. Our days only just easing. I read her face. Rest easy, ma. It's a boar, eats coarse and mixed. Slop, rotten potatoes, rotten sweet potato, anything. That, and the lure of raising a pig, settled her, and she'd have dragged me in by the arm. I wouldn't let the boar inside, roped it in a yard corner, and took the sack in. Another cry at the pheasants and hares. We've boar meat still, and now all this? Happy complaint. Then we eat meat every day and save grain, I said, and she near swatted my glib mouth. A sackful to feed us a while, I could rest. She chased me to bed, and I slept in next morning, up past 9 by my guess at the sun. No watch, I should get one. These days, learning craft from old Zhang, I'm used to reporting to his place daily. As I made to go, Zhao Tao caught me. The bee barrels are full of honey. When do we take it? I hadn't thought the bees so fast, full in days. Recalling I'd long not fed the hornets, I took a pheasant from the kitchen, not a hare, the pelt cells and clothes, the meat's better. Up the back hill, Zhao Tao staying to dress the game before it spoiled. At the cave mouth, Hu Feng and Xiaomi flew out. I gave Xiaomi a little wildflower I'd picked, and she trod it gladly. Then I ducked into the hornet cave, the comb bigger, half the meter-deep cave filled. Too fast. I tossed the pheasant in. Hu Feng circled excited and called the swarm out so thick I had to back out. The cave felt small now, my own fault, throwing the bird inside a small cave instead of onto the outer ledge. The colony's breeding fast, from 2,000 some to near 10,000, for times over. Feed them more, and they'd breed faster still, I thought, pleased. I've outgrown caring about hornet money now. 10,000 hornets fetch only 150 yuan, less than the bee honey next door. At the bee cave, I opened the barrels, full of golden honey. Time to take it, while the flowers are out. And the bees had outgrown the 7 or 8 barrels. Many clung outside, unable to get in. Down the hill, I went to old Zhang's. We'd agreed to draw the boar money from the commune today. When Xiao was picking vegetables in the yard, looking troubled. What's wrong? She looked up, and from inside came heavy coughing. My masters. I went straight in. Old Zhang in bed under a thick quilt, face white, a towel on his head. Teacher mother, what happened? She sighed. Fevered since coming back last night. Caught a chill. Maybe. Alarmed. Seen a doctor? Yes. Had Lu the deaf over. He says old Zhang's worn out. Needs a good rest. Relieved. A master in this age is near a godfather, one who truly helps. Old Zhang. Coughing. I can't make the commune today. Take the chit and draw the money. His wife brought out a flat slip from the conch chest, smiling a little at the mention of money. Trouble yourself, Xiaowu. Fetch our money back. Easy enough, I agreed at once. The Shigo hunt had eased old Zhang's mind about me. Before, he'd never have dared send me, the chance I'd swallow the lot being high. It's no small sum, and anyone in this age might be tempted. As I made to leave, a black shape came in the gate. Brother, you're back? When Xiao glad, then cross. You're always off now, not even working the fields. It was Zhang Daguang, the black bear spirit, who grinned. Look what I brought, pointing out the gate. A bicycle, she cried. Where'd you get a bicycle? He only grinned. Their mother came out, hunted for something to hit him with, snatched the floor broom, and laid into him. You wretch, never home now. I'll beat you dead. And he took it without raising a hand, till old Zhang's cough sent her back inside. Zhang Daguang went to the bed, alarmed. Pa, what's wrong? Told it was only exhaustion, he eased. Old Zhang looked from him to me. Daguang, you know the way. Take Xiaowu to the commune canteen. Daguang glanced at me, nodded wordless, and led me out. The bicycle at the gate startled me. A bicycle, 170 yuan, and a bicycle coupon this age. Unbuyable for money alone without one. Though not new, so cheaper. My brother-in-law to be grows stranger. Once a simple country lad. Now he gives me a sense of danger, a change near as great as mine from the original. Musing, I was already on the back of his Haibar 28. Wenjetai commune's 7 or 8 kilometers off, half an hour by bike, an hour plus walking. We found the canteen. A 17-18-year-old girl asked if we'd come to eat. A canteen server, a coveted post, easy work, good food, good pay. usually a leader's relative. I was civil. We're from Lanhua. Hunted boar at Shigo yesterday. Your canteen's barely bought the meat. We've come for the money. Clear and quick. The girl, impatient when we weren't there to eat, did 180 at Li Jianxi. Oh, for Byerly. Wait, I'll fetch him. His father a commune leader. His name worked wonders. And he's single, slick-faced, well-placed, so a girl warms to him. Her eagerness wasn't to help but to get near the catch. A 30-odd woman warmed too. Wait, fellow villagers, Bayer Li's coming. I thanked them. Easy. Zhang Daguang stood arms crossed, less and less like a countryman. 10-odd minutes, and Li Jianxi came out, shaking my hand warm. Brother Zhao, come, draw your money. To the accounting room, where I produced the chit. He passed it to the staff, and we got it smooth. 1,920 yuan, 2 great stacks. The biggest note this age is the 10 yuan big unity. 2010s is thicker than 20,000 last life, and unbanded, just stacked loose, the sight of it staggering. Zhang Daguang saw it. No greed in his eyes, only shock. I could not count it. I counted there before Li Jianxi and the accountant, too much for one hand, passing a stack to Daguang, who licked finger and thumb and counted too. Fast, both of us, a few minutes, exact, 1,920. Li Jianxi sighed. Well off as his family is, he's never earned so much, then slung an arm round me. You came all this way. You can't leave empty. Come eat. Near mealtime, and I'd court his goodwill, so I went. He took us to a private room off the hall, even private rooms this age. He explained, smiling, where the leaders eat. No one today, so we'll use it. His father's post meant plenty of free meals here, no doubt. He nodded at Daguang, then to the server. Xiaozhou, 2 caddies of white rice, a big plate of red braised pork, a plate of pepper-fried lung slices, and slice up those pig ears and tongue I brought back, handing over grain and meat coupons and cash with it. Xiaozhou near refused them, then took them at his look. I played blind to it. Plain enough, a canteen purchaser and a director's son surely eats free here, only putting on a show of coupons before us. My mind was elsewhere. I lost out. The offal of yesterday's boar, hauled off by Shigo. We'd meant to take it, but Li Jianxi's high price made us forget, and now it's in Shigo bellies. The ear and tongue he served likely from it, since the headman Li Dashuan kept the heads and surely gifted Li Jianxi these. Our boar's offal, dressed, would have been 100-odd caddies of food. He poured us tea. Brother Zhao, thanks again, but for you and Uncle Zhang, I'd not have come back. Let me repay you proper today. I'd not take it easy. Who knows what a young man like this reads into one's manner? A small thing. Another hunter would have helped too. But your shooting's good, brother. One shot at the biggest boar from that far. Steering it to his marksmanship. Flattered, he preened. From a boy I've handled guns, fired plenty. No surprise. This age is the whole people soldier's age. Every deep hills village with its militia, never mind a commune. His tall tales made the time crawl. The food came as the teapot emptied. A big plate of red, well-larded braised pork, insider portions, frighteningly generous. We ate. Zhang Daguang showed me how he grew so big. Head down, just shovel. Even Li Jianxi was startled. What an appetite. After, Li Jianxi would have kept me, but I begged home business. As I sat on Daguang's bike he ran over. Furtive. Take me hunting next time. I'm keen on it. Rubbing his hands, looking the creep. I daren't linger on that. Drag a know-nothing into the hills, and I'd be dragged down with him. And hurried Daguang off. No answer. Disappointed I'd not take him, he called after. Bring your kills to the canteen, Zhao. I'll buy high. That I liked, being solid. Who doesn't want more money? Though the commune's far, Yang Batzi nearer, and paying more, black market margins. On the bike, I clutched my satchel of near 2,000 yuan all the way to Lanhua. Straight to old Zhang's. Inside, I drew the money out before him, and the stack froze old Zhang, his wife, and Wen Xiu. Even braced, he near sat up, but, drained, could only have me split it 3 ways. 200 for Go Lausen, Deqing's share, the rest in 2, and I chose to take less, keeping 800, giving old Zhang 920. He wouldn't have it, insisting on even. I wouldn't, and with everyone urging, he took the 920. 80 big unity tins in my hand. I was happier than holding hundreds of thousands last life. Home, I dug out my private stash, 297 plus the 800, 1,097. 1,000 yuan household in days. I kept 1,000 hidden, pocketed the 100 loose, and going out met Zhao Tao off to feed the bees. Time to pay her wages. I counted out 3 big unity tins. Your month's wages. She froze. But I've only worked a few days, not a month. I pressed it into her hand. Paid in advance. She stared at the 30 yuan, eyes reddening. She's seen money. Earned plenty selling boar and honey with me. But this was hers. Earned. Never since leaving school had she held a fun of her own, working the fields for points, cooking and washing besides. All taken for granted, even by herself. She'd felt she wronged the family quitting the fields to just sit and feed bees. Never believing my yuan a day. Now, with it in her fist, she wept, then scrubbed her eyes, lashes wet, smiling. I've money too. Let any girl in the village dare call me a money loser now. Trailing off, near a sob. It pained me. Through the original and the spiteful grandmother, my 4 sisters had all lived hard. I swore to see them well someday. After feeding the bees with her, I took old Zhang's horned bow, Xiaoqiao, and Hufeng up the hill, leaving Beiji to heal its leg, Zhao Tao gathering pig fodder for it. The bees out gathering, the bat asleep by day. No aim this trip. Take what came, Xiaoqiao and Hufeng helping full tilt. Nests, hornets, game, all of it. By dusk, I came down with a sack of a dozen plus wasp nests and a earth pig, and 7 or 8 net bags near 4,000 hornets. Bent on growing the colony, I dug out near every hornet round the village, Hufeng circling glad to know its little brothers would multiply. The earth pig in the sack was a hog badger, some call it sand pig. Like the dog badger, both black and white striped heads, told apart by the nose. A pig snout is the hog badger, stout, big-headed, thick-necked, small-eyed, a great digger. A black dog nose is the dog badger, the Cha Young run to forks in Lu Sun's story. Both are all treasure, pelts for fur and bedding, fine for brushes and paintbrushes. Bones and oil are medicine, the dog badger oil grand for burns. Burn salves still use badger oil in Borneo. I pushed open our gate to food on the table, the family waiting. Zhao Tao came first for my load, hefting the net bags. A good haul today. About 4,000. That startled the parents. 4,000 hornets is 60 yuan, but more the earth pig. At the open sack, Zhao Dezhu cried, hog badger. Hard to take, vicious, and a digger. The mother, Lu the deaf, the barefoot doctor, says its oil's a treasure. For some hurt, Zhao Tao finished. I dragged the striped head out. Fat, near 40 caddies. Zhao Dezhu took it glad. Eat first, I'll dress it after. Master says the bones, steeped in wine, are good for kidney and vigor, and a sweat landed on my shoulder. The mother, muttering what? Want a beating? I'd forgotten saying kidney and vigor before her and my sister. I covered. The meat builds blood and qi. The liver and gall go straight to medicine, clearing heat and toxin. The rendered oil treats burns. All amazed, Zhao Dezhu most, his eyes shifty, fixed on the badger. After eating I hung and dressed it, hands deft now, guts out in a few moves, Zhao Dezhu hovering, wanting to help. Out with it, stop fussing. Sheepish, rubbing his hands. I'd like a few badger bones for your big uncle. He likes wine steeping. Odd. The memory had no mention of big uncle drinking, but I let it pass and agreed. Pleased, he went in ruddy-faced. I skinned the badger, to tan later, cut the meat, took off the 2-finger-thick white fat for the mother to render, tied off the gall to dry, halved it. 1/2 in for the mother, the other to old Zhang's. There, just done eating. Deching's bark and the door brought when Xiao out, glad. Is master better? Much, more spirit. Inside, old Zhang sat propped on the bedding, brighter. Master, look, I raised the half-badger. His nose twitched, and he smiled. Where'd you take a hog badger? Hard. It stays in its hole. That he knew it at a glance amazed me. I flattered him. He'd not tell the wretch he'd smelled it. It builds the body. Eat well these days. Moved by my filial heart. The meat's fresh, just skinned. Good. Practice the tanning I taught you. Take the tools home. I agreed gladly. A badger pelt and several hair pelts waiting. And tomorrow, take Deching and the 200 to go Laosan. I took it on, keen to see his dog pack and learn dog keeping, wanting a good hound of my own. Zhang Dogwang helped carry the tanning gear. Only a curved board and the scraper, the rest we had. I saw him off, put the 4,000 hornets in the cave, and left the rest to Hufeng. Midnight, an old friend slipped into the yard again. A familiar wash of feeling woke me, and after 2 or 3 groggy seconds I placed it, the white bats. I opened its view icon, and on the eve the white big-eared bat opened its fanged mouth, a soundless wave going out, the picture coming back to me. The red fox from days ago, its belly bigger now, clumsy, even climbing the wall. Why's it back? But seeing it make for the coop, I lost my calm. You beast, bullying us. I fed you once and you come again. Think I daren't hit you? I took the spear and opened the door. The fox's hind legs twitched, but it didn't run, turning to face me. My anger softened at the sight. Belly aside, its spine stood out sharp, its coat dull and dry, plainly faring badly, its eyes on me pleading and timid. One loud move, and it'd flee. I shook my head, leaned the spear by the door, and went to the kitchen, slow, careful, yet it backed off a few steps. I found half a hare, hesitated, took it. Coming out, the fox had backed to the corner. Timid now? First I've seen of quarry begging at a hunter's door, not afraid I'll skin and sell you. Eyeing its dry coat, shaking my head. It's had a hard few days, natural, with that belly hampering its hunting. Its misty eyes fixed on the hare, full of want. I tossed it to the corner, and this time it didn't snatch and flee but crouched and ate. Sleepy, I'd have gone back to bed but feared for the chicks, so I squatted in the doorway watching. A dozen odd minutes, half the hare gone, it looked up gentler. I waved it off. I'd an early errand, taking Daching to go Laosan. It seemed to understand, took the rest in its mouth, ran back a few steps, and tried for the wall, but weak or heavy, it failed several times. I'd thought of keeping it. It's my trade. I could just contract it. But it's pregnant. Force it, and its struggle would harm the litter, and uncontracted, I daren't leave it in the yard with the mother's darling chicks. So I went and opened the gate. The fox went wary, edging to the corner, watching me. I paid it no mind, opened the gate, ambled back to my door, and only then did it trot out, pausing at the threshold for a long, deep look back. I waved, impatient, and it ran off. Foxes are clever, cleverer than most beasts, the sayings are right. I shut the gate and went in, not knowing I'd see this red fox again soon, and that it would bring me a great gift. Next dawn, early. I'm used to early nights and early rises now, to my parents' lasting delight. I ate and went to old Zhang's, who's mended enough to be up, scalding cornmeal and meat broth to feed Daching. Hunters treat their hounds well. He charged me careful. Go Laosan's of Longtang village upstream. Ask there, and you'll find him. Give him the money and come back. Whatever you do, don't go up the mountain with him. I'd have asked why, but he, as if knowing, only had me go quick. So I led Daching upstream, through 2 or 3 villages, to Longtang. Once Longtan, built early Qing, named for a dragon mother temple by the old well and a live water pool, the dragon pool, later renamed. Few people, more closed off even than Lanhua Go. At the old well a young wife was drawing water. I asked where Go Laosan lived, and at his name her admiring look at me curdled to disgust, as if she'd met something unlucky. The admiration had been for me, the disgust for Go Laosan. That Lazybones, west end of the village. This road west to the end, right turn, his place. I thanked her, not understanding her loathing, and led the dog along. Soon a house of stacked stone, no door even, the yard wide open. Before I was through it, Daching strained eager toward the yard, barking, answered by a clamor within, and 3 dogs near its size bolted out. Startled, weaponless today, I made to dodge, but Daching slipped its rope and ran to them, and where I'd braced for a fight, they only sniffed each other. As I stooped for a stone, a slovenly figure came out, 30-odd, hair to his shoulders, lice in it, and shouted, "You dare hit my dog," snatching a stick and charging. I straightened. Go Laosan, I've come to return a dog. He eyed the rope Daching. Old Zhang sent you, and lowered the stick. He's my master. He had me bring the dog and your share. At share his eyes lit. Where's the meat? Pressing, near pawing me. Easy. Third brother, it's money I've brought. Money? How much? And his interest dimmed. He usually gets meat for his dogs, which feeds his laziness, and with no coupons, even money mightn't buy grain. Puzzled, he'd balk at money, but it was my master's errand, so I drew it out, and his eyes went straight at the stack of big Unity 10s, more than he'd dreamed. What did you hunt to sell for this? Thinking the stack our whole take. War, third brother, this is yours. He stared, then stammered. All mine? And snatched it, licked his thumb, counted. 200. You gave me 200. Disbelieving, wanting only to be done. The man felt unreliable. I made to leave. He stuffed the money down his crotch and barred my way. Wait, do you and old Zhang still need dogs? I've plenty, and whistled. Dehei, erhei huago here. 3 more came out his size, 2 pure black wolf dogs and a black and white big oaf dog. Take these and keep hunting? Bad man, good dogs, but no pie falls from the sky. I not take them, nor offend him. I might need them someday. So I feigned interest. How'd you raise them so clever? Raise? I can't feed the big eaters. They find their own food on the mountain. That trains a dog? Pushing his sail, he drew me into the yard, hands straying to his crotch where the 10s sat, and lowered his voice. A secret, our Go family rice bowl. Don't tell. For litters once, near 20 pups. At 4 or 5 months I took them to the hills, fed them scraps. The rest they hunted themselves. And of 20, for lived. Pointing at Dehei, Erhei, the oaf dog, and Deching. I gaped. They've made dog raising into goo poison breeding. Survival of the fittest. Ordinary hunters cherish one such pup, and the Go family waste them so. Hardly human. Likely from laziness or poverty. In a starving age you can't feed so many big hounds, so you let the mountain cull them. Take game and live, or starve. But I'll grant it. The dogs it picks out are something. Deching's quality shows it. Keen, swift, fierce, loyal, charging a sounder yet not rash. Seeing me only stare, Go louse and pressed. If these 4 don't suit, there's more on the mountain. Only those have gone wild, hard to control. That caught me. Dogs still on the mountain? Our family's kept dogs for generations. You think only these 4? We're too poor to feed them, so some have gone wild on the hill these years. Back when my family, and he braked hard, plainly unwilling to speak of the family's past. Still want dogs? Give me word. Not my call. I must ask my master, but with their friendship, he'll surely borrow from you again. That satisfied him. Everyone for 10 villages borrows hounds from him, and old Zhang's 200 was generous. He thanked me, said come anytime, and turned for his door, scratching his crotch, fishing out a louse, and crushing it. It set me itching all over. The original wouldn't have minded, lice being common this age, but I do. They'd near vanished from people last life. At the village center the water-drawing young wife saw me again, colored at my build, and hurried off head down. Heading home, I kept wondering why old Zhang forbade me going up the mountain with Go Lao-san. The man hadn't even invited me. Was there a secret? Back in Lanhua Go I told old Zhang the dog and money were delivered, then asked, Master, do you know how the Go family raise and train their dogs? His face changed. Go Lao-san told you how they raise dogs. Startled at his gravity, I nodded. He said he hopes we'll borrow again, and that he's fiercer dogs on the mountain. Graver still. Remember what I told you before sending you? Not to go up the mountain with him. Good that you remember. I didn't see why, and joked. Is there danger going up with him? He nodded seriously. Of course. The Go family's kept dogs for generations, since the grandfather, Go Lao-san's father, gathered good dogs from everywhere, in the chaos of the war against the Japanese years, when bandits roamed. His father was no good man, went up as a bandit himself, robbing merchants and folk on the strength of those fierce hounds. Why else would they have such a training method? Their wild dogs are the offspring of mad, man-killing dogs. Those dogs are too vicious to control, fiercer than the forest's wolf packs. I doubted it. Surely you exaggerate, master. Dogs fiercer than the old forest's wolves? He near struck me. They formed a dog pack, no different from a wolf pack, bigger than wolves. All the big breeds that beast of a father handpicked. An ordinary small wolf pack's no match. I half believed it. But why not go up with him? Afraid I'll be bitten? He said he could catch. A sidelong look. You gave him money, 200 of it. He knows we've more. He's no good sort. One wicked thought, and could you come back? Led you up the mountain, let the mad pack tear and eat you, and no one would find your bones. A cold sweat broke down my back. Mean no harm, but guard against it. He hadn't invited me, yet I'd best be wary of that move. Home. I took the bow up the hill. My archery's good now, enough for small game. Bringing Xiao Qiao and the healing Beiji. Roping the boar so as not to spook the villagers. But I'd underrated the shock of a man leading a half-grown boar. Everyone who saw Beiji cried out and bolted, a few bold men raising hoes and forks till they saw the rope, and I had to explain all the way. Women under the village tree, sewing shoe soles, gossiped, Zhuzi Xiaowu, leading a half-grown boar. That wretch is always up the hills now, not loafing, reformed? They say he's apprenticed to old Zhang. I didn't bother with the busybodies. I'm not counting on them to find me a wife, and what wife they'd find could match old Zhang's daughter. Out of the village I freed Beiji, and it frolicked, rolling, scrubbing itself on a tree, after days cooped healing. I fed Xiao Qiao rice and sent her up to patrol, a fit scout now. Near mid-May, the woods growing wild. Old Zhang warned me off the deep, dense hills. I idled over a plant. A span tall, few green leaves at the base, stalks with pink-purple trumpet flowers, thicker than morning glory. We call it Mama's mouth, common. It nagged at me. I've seen it in a book, and it came. The herbal the old beggar gave me. It's called Dihuang. Dihuang, the Luwei Dihuang pills. As a child, I'd pluck these purple flowers and suck the back ends. Knowing its medicine now, I felt I'd missed millions, and Yang Batsi buys herbs. Hillside's full of it. I'm rich again. The herbal said the root's the medicine, the preparation I'd forgotten. Dig one and see. I dug a whole plant, and the root was thin and small, nothing like the picture. Wrong plant. It shouldn't be. As I puzzled, Xiao Qiao called overhead, and through the bond, quarry ahead. I pocketed the Dihuang, took the bow, and ran after her, Beiji grunting along. Beiji quiet. It hushed and kept close. 10 minutes through the woods, a woman screamed from a hollow ahead. Then I checked. A woman who only screams and never speaks? Mute? Wary, I didn't rush. I switched to Xiao Qiao's view, and from above, no woman at all, but two beasts tangled. Isn't that? I went blank. In a clearing deep in the woods, the thin pregnant red vixen crouched low, snarling, fangs bared, fixed on a starving wolf opposite, gray-yellow, dry-coated, ribs stark, white round its muzzle. An old wolf, gray-whiskered, no wonder it couldn't take a weak pregnant vixen all this while. Kill it. But I daren't be careless. A wolf that's lived to gray has tricks. Switching back to my own eyes, I crept toward it, careful not to spook it. Thin and poor-pelted though it was, I meant to have it. Xiaohong, you'll thank me this time. Xiaohong being, I suppose, the red vixen. As I lay hidden and raised the bow, a great bulk barreled into me from behind. Forgot this fellow, Beiji. Too much noise. Sure enough, the wolf and fox both looked our way, and to my surprise the old wolf didn't flee but grew fiercer, fangs bared at my hiding place. A spark of inspiration, I shoved Beiji out by the ear and ordered through the bond. Charge. Bowl that old wolf over, not kill. Beiji mightn't manage. Beiji obediently charged, grunting at the thin old wolf, whose look stiffened then gladdened. A flicker of unmistakable delight. A half-grown boar's more meat than a pregnant vixen, days of eating. The vixen seized the chance and shot off, gone. Just runs off. No manners, no thanks. Annoyed, I kept my eye on the wolf. With Beiji's intrusion, the wolf turned its whole attention to the boar. Beiji, under my order, didn't bolt, but mustered its nerve and charged. The seasoned wolf leapt the charge easily, even raking Beiji a claw, but boar hide is thick and dog claws aren't a cat's. No harm done. I knocked an arrow, aiming careful for a good pelt. A few passes and Beiji, finding the wolf couldn't hurt it, grew bold. A pig too borrows a man's backing. Knowing its master watched, fighting braver. The wolf near caught several times. The thin wolf felt the change, near baffled. Which of us is the wolf? But Beiji rejoiced too soon, grew careless, and on another charge the wolf, having read its pattern, dodged with force gathered, sprang to its side the instant it stopped, and laid its long fangs to Beiji's neck. I had to loose early or lose the boar. Whoosh, the arrow at the wolf's neck. Seasoned, It abandoned the boar and dropped flat the moment I fired. The arrow grazed its back fur and thocked into a tree. Its pupils shrank, a human, and forgetting the boar it rose, crouched, tail tucked, and bolted into the woods. Still want to run? I drew and loosed again. Whoosh, and the arrow found nothing. The wolf runs in S-curves. It had been hunted before. I gave chase. Beiji, dazed at the vanished wolf, then seeing me charge out, ran after, plowing through brush and bramble it ignored, straight at the wolf's line. It caught the wolf fast. The wolf, all its mind on dodging my arrows and slowed in its turns, never saw the boar behind, and Beiji ducked its head and flung its snout up, tossing the thin wolf into the air. It crashed down with a yelp. The delay let me close. I drew again, the arrow whistling at its neck, and the thin, starving wolf, just scrambling up, was pinned through the throat to the ground, legs thrashing till it stilled. Beiji, terrified, recalling its own near-end days ago, shook in the hind legs, and I went and kicked it. It wasn't aimed at you. What are you afraid of, useless thing? It only whimpered, wronged. I pulled the arrow from the wolf's throat, sighed at the 2 blood holes. So much for a whole pelt. You spoiled it, and cuffed the boar again. I gutted and skinned the wolf hot. Fresh hide pulls off easy, rolled it into the sack. As I drew the offal, I felt eyes on me. I turned, ears twitching, a flash of red-yellow at the wood's edge, the vixen. Thinking of her stark spine, I softened, and rather than hang the offal, I dropped it for her. She didn't come a long while. Forget it, home. And as I packed up, the red flashed again, and this time she didn't hide, but ran straight in. I held still. I'd fed her twice. There's a bond of sorts. Bold now, heedless of the hunter, she made straight for the wolf offal, ate the heart first, then the rest. I watched a while at a distance, then led Beiji and Xiaoqiao out, not knowing that the moment I turned. The vixen turned and watched me go, her eyes clear as water, starlit. Home, I set to the pelts old Zhang's way. A wolf hide, a hog badger hide, 3 hare hides, and, first time on my own, daren't risk the badger or wolf, so I practiced on the hares. Board up, hare hide nailed, scraper working, 3 cleaned quick. While they dried, I cut the wolf meat, thin, stringy, little of it, and took half up to the hornet cave, tossing it in to Hufeng's gladness. The afternoon, I'd make bee barrels. The bees breed so fast the old 7 or 8 barrels overflow, many clinging outside, near 30 or 40,000 now, needing 7 or 8 more. Zhao Tao and I felled a fitting tree, sawed and backpacked it home. The parents came from the fields to find us at the barrels again, and when the mother heard why, and that the bees had made much honey, her cut in the last sale, she pitched in without washing up, and Zhao Dezhu with her. Practiced now, we worked faster. I sent Zhao Tao to cook so the parents wouldn't toil hungry, and by supper Zhao Dezhu had 2 barrels done, bigger and better than the first. After, I kept the mother and sister off the work and stayed at it with Zhao Dezhu. I'd thought the day would end plainly, but I caught a beating. The mother had seen the half-wolf in the kitchen. Up the hill again today, knowing better than to hide it. Idle, I went to look, met an old wolf too feeble to move. Downplaying the danger, but she's no fool. An old feeble wolf? One like that, and it'd be a beast's dinner long before you. Where's the other half? Fierce, I'd have said to old Zhang's, but Zhao Tao got in first. Ma, he fed it to the hornets. The mother snatched the broom. I fled, glaring back at Zhao Tao, who, fearless, added fuel. Ma, look, he's glaring at me. And the chase tightened. Zhao Dezhu sighed at the 3 of them and bent back to the barrels. 10 barrels finished. He kneaded his aching back and rose with difficulty, and a cup of hot sugar water appeared before him. Mine. Drink, Pa. His eyes reddened. The first warmth from me since I'd grown, the original having gone cold to him, and I, transmigrated, having scorned his neglect of wife and children. That was his old sorrow. He's changed much, all heart for the family now, and I've come to accept this father. The mother watched us from the window, eyes stinging, the family bettering, the son grown sensible and earning, savings in her hand, the children no longer hungry at her side. Even the dull, blindly filial husband turned tender and homeward. She asked no more of life. Next dawn the parents went to the fields. I'd urged the mother to stop earning points, but she wouldn't, and I guessed why. With 4 of us, All three not working would be hard to answer to the village and would set the busybodies' tongues going. Zhao Tao and I don't care, but she can't help it. I urged her twice. Then let it be. Only. Ma, we've money now. Don't wear yourself out. The days of ease are ahead. It gladdened her long. Sis, come out a moment. Zhao Tao came yawning, rubbing her eyes. What, this early? I glanced at the sun. Not early. Wash up. We'll carry yesterday's barrels up the hill so the bees nest sooner. Work woke her. 5 trips each, 10 barrels into the bee cave, and I had Xiaomi settle the overflow bees into the new ones. The honey take went smooth, the old barrels brimful. I cut 2/3, leaving 1/3 for the bees' ration, yet the weight matched the first full take. The bigger colony makes more. For trips with the 2 drums to ferry the comb home. Bees eat only honey and pollen. No way to reward them with meat as I do the hornets, or I would. At noon the parents, seeing the honey, were glad. The mother asked if I'd strip the barrels, only worried I'm young and might leave the bees too little. Rest easy, Ma. I'm 17, I know. I took 2/3, left 1/3. Reassured, the bees are her darlings, a fountain of wealth. This afternoon stay home, Ma. You and Sis press this honey. I'll take it to young Botsy when I've time. And I won't take the honey money. Keep it for the house. 160. 170 yuan by my reckoning. Matching the last batch. For the family's ease and the mother's good mood. Why not? Truly? You won't take it? Disbelieving. Days ago he wouldn't give me the honey money, saying it was for a wife, and now he won't take it? She knows me. The abnormal hides a cause, and resolved to watch me, without saying so. Zhao Tao was glad too. The house richer, her share in it, and the bees and hornets hers to tend. That afternoon the mother skipped work, and even Zhao Daiju and the family pressed honey in the yard, laughing. I worked the pelts apart from them, but with Zhao Daju's strength the pressing went fast, all done before dusk. About 3 drums of honey this time, half a drum less than last, and the mother well satisfied. Half a month, and this much honey is a marvel. Late that night, still awake, I was set on getting a watch and a bicycle. Luxuries this age, coupon-bound, unbuyable for money alone, and my mind landed on the sent-down youths in the downstream villages, city youngsters here for re-education by the poor and lower-middle peasants. From the original's memory, he and some village louts had once gone to peep at the girl youths, and on their wrists were watches, more than one each. Their city families must be well off to send them down so adorned. How to get a watch and bicycle off them, though? As I racked my brains, my ears twitched, the doubled hearing catching faint scrabbling at our wall top. A thief? And well I might worry, with over 1,000 in my stash alone. I slipped to the window. My eyes aren't enhanced, all black outside, but my ears caught a soft landing. That fellow again, a red-yellow fox in the yard, the one-eyed saved by day. Annoyed, will it never end? Thinking it after the chicks, I threw the door open and stopped. It wasn't making for the coop, but coming to my door, its face pained, nose wrinkled, fangs faintly bared. It slipped past me into my room, and I turned to an incredible sight. The vixen laying on my bed, red blood under it. Hurt. My first thought not for the soiled quilt, but for her. I went, then halted at her bared fangs. You've dirted my quilt, and you snarl at me? But her pained look softened me. I edged close, hand out, soothing. Timid, she shrank back, yet the pain kept her from fleeing, and my hand reached her belly, which twitched but didn't react. Easy. I'm only looking at your hurt. Soft and unthreatening, and she let me. I felt down her hind leg. No wound on the belly. Where's the blood from? And my eyes moved down and I understood. You're whelping. Strong contractions, blood and yellow fluid. Her first litter, by the agony, nose clenching and loosing, faint whimpers, a fox's cry strange, near a woman's laugh or a child's. My only experience was my dog's whelping last life. I lay by her as I had then, stroking her belly, murmuring, easy, it's all right, and she eased, and minutes on, with a soft cry, a gray-brown pup came. A red fox bearing gray young? I didn't know red fox kits start gray and brighten with age. The first was much bigger than the rest. Likely the big first pup made it a hard birth, which sent her to me for help. And so it was. Not yet her day, but the old wolf's fright and the nourishment of its offal had brought her early, and unable to deliver. Frightened, the clever thing thought first of me, the human, and ran here through the dark. Only the first was hard. The rest came easy, and by the fishbelly dawn, I was sure she was done. I stretched in the doorway. On the bed, the vixen slept sweetly, 5 gray-brown ugly pups nursing, a water basin and pig bones by the bedside. Weak from the half-birth, I'd fetched boar meat to restore her, and so the litter came safe. Not that I'd gained nothing. The moment I'd first touched her belly, ding. Captured 1 pregnant red fox, 200 points. Current, 1648. Contracting a pregnant red fox costs 500 points. Contract, 500. A 60-70 catty half-grown boar cost 300 some. But the cold system ignored my griping, and at last, grudging, I said contract. Contracted, 1148 remained. I'd thought her wounded and bleeding then, and only bit the bullet because the system can heal. Finding it was birth, not injury, was why I'd cursed your whelping. After I'd seen her safely through the 5, another chime came. Host kind heart triggers a hidden function. Buy 1, get 5. Contracting the mother fox. Her 5 pups all become the host's contracted pets. At no point cost, my face was a study. Wretched a moment ago, now a great pie dropped on my head. Truly pain and joy at once. 6 pets added, not 1. Beast 6, red fox mother and young. Xiaohong, I cackled at the name I'd given her. Wonder if they'd swarm me if they knew what it meant. A rooster crowed. The parents came out, and the mother, hearing the kitchen, called, Taozi, up so early? What's for breakfast? Just as Zhao Tao came yawning from the east room. Hair a bird's nest. Ma, I'm not up. The mother bolted for the kitchen. Zhuzi, bar the gate. A thief's in the house. Don't let him run. She snatched a stick and charged in, and froze, for the one cooking was the lazybones me. Ma, I'm just making a meal. You'd beat me for that? Sheepish, she hid the stick. Xiaowu, it's you. Thought a thief got in. Cook. Then, I'll not bother you. Near fleeing lest she dampen my drive. I laughed. Ma, you guessed right. A thief did get in last night. Zhao Deju, master of the house, snatched the stick. A thief? Where? Easy. It's not a person. It's that fox from the other night. And I told it plain. The mother gaped. A fox came to whelp on your bed, and you midwifed it? I nodded at my room. They crept to the gap in my door and saw the vixen on the bed. Zhao Tao, peering too, squeaked, there really is a big fox on Xiaowu's bed. Lo. But no whisper escapes a fox's ears. The vixen woke, glanced at the door, licked her pups. Through the contract, she's in natural ease with the 3 of them. The mother pinched Zhao Tao and drew her into the big room, the men following. Xiaowu, you can't keep a fox. There are sayings about this. Lo. As if afraid the fox would hear. I had to laugh inwardly. Can the fox sayings outdo my system? But daren't say it, or earn a beating. So against my conscience I played the spook card. Ma, I know, but the who immortal sought me out. Offended, and might it haunt me? The parents paled. Don't frighten Ma. Well, tend the who immortal through her confinement, and I'll think of something. Not wanting her to make trouble, I let it stand. With a fox whelping at home, the parents went to the fields uneasy. Zhao Tao only found the furry pups adorable. I sorted pelts in the yard while Zhao Tao cut boar meat and took it up to feed the hornets. And then our gate was knocked, a gruff, blunt man's voice. Is this Zhao Xiaowu's? Young Botsy. Odd, this off-season for mountain goods. I led him into my parents' big room, mine being the vixen's confinement chamber. The mother keeps the poor house spotless, and young Botsy found it comfortable, orderly. Set the old bachelor thinking of a wife. A woman's touch makes the difference. Then he caught the honey smell and nosed about till he found the 3 drums next door. Xiaowu, you, stammering, till I said, found and pressed yesterday. I was going to bring it over. He hefted the drums, satisfied. I'll take it all. Same price. I'll come for it this afternoon. Glad to skip the hall. I asked why he'd come. I came specially for you. Remember the big man who buys your hornets? The county liquor works manager, Li Hai, son of the works' old owner. The whole place was his family's till the '56 public-private merger made it state-run. They've developed a medicinal liquor for vigor, using your hornets. The trial succeeded, works grandly, and manager Li wants to meet you. I wondered why, hornets being easy to get, At which young Botsy gawked. Easy? Would I scramble over here if they were? Hornets are killer bees, vicious. I've quietly sent plenty of people to catch them. All failed, several stung, and I lost money. Are hornets that hard to catch? I'd fallen into a misconception. Last life I'd seen people catch hornets in short videos and thought it easy. But that's with proper suits and drone tracking, without which you can't even find the deep hills nests, let alone dare take killer bees bare. That I caught them straight off transmigrating was pure protagonist halo. Come to the county, Xiaowu. Manager Lee's laid on a banquet at the Wanching guest house. I didn't much want to go. Mixing with big men felt like trouble, and young Botsy, reading my face, played his card. Manager Lee will raise the hornet price to 2 fin each. That was Lee's price to Yang, dangled now to lure me. Yang wanting the favor of delivering me, worth more than money. 2 fin each made meeting a big man suddenly fine. All right, for your sake, brother Yang, I'll go. And I milked the favor in the saying of it. Outside, not the bicycle I'd expected, but a sidecar motorcycle, the kind the Japanese rode in the war dramas, machine gun on the sidecar, 70% new, borrowed from Lee to fetch me. I'd heard sidecars overturn easily and hesitated, but young Botsy shoved me into the car, and I rode the real mountain road white-knuckled and near sick to the county. At the Wanching guest house, a second-floor private room, young Botsy went in first and dragged me to Manager Lee. Lee High short, about 1.7 meters, a head shorter than me, hair in a slick 7/3 part, black-framed glasses, scholarly. He rose at once. You're young Zhao? I'm Lee High, a few years older. Call me Brother High, shaking my hand warm. I didn't play the cowed villager. Brother High. I'm Zhao Zong. Friends call me Xiaowu. Easy and frank, which surprised him. Pleasantries. Then Lee got to business. He'd bought my hornets. Needs them in quantity now. How many could I supply? I thought of the cave. About 15,000 big hornets. Young Botsy was stunned. 15,000 at once. Aren't hornets hard to catch? Lee frowned. Too few. 15,000 steeps, maybe 1,000 caddies of liquor. 2,000 if he stretched it. Only 2,000 bottles. Not enough, Xiaowu. That's barely the first run. Can you think of a way? I'll not let you help for nothing. He'd tried many purchasers, the most being brought by the very young Botsy he'd once not deigned to look at. The liquors his works make or break transition. When do you mass produce? A small batch in 2 months to test the market. If it does well, large scale. And then the hornet numbers won't be small. I had my plan and stayed calm. If it's a small batch in 2 months, I can supply you ample hornets. Lee, curious how, stressed. If the small batch sells well, large-scale demand for hornets will be huge. I nodded, but meant to milk this for a benefit. Manager Lee, I've a way to gather more hornets faster, but I'd need a convenience from you. Looking reluctant. Oh, so long as it's not unlawful or against my principles, I'll help. It bears on the works liquor too. Just the words I'd waited for. I need a purchaser's post. With it, I can collect hornets for you openly. Lee, who'd braced for me to demand a higher hornet price, eased. A purchaser's post he could grant. My reason was sound. You know how it is. Collect hornets openly and someone informs on me. If not for speculation, then for poaching public advantage. I'll not court a lawsuit. With your purchaser's post, I can work freely. No need to pay me wages, just by the hornets I bring. A purchaser's post is precious, but next to the liquor project, trifling. He had one doubt. I've had many collect hornets with little result. How can you guarantee more? I only smiled. That's my secret. But rest easy. I've about 20,000 native big hornets at home, enough for the first run, and 2 months to gather more. He eased, agreed, and decided to put my purchaser's post up for the work's approval. Young Botsy was speechless. Is this the Zhao Xiaowu I knew? Talked a purchaser's post out of thin air, his own purchaser title being self-styled. Looking at me now with something like awe. Not angry I'd dealt with Lee over his head, since all he'd wanted was Lee's favor for bringing me. And that favor wouldn't have bought a real post. I got mine because I held Lee's lifeline. The hornets, which only I can supply in bulk. We toasted the deal, and deep in the cups Lee sighed. Young Botsy, old hand, jumped in. Manager Lee, what troubles you? Out with it, we'll think on it. Lee, easy, didn't scorn us as hill folk, but opened up the more for it. Reckoning our culture low, Our thinking on it mere talk. A chance to vent. The liquor's a success. Grand for men. But the name defeats me. The works and designers have met many times and settled nothing. And it's positioned high-end, so the easy common names won't do. Young Botsy saw his chance, steeped in drink for years. But his drinks were all sweet potato burn and stun the donkey and sorghum rod. And he could hardly tell Lee to call it howling good. However, he liked the name. And I thought of a famous old wanching liquor from the world I came from, a ready-made name. And that liquor, as it happens, was made by this very works, only 40 years on. Manager Lee, I've a name. See if it suits the positioning. Lee, bracing for disappointment. I'm only 17. No scholars say it. Call it Hanwang Medicinal Liquor. The work's future name, one character changed. Hanwang. Lee and Yang both murmured it. Yang found it bookish and lost. Lee chewed it, unable to see what the liquor had to do with a Han King. Why Hanwang? I smiled and asked instead. Do you know why our county's called Wancheng, 10,000 city? He didn't, native though he is. So I showed off. 8 years back, on a turtle-shaped hill west of the county, a Han tomb was dug up. You know it? He nodded. It yielded over 6,000 grave goods, 2 complete gold thread jade suits, the Chongshin Palace lamp, the gilt Boss Han censer. A man of standing, he knew them, but not the link to Wancheng. The tomb's master was Liu Sheng, Prince Jing of Zhongshan, elder half-brother of Emperor Wu, and the ancestor Liu Bei claimed in Shuhan. This Han prince had 2 great loves, wine and women. Records say over 120 sons, daughters uncounted. Wancheng is named so because his descendants filled the city 10,000-fold. Name your liquor Han Wang, and you show its effect and draw Wancheng's people. Not that a drink makes a man sire 100 sons like the prince, but it'll surely restore a man's vigor, and what man wouldn't try it? And with the Han tomb's fame spreading, your Han Wang liquor grows known. Li shot to his feet, all his composure gone. Yang gaped, this the Lao Jiao Xiaowu? The Wancheng Han tomb, I do know, a 5A site later life. Its treasures borrowed by the provincial museum and never returned, written into the history textbooks. I'd seen the gold thread jade suit, the Chongshin lamp, the gilt Boss Han censer in those texts, proud. Lost in thought, I was suddenly swept up. Instinct near made me strike, but it was the flushed managerly hugging me. You've done me a great service. Why didn't I think of it? Hanwang Liquor, a fine name. I edged back, wondering if he'd been driven mad. You're a talent. All my designers and cadres, and not one thought of it. Your own works thought of it, 40 years on. Come to the works, Xiaowu. Purchasers still, no limits, with wages. A real outlay, the no limits, the sincerest part. Yang near drooled with envy, but I declined. Sorry, I like village life, hunting and fishing. A pity to him. He'd taken a true liking to my talent, finding me unlike any hillman, confident where they're timid. He'd court me regardless, and at parting clung to my hand till my arm hairs stood. Shake hands by all means, but why the stroking? Though he never knew his earnest heart was so misread. I'll wait for your good news, he said. Back home, I'd ready myself to collect hornets. And not only hornets, or I'd waste the purchaser's post I'd schemed for. Young Botsy rode me home on the sidecar, his manner toward me much changed. After the meeting with Lee, a deeper red of me, an unconscious edge of ingratiation he didn't notice in himself. Young Botsy's sidecar brought me back as the team came off work, the engine drawing eyes. Villagers who recognized me whispered. One middle-aged man couldn't place my name, but a gossip-prone woman shouted my village nickname, and the younger men argued over whether the machine was a motorcycle or a sidecar. The parents, at the back of the crowd, paled at the sight of me riding home with young Botsy in front of everyone. Our dealings with him had been quiet, and they'd not have the village know we were tied to a man of his reputation, old loafer turned traitor though he is. What's Xiaowu doing, coming back with young Botsy before all these people? The mother muttered, unhappy. Zhao Dezhu only sighed. No words to defend me. I didn't care what they thought. I'm not counting on the village women to find me a wife, having settled on Wenxiao. Home, I went first to old Zhang's. He's much better, but Liu the Deaf forbids exertion and has warned him repeatedly to rest. Restless as he is, kept from the hills, hen-washed by his wife, and when Xiao so, he can't even sneak off. He'd taken to sitting in the yard cleaning his old type, 38. Master, good spirits today? I teased. He grunted. Humph, you again. No proper business. Always coming here. But I'm used to his hard mouth and soft heart, and went on craning for Winshio, which turned his feigned pique real. What are you looking for? I'm telling you, don't set your mind on our Winshio. His first time saying it plain. Bad? Mustn't anger him. I sobered, dropped the searching, and asked after his health, and he settled. No fool. He sees his girl's no ordinary feeling for me. Why else take a loud as disciple, after she'd begged him a whole night? I didn't know that. Had I? I'd prize her more. Out with it, what is it? Caught. Master, you told me hornets predators before. You know hornets well. I came to ask, do you know how to make hornets lay more eggs? Odder and odder to him, my hornet questions, but he knew it, a lifelong hillman and hunter who'd swapped lore with old mountain men. That I've heard of. Long ago, young and lost in the deep woods, he'd stumbled on a beekeeper's cabin in a small valley. A man who'd fled the war into the hills, found wild bees, and kept them, trading honey down for goods, barely scraping by. Old Jean gave him a roe deer he'd taken, and stayed 2 days, learning some beekeeping. Bees, but the queen rearing should be near the same for hornets. I don't recall the method well, but the key is a good drone. That's vital. A good drone and a good queen, and their larvae come strong, and with rearing, likely a new queen. And this season's right for it. Temperature and conditions suit. Far simpler than he made it. Later life, queen rearing picks parent colonies, breeds good drones to mate, chooses rearing colonies, grafts larvae, but I'd caught the key. A good drone. I'd ignored drones, thinking a queen and females enough to grow a swarm slowly. His words woke me. With one excellent drone, I could breed more, better hornets. The other queens I'd not rear myself. Too slow. I'd go up and dig more hornet nests, both to add common hornets and for their nests queens. Before, to merge captured swarms with mine, I'd let Hufeng kill those queens. Now I need them to breed. My plan. Contract a good drone from the cave, strengthen it via the system, mate it with Hufeng. Surely more, larger, stronger hornets than ordinary. Hufeng alone can't meet the work's demand. Finding nests is easy for me. I've only stripped my home woods. The vast hills hide untold more, and with Hufeng and Xiaoqiao I'll find them. Only this time taking suit and veil, better safe. Old Zhang watched me blank out. Why's the boy always spacing off? Without waking me, and by the time I came to he'd gone into sleep. I meant to slip off without disturbing him, and from the bed he said, take the gun in the outer room. I near pitched over. What? The type 38. Shock, blankness, excitement all at once. Eyes shut, he knew my face. I can't get up the hills a while. Your aunt, and when she'll watch me too close, no telling how long I'll be laid up. I can't go with you. If you want to hunt, take the gun. I've just serviced it, the rounds are in the cabinet beside. Then he fell silent, as if grieved. When Shio had once told me this type, 38 meant something Sarskill to her father, a story behind it. I was moved. Hard-mouthed as he is, he frets for me, handing me his treasured gun to guard myself. Wanting to hear the story, I took it up, heavy in the hand, sat at his Kong edge. Master, when Shio says this gun means something to you, will you tell me its story? Ernest. He hesitated, opened his eyes, lips working, and sighed. Years since I spoke of it, and now to a wretch like you. And he sank into memory, and as he told it, I was carried back to that broken age. The 6th of the 8th month, 1941, dawn, heavy fog drowning the whole gully. Lanhua go unusually quiet and early. Then dogs barking at the village mouth. Ignored at first, folk huddled abed in the cold, deep mountain autumn, until the barking turned to a death howl, and people knew something was wrong. Not peacetime, and deep hills don't mean the Japanese can't come. The quick-dressed who came out found nothing in the fog. Only the dog-owning house at the village mouth knew. A stone house, cold, a bleeding cur in its yard, and inside, a room of Japanese soldiers in earth yellow, bayonets at the throats of a man and woman, the man bare-chested, the woman thinly clothed. No shouting or die. In a stilted accent from the leader, the pair traded a hidden, instant glance of one mind. The man, Zhang Laogue, nodded hard, too hard, his neck grazing the blade, blood beating down. The woman, seeing it, struggled, and the leader slapped her, a red print on her weathered face, and she went still, terrified. Zhang Laogai pleaded, "Officer, don't beat my wife. I beg you, we're good common folk." But the cunning leader, scanning the room, saw a pair of worn cotton shoes, too small for the man, too big for the woman. "Sapina, there's a spare pair. Someone else lives here. Why only you two?" Meaning their son Zhang Fushun, just 14, thin and small from years of want, only his feet grown fast. When the dog first howled, they'd hidden the boy in the tunnel under the stove. Clever families kept such escapes against the Japanese. "Officer, that's my son's. He's at a friend's, West End. Didn't come home," Zhang Laogai said earnestly. The leader let it go and fixed on the woman. "You. I ask, you answer, understand?" Li Suhua, at her husband's look, nodded. "Officer, ask. I'll tell you everything." Pleased, the leader smiled. "Are there 8th Route soldiers in your village?" And the pair's hearts lurched. The base is exposed. From November 1939 to November 1944, the Jinchaji 1st Sub-District headquarters was set at Taizi Village in Wenjietai Township. Li Suhua, the village women's head, knew the Japanese must have had word to reach this remote gully at all. She glanced at her husband, then looked about furtively as if afraid of being overheard. And the leader, delighted, "There really is news of the 8th Route," leaned in. "Tell me, and I free you both and reward you greatly." "Money, big money," rubbing his fingers. Her eyes flashed. She faltered. "There are 8th Route here, but not in our village." Broken, guilty seeming. "Oh, where then?" Just then Zhang Laogai cried, "Suhua, you can't. We can't betray the 8th Route." Her eyes reddened. She knew his cry was to make the Japanese believe her, and she knew they'd never spare the man who'd resisted. The leader, angered, turned and slapped Zhang Laogai's dark face with full force, then signed to the soldier holding him, who drew the bayonet across his throat. The carotid opened, blood spraying like an unstoppered tap across the stone room. Li Suhua near went mad to fight them. But thinking of the boy in the tunnel and the soldiers in the village, she crushed her rage and grief, playing the terrified, trembling on the floor, her teeth grinding the ground, nails clawing into the stone cracks, forcing down the wish to die fighting. The leader gave the bayonet soldier a thumbs up, Yoshi, then hauled her up by the hair. "Where are the 8th Route?" She knew she'd not live. They'd kill her lest she warn anyone. But she'd never meant to live. She'd finish the act. A glance at the tunnel mouth, a silent farewell to her son. "Fu Shun, live well. Remember what mother said. Make no sound, whatever you see, and remember to avenge your father and mother." Then, feigning a shudder, "The 8th Route are all at Huangchuling." The leader pressed for details. She said only that a leader stayed there, with a few dozen guards. The leader grew the more excited. Word was the Jinchaji 1st Sub-District commander had set his headquarters here, surely at Huangchuling, and only a few dozen guarding it. A fine chance. Without waiting, he drew his command sword and ran it through Li Suhua's belly, and, vicious, dragged it sideways, opening a great wound, her innards spilling. She didn't resist or struggle, only looked once at her husband on the floor and stole a last glance beneath the stove. In the tunnel, Zhang Fushun, not knowing what passed above, only that he no longer heard his parents' voices, was terrified, lost. The leader took 100-odd soldiers toward Huangchuling to raid it. Lanhuago's terrain too rough for a large force to slip in unheard. Only this small band had crept in on the fog, thinking it a rare chance, not knowing Huangchuling was the 8th Route strongpoint, where not one of them would escape. Zhang Fushun was found in the tunnel by the villagers, and saw his parents' butchered bodies, the blood-flecked room. From that day Lanhuago lost the playful boy and gained the stubborn, hard-hearted man Zhang Fushun. The 100-odd who went to raid Huangchuling never returned. Li Suhua had lied. It was the 8th Route's defensive heart, and any who came were cut to nothing. Why did the couple steer them there? Because Huangchuling held the main force, where the small band would only feed the slaughter without harming the army, and to protect the village's own, Lanhuago truly held 8th Route wounded. The moment the Japanese crept into their house, the pair knew the day would end ill, and in that exchanged glance had readied themselves to give their lives for others. Only because the band meant to raid the headquarters did Lanhuago's villagers and the wounded survive that morning. But because the rear hospital, the repair shop, and the armory of the Jizhong district were set in Wenjitai's villages, and because the raiders were wiped out, the next February brought the Japanese reprisal on Lanhuago. October 1942, Zhang Fushun, a 15-year-old guerrilla now, patrolling the gully stream, heard a droning he'd never known. Low, steady, nearer and clearer, and looked up with a wariness on his cold face. He'd never smiled since his parents' murder. He'd joined the village guerrillas, but for his age was left off missions and given no gun, which galled him bitterly. Black specks streaked toward the village. Seeing them, shock and fear. The iron great birds the uncle spoke of, planes, and he ran in shouting. Planes, the Japanese planes. Right he was. He saw the white ground red sun flags on them. His cry, and the circling shadows, alarmed the village. A middle-aged man, Li Qingshan, the gully's guerrilla captain, looked up and shouted to warn the rear hospital to move, then to Zhang Fushun. Don't run wild. Ring the bell, get the folk into the hills, drawing a Wangbi pistol to guard. The striker log was long gone. A wooden-headed maul lay by the great bronze bell, and Zhang Fushun, grown taller and stronger this year with the troops, swung it. Dong, dong, dong. The long bell toll bringing the villagers out, and he ran among them with his red-tasseled spear. Japanese planes, into the hills, quick. Practiced at this in a years-old base, many were already fleeing with their families, no one fetching valuables. There were none but the grain that fed them. As they ran, the planes loosed their bombs into the village's little stream, the bursts catching some of the fleeing. The houses, built against the hills, took less. Li Qingshan was organizing the retreat when the guerrilla he'd sent to the rear hospital came back gasping. Captain, bad news. Guzi, slow down, tell me. Inside, Li Qingshan was frantic. Captain, the rear hospital's been hit. Li Qingshan seized his collar, roaring, What? The hospital? The wounded? What of the wounded? Terrified, it being full of 8th route wounded. If the bombs had finished them, he'd have no face to live. Guzi, choking, slapped at his hand till Li Qingshan let go. Captain, no casualties among the wounded. We caught it early, warned them early, they'd all left. Only much of the hospital's supplies were destroyed. A hard spot now. He had to get the villagers into the deep hills and protect the hospital's supplies and wounded, with only 30 men. The villagers, overhearing, took it up. Folk, let's help the 8th route, save the supplies, and turned back from the hills despite Li Qingshan's pleading. A senior man of 40 or 50 pressed. Qingshan, 30 men can't manage it. If your slowness loses the army's supplies, can you bear that? Li Qingshan had no answer. We'll form a transport team. Not everyone, just some. He could only agree. The women, children, and old went into the hills. Men of 20 or 30 ran for the hospital, 50-odd scattering under the falling bombs. The hospital compound had taken several hits. Its houses near collapsed. The wounded spared worse. Zhang Fushun among them. The team set to clearing it. Then a shell's whistle. Li Qingshan cried down. Most dropped, some too slow. The burst killed those who hadn't. And for a moment Zhang Fushun was back in that August, his world gone red. Li Qingshan, eyes splitting. These were his own people, screamed stop. Go, all of you. But the villagers rose from the ground and dug on in the rubble, thinking even a few more bandages would save more wounded soldiers, never their own danger. The bombs kept falling, each taking someone. Each time they'd drop and rise again. At last the planes left. Li Qingshan and Zhang Fushun stared. Of near 30 guerrillas and 20-odd villager transporters, fewer than 20 still stood, the blood pooling into a thin stream toward the river. Hard to weigh whether a thing is worth it. For these supplies, 30-some lives. Many would say not worth it. But those who died for them held it worth it, for what they saved would save many wounded soldiers fighting the Japanese. From a hollow nearby came sustained gunfire. The surviving Guzi ran up. Captain, that's where the hospital retreated. Li Qingshan, ashen, rallied. Comrades, for New China, kill. And the word lent the 20-odd, Zhang Fushun among them. Strength. They charged the hollow. and at its edge saw the 8th Route leader Director Yin and his wife leading a guard platoon to cover the doctors and wounded. Of the 20 come up, only 10 had guns. Zhang Fushun, you and the unarmed go round behind and bring the wounded into the hills. The armed, with me, hit the Japanese from the rear. And he led the gun guerrillas round behind the enemy. The hard-pressed Director Yin and his guards felt the pressure ease. Gunfire at the Japanese rear. Yin rallied them. Comrades, our supports come, drive them back, and the guards' spirits and fight rose. Yin was no fool. There was no support. He said it only to better cover the wounded's retreat. Looking at his wife beside him, he was sick with guilt. Zhang Fushun hadn't gone round with the unarmed. He'd stayed with Li Qingshan, unnoticed. They circled behind and fired without hesitation, dropping 2 or 3 before the leader split his men to fight both ways. And evenly matched, 2 front fighting told against the Japanese, though they retreated in order, giving no opening. Zhang Fushun hung well back, not from fear, but knowing his red-tasseled spear was useless against bayonet rifles. He meant to get close, seize a gun, and kill with it. He slipped along the flank, apart from the guerrillas but near, knowing the hills from boyhood, and hid in a stone cleft till the main band passed, then stole behind a straggler and drove the spear through his neck. Thuck, as into quarry, blood spraying as he pulled it free. His first killing. He shook all over, not from fear but the rush, the adrenaline, and with trembling hands took up the man's new type, 38, stroking it, fond. He opened the bolt as he'd seen the guerrillas do, 3 rounds inside. Never having fired, only watched their drills, he knew the basics. A newborn calf fears no tiger, his whole heart on avenging his parents and the slaughtered villagers. He knelt, raised it, chambered in one motion, and fired. Bang, and a retreating soldier fell. I hit him. Li Qingshan, hearing the shot, ducked. Then, no follow-up coming, looked over and saw Zhang Fushun, and, furious, ran and kicked him down. You little fool. Do you want to die? Zhang Fushun didn't blame him. He rose. Captain, I hit him. I killed the Japanese. I avenged my parents, and wept. Li Qingshan's anger softened, and he took the boy to join Director Yin. The narrowly spared Yin and his guards thanked the guerrillas and villagers sincerely. It was Zhang Fushun's first battle, and from that day the captured type, 38, stayed with him. Later he heard the upstream village's armory had been bombed too. Its losses worse. Near 70 gone forever. The battle cost over 100 lives. Lanhuago lay strewn with the dead, the stream run red. These 2 stories are adapted from real events. The Japanese raided a rear hospital sheltering 8th Route wounded. The 8th Route leader Director Yin ordered 2 guards to break out, while he, his wife Li Suhua, and some guards held the enemy to win the people and the wounded time to escape. In that battle, after killing several Japanese and puppet troops, Director Yin, Li Suhua, 3 women medics, and 30 guards of the platoon, outnumbered, died heroically. The inhuman Japanese, after the fight, even bayonet the unborn child from Li Suhua's belly and brandished it. I wrote Zhang Fushun as the martyr Li Suhua's surviving child, because I believe Granny Li Suhua would have wished her child to live. It is because such most honorable people bled and died that we have our lives now. How they wish their own children could be born under the red flag, raised in the spring breeze. The revolutionary martyrs who died for nation and people are immortal. Hearing it, I sat long without coming to. Born in the new age, war had felt far off, even having soldiered, even knowing a soldier's only states are war and preparing for war. Now, in this 1976 body, hearing my master, my eyes reddened. Master, I can't take this gun. It's your, his hoarse voice cut me off, still lying with eyes shut, the tear tracks clear at their corners. What's there to not take? I didn't say I'm giving it, only that you carry it to guard yourself. I knew it was for my safety. Not wanting to refuse his kindness, and wanting to hunt with a gun, I rose and lifted the type, 38 in both hands, solemn. Master, I'll keep it safe. He didn't rise or open his eyes, only waved me wearily off. I slung it, took 100 rounds from his cabinet, and left. Home, someone called at my gate. Xiaowu home? It's Lu the Deaf. What's that old fellow want? I'm not sick. I set down what I was working on, took a few quick steps to the front gate. and pulled the wooden door open with a loud creak. The man standing outside looked exactly like he did in the original owner's memories, a scruffy, bearded guy in his 40s, the village's barefoot doctor. Folks around here called him Deaf Lou. Now, the only reason this Deaf Lou ever got to be a barefoot doctor was all thanks to his father, Lou Fugaway. The old man had been a well-known herb gatherer in our Orchid Gully area, and gathering herbs meant you had to know your medicine. After enough years at it, he could treat little things like headaches and fevers. When the old man got too old to keep at it, he pulled some strings and muscled the village barefoot doctor slot for his son, Lou Dalong. I didn't know him well and couldn't be bothered with pleasantries, so I got right to it. "Uncle Dalong, what do you need?" "Well, would you look at that?" My Uncle Dalong left him completely stunned. He was so used to being called Deaf Lou that hearing someone use his real name threw him for a loop. It took him a good while to realize I was even talking to him. His face went red, and he could barely get his words out. Little five, I came to borrow some medicine from you." Once he'd stammered out those two sentences, that flush of embarrassment finally faded from his face. The second I heard borrow medicine, my first thought went to that patch of Rehmannia I'd dug up a couple days back. But that stuff grew all over these hills and woods. Who'd need to come borrow that? Seeing me spacing out, Deaf Lou figured I hadn't caught his meaning, so he quickly added, "Here's the thing, little five. Your dad told me you bagged a wild boar. It just so happens that the widow Wong over in Terrace Village got scalded with boiling water, and she's in a hurry for some badger oil to treat the burn. The minute your dad mentioned you'd caught one, I hustled right over to ask. Didn't even need to think hard about it. This was obviously my fool of a father running his mouth again. I cursed inside my head. This dad of mine. No filter whatsoever. Doesn't he get that a loose tongue brings trouble?" But not a trace of it showed on my face. Since he'd come by on my dad's word, I couldn't very well claim I had nothing. Besides, Deaf Lou might have been a lousy doctor, but he was a genuinely warm-hearted guy. Whenever anybody in the village was sick or hurt, he'd give away plenty of medicine for free. Without a second thought, I turned and went inside to fetch the badger oil. The fat from that badger I'd caught last time had long since been rendered down by my mom, who kept it stored in a little jar like it was some kind of treasure. I hauled the jar down from the top of the cupboard, scooped out a bit, and brought it out to him, putting on an apologetic look. "Uncle Dalong, here you go. That badger last time wasn't a big one, and it was pretty scrawny, so there isn't much fat. Don't mind that it's a small amount." Deaf Lou hurried to take it, waving his hand cheerfully. Badgers aren't easy to catch. Having any at all is a blessing. It's not like we're using it for cooking. Enough to smear on a wound is plenty. It wasn't that I was stingy. I understood human nature all too well. If I gave generously today, tomorrow a whole crowd would show up with every excuse under the sun to borrow things. People resent you for having and sneer at you for having not. That's just how ordinary folks are. Now that he had his badger oil, Deaf Lou got chatty and insisted on singing my praises. "Little five, I hear you've really been something lately." Something stirred in me. Huh, somebody in Orchid Gully was actually saying nice things about me? Oh, who'd you hear that from? From Wunshio over at Old Zhang's place, and Old Zhang's wife too. Both mother and daughter couldn't stop praising you, said your cooking's delicious, and that you've been learning to hunt from Old Zhang. Anyway, word is you all went to West Gully Village last time and bagged a whole bunch of wild boars. As he talked, he leaned in all secretive-like and started fishing for details about that West Gully trip. The smile dropped right off my face, and I went on guard. Come on, I just tagged along with my teacher to get some experience. How could I possibly take down that many boars? Wild boars aren't made out of mud. I lied through my teeth without batting an eye. But Deaf Lou shot an awkward glance toward the base of the courtyard wall, where a wild boar happened to be lying. I followed his gaze, and my stomach lurched. Didn't I turn this critter loose to forage on the back mountain? How'd it end up back in the yard? That pig, Beiji, ate way too much, so I'd long since chased him off to fend for himself on the back mountain. No idea how he'd wandered back today. Luckily, Deaf Lou was a considerate sort. He could tell I didn't want to talk about it, so he dropped the questions, happily grabbed his badger oil, and left, even pulling the gate shut behind him on his way out. The moment he was gone, I got my gear ready. Once everything was packed, it was time to head deep into the mountains. No way around it. The county liquor factory wanted a serious quantity of giant hornets, and I had to stock up ahead of time. Now that I'd figured out how to breed hornets in bulk, I needed to get cracking. For me right now, time was money. I was just about to step over the threshold when Zhao Tao's voice suddenly popped up from the inner room doorway. Little five, where are you off to? I turned back. Fourth sis, I've actually got some free time today. I'm heading up the mountain to find hornet nests. The second she heard that, her eyes lit up. I'm coming too. I'm coming too. Take me with you. She scrambled to tie up her braid while charging toward the door. This girl loved nothing more than going up the mountain to catch hornets with me. That feeling of raking in free money was downright addictive. Ever since she'd quit going to work in the fields, she'd been stuck at home feeding hornets all day, so bored she was practically going stir-crazy. She'd even snuck into the woods to look for nests on her own, but without a contract hornet to lead the way, those nests hidden deep in the thick forest were near impossible to find. I hadn't planned on bringing her. I'd already cleaned out the hornet colonies in the nearby woods, so today I'd have to venture deep into the mountains, which could be dangerous. Sis, why don't you sit this one out? I'm going deep in today. If I run into a wild animal, it'll be way too risky. The words were barely out of my mouth before she scoffed, her face full of defiance. Oh yeah? You looking down on your fourth sister? Let me tell you something, little five. Back when you were a kid and couldn't win a fight, who was it that stuck up for you every single time? You ever see me come out on the losing end? If you can go, why can't I? Mom always said women hold up half the sky, so don't you underestimate me. The words came rattling out like machine gun fire, and she even dredged up my childhood scuffles as evidence. Okay, I give up, enough already. Seeing that she'd finished getting ready and clearly wasn't budging until I said yes, I had to throw in the towel. Fine, you can come, but once we're in the mountains, you do everything I say. She nodded without a second's hesitation. Quit yapping and let's go. I'll listen to you, all right. With that promise, I finally felt at ease and took her along into the mountains. This trip really was a long one. Just reaching the edge of the deep mountains took us over an hour. The two of us stopped to rest under a huge tree, thick enough that it'd take a grown man's arms to wrap around it. First, I leaned my Type 38 rifle against the trunk, then set my big oxhorn bow and quiver on the ground. Zhao Tao unloaded her protective suit, face mask, and the tools for digging out hornet nests. Little Magpie was small and nimble. Without me even asking, she'd already flown up to the treetops to keep watch. Beiji, the little boar who'd grown to 100 pounds, sprawled at my feet, catching his breath with our gear on his back. I fished the contract hornet out of my pocket. It was already 4 inches long, and was about to send it off to find nests when Zhao Tao let out a startled cry beside me. Whoa, when did this hornet get so big? Only then did I remember that fourth sis was right there. For a moment, I didn't know how to explain it, so I mumbled, guess since we've been raising it, it eats a lot, so it grew big. Normally when we fed the hornets, Zhao Tao just tossed the food into the hole. On top of that, this contract hornet spent its time tucked away deep in the heart of the nest, eating, drinking, and laying eggs, rarely showing itself. It only flew out to greet me when I came around. Nobody else got that treatment. Zhao Tao gestured at its body, thick as a man's finger, growing more amazed the longer she looked. Then her face turned serious. Little five, whatever you do, don't let any outsiders see this hornet. I blinked. Fourth sis had a carefree, careless personality, but that didn't mean she was dumb. This hornet was obviously no ordinary creature, and it could even hunt down nests. If word got out, there'd be no end of trouble. She actually understood the old truth. A man may be innocent, but the treasure he carries makes him a target. Don't worry, fourth sis. Nobody but our own family will ever lay eyes on it. Having brushed her off, I tossed the contract hornet up into the air and gave the mental command. Go find the nests. This time I wasn't picky. Wild bees, paper wasps, hornet colonies. I'd take them all. I'd brought enough big sacks today, all packed in the basket on Beiji's back. About 20 minutes later, the contract hornet came flying back toward us. Before it even arrived, little Magpie overhead let out a couple of caw-caws, and a burst of alerting emotion came through into my mind. The hornet's back, I murmured. Zhao Tao, who'd been sitting on the ground bored out of her mind, sprang to her feet and looked all around. Where? How come I don't see it? Before she'd even finished, the hornet had landed neatly on my shoulder. Following the emotions it sent me, my heart jumped. These deep mountains aren't just crawling with wild animals. The hornet colonies are this dense too. From that stream of information, it had flagged at least 7 or 8 spots it wanted me to pay attention to. Come on, take us to the closest nest first. The hornet lifted off my shoulder and flew toward the west side of the woods. Little Magpie followed without needing to be told. She'd done this enough times to get real clever about it. When the hornet flew too far for us to see, she'd guide us with her calls. Seeing his master get up, Beiji grunted and hauled himself up to follow too. That critter ate so much I couldn't afford to keep him at home, so I'd quietly turned him loose to forage on the back mountain, with strict orders to steer clear of people. Bringing him along today, I was just using him as a pack animal. Barely 5 minutes in, the hornet led us to a spot beneath some rocks. One look at that pile of stones, and my mind instantly flashed back to when I'd first found the wild bee nest. Could this be another wild bee colony? The thought of that sweet honey and the good money it fetched made me itch with excitement. Zhao Tao was thinking the exact same thing. She was practically drooling. That little bit of wild honey at home, my mom guarded it like treasure and wouldn't let her touch a drop, so she'd been craving it for ages. Smacking her lips, she said, "Little Five, I'm definitely getting some of this honey. Mom won't let me have any at home." I almost laughed out loud. That mom of mine was great in every way, except she was a total cheapskate. This nest was different from last time's. It was hidden inside the rock pile, with just a single fist-sized hole on the outside. "Hornet, go in and take a look." Without the slightest hesitation, I sent it into the hole. At its current size, it was an unbeatable force among its own kind. The moment it crawled inside, I switched to its point of view. Well, there was a little cave in there. The cave was maybe 15 square yards, and at the very back stood a massive wild bee nest a dozen layers tall, absolutely swarming with bees. A shiver ran through me. How the hell many bees was that? 100,000, easy. I remembered how I used to think the colony at home was too big. Now I felt a little sheepish. Compared to this thing right in front of me, my little home colony was nothing. Who'd have guessed the hornet's very first stop would land me such a monster? I pulled back my view, had the hornet hold its position, and started thinking fast. A colony this huge, if it swarmed, it'd sting Zhao Tao and me to death for sure. The hole was only fist-sized, so smoking them out was off the table. Besides, I still wanted to bring this super colony under my control. Smoking them all to death would be a real waste. Seeing my expression flicker between light and dark, Zhao Tao reached out and nudged my arm. "Little Five, what's wrong with you?" I couldn't exactly explain how I'd seen inside the cave, so I just brushed it off. "Fourth sis, I'm fine." My mind kept churning, and suddenly a plan hit me. To catch the bandits, first catch their leader. All I had to do was send the hornet charging straight into the colony to drag out the queen and contract her. Then, by controlling the queen, I could pack up the whole colony and take it with me. With no bees left to guard it, all that honeycomb in the cave would be mine for the taking. But the tricky part was Zhao Tao standing right there. Some things really couldn't be revealed in front of others. Protecting yourself always comes first. After turning it over and over, I decided to just leave this nest for now and come back alone another day to collect it. I called the hornet back out and waved a hand at Zhao Tao. "Sis, this nest's too small, hardly any honey. Not worth the trouble." She didn't think much of it, just looked disappointed. "Oh, all right then, let's go check out somewhere else." I was just about to lead her off when little Magpie, keeping watch up in the canopy, suddenly started calling out urgently. "Caw, caw, caw." It was the first time I'd ever heard her sound that frantic. My heart clenched. I grabbed Zhao Tao's arm and darted behind a nearby jumble of rocks. Beiji kept pace with us, his pig snout twitching, like he'd caught wind of something terrifying, too scared to linger a moment longer. Before Zhao Tao even knew what was happening, I dragged her behind the rock pile. "Little Five." She started to speak, but I clapped a hand over her mouth and made a shush gesture. She caught on right away and crouched down obediently without a sound. Beiji hunkered down behind the two of us, his tiny pig eyes full of fear. I switched my view over to little Magpie, and there, in the bushes not far off, a dark, shadowy mass was slowly lumbering toward us. I frowned, unable to make out what it was for a moment. A black dog? Doesn't seem right. No dog's that fat. Looking straight down from the high treetops, I couldn't get a clear picture, just a dark, murky hulk of a back. Whatever it was a wild animal in these mountains, and I couldn't afford to let my guard down for a second. I snatched up the Type 38, worked the bolt to chamber around, slowly raised it to eye level, and trained the muzzle in that direction. The seconds crawled by. Zhao Tao was dying to say something, but afraid of ruining my shot, and her little face flushed bright red from holding it in. I had zero attention to spare for her. Every ounce of my focus was locked on the sights. Right when she couldn't hold it any longer and was about to speak, there was a rustling in the woods. A massive creature came ambling out through the bushes, trampling the undergrowth. Zhao Tao's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Both her little hands clamped over her mouth, not daring even to breathe. I got a scare too, but my hands on the rifle didn't so much as twitch. That was the instinct of countless shooting drills from my past life, drilled into my very bones. A black bear. Those two words slammed into my brain. A bear? What's it doing here this time of year? Then it clicked. This big black bear had to be after the bee nest. Bears love sweets, and out in the wild, honey's about the only sweet thing they can get. Black bears have terrifyingly sharp senses of smell and hearing. Downwind, they can catch a scent from half a mile off, and they can hear footsteps 300 paces away, but their eyesight's lousy, which is exactly how they earned the nickname Black Blind Man. Thinking of that, I quietly pinched up a small bit of dirt and let it sift down through my fingers to check the wind direction. Good, we're downwind. The wind was blowing from the bear's side toward us, which cut down the odds of it catching wind of us early. My taut nerves eased just a little. This black bear could stand upright like a person and sit like one too, but it moved with extreme caution. What worried me most was its skill at climbing. It could scale all the way up a tree to reach fruit and honey. Can't let it get up there. I made a mental note to myself. Looking closer, this thing was probably a male, a good 2 meters long, a meter tall at the shoulder, and 400 pounds at the very least. It had a crescent-shaped patch of white fur on its chest. Around Orchid Gully, we called this kinda moon bear. Its black coat looked a bit dry and rough. It had likely come out of hibernation not long ago and hadn't filled back out yet, though it was already carrying a fair amount of fat. Seemed like it had been stuffing its face plenty since waking up. I kept shifting my muzzle back and forth between its head and the left side of that white crescent on its chest. Aside from the head, the heart lay just left of the crescent, the second vital spot. But in the end, I nailed my sights right on its head. These big mountain beasts weren't like people. Sometimes even a shot straight through the heart wouldn't drop them on the spot. Playing it safe meant going for the head. The black bear seemed not to have noticed us at all. It climbed straight up to the bee nest, pressed its nose against that fist-sized hole, and sniffed carefully. Catching the sweet scent inside, it perked right up, reared onto its hind legs, and started scraping at the loose rock around the opening with both front paws. The commotion set off the colony inside. Waves of wild bees came pouring out, circling the bear looking for a place to sting. But what did a thick-hided, thick-skinned brute like that care about a bunch of little insects? Now and then a bee would sting its nose, and it'd just swat at its black snout a couple of times like it was nothing, then go right back to digging. Damn it, you no-good black bear, you dare steal my honey? I cursed silently. I'd found this super colony first, but with fourth sis right beside me, I didn't dare make a rash move, afraid that if a fight broke out, she wouldn't get away in time. Zhao Tao, meanwhile, had gotten over that first jolt of fear at seeing the bear, and now the more she watched, the more excited she got. She kept jabbing me in the back, urging me to shoot. Watching the black bear widen that hole to the size of a wash basin, I couldn't wait any longer either. I turned back and mouthed a few silent words at Zhao Tao. She read my lips, put the bow and arrows at my feet. She did it at once, first laying the big ox-horn bow by my left foot, then pulling 5 feathered arrows out of the quiver one by one and lining them up neatly by my right. Sensing she'd finished, I said in a low voice without turning my head, "Fourth sis, the second I fire, you run as far as you can and don't look back." She nodded hard, not caring whether I could see it or not. Excited as she wasn't stupid. She knew I was trying to protect her and didn't want to become a burden. Just as I was taking aim, the black bear suddenly twisted its body our way, like it had caught the sound of me talking just now. Now, I squeezed the trigger. The Type 38's extra-long barrel gave the bullet unmatched muzzle velocity. Crack! A sharp report rang out. The bullet bored in through its slightly open mouth and punched out the back of its neck. Ruga! A roar was cut brutally short by the gunshot, leaving the black bear's cry hoarse and grating. The instant the gun fired, Zhao Tao shot up and bolted, running as far away as she could. Fourth sis, whatever you do, don't climb a tree. I only had time to shout that one warning before I couldn't spare her another thought. I dropped the spent rifle, snatched up the oxhorn bow with my left hand, knocked an arrow with my right, and loosed a shot without a moment's thought. Oh, that 400-pound black bear wasn't dead, eyes blazing red. It came charging straight at us. A wave of regret washed over me. I'd been too greedy for that bear hide. The whole time, I'd held off shooting because I wanted to hit it in the mouth and keep the pelt intact. But I'd overlooked one thing. The Type 38 had tremendous penetration but weaker stopping power. The bullet had gone in through the mouth and out the back of the neck, passing clean through without killing it outright. If that shot had gone for its forehead, it'd already be lying down. Watching that enormous form lunge at us, I sprang to the side, firing arrows as I ran. Thwip! The arrow buried itself dead center in its left eye. The black bear let out another agonized roar, but the sound came out raspy and airy. My first shot had already shredded its windpipe, and now this arrow had blinded its left eye. Beiji kept pace at my heels, squealing like a pig being slaughtered. Facing the enraged bear, I didn't dare let up for a second. It was closing in on me, so I just started playing Ring Around the Rosie with it. One bear, one man circling several big trees. Beiji was so scared he kept his distance, not daring to get close. Right now I had nothing on me but the bow. Even the arrows were still lying on the ground. Seizing a moment while the bear shook its head, I sprinted hard toward the rock pile I'd hidden behind earlier. The huge black bear came to its senses and chased frantically after me. The arrow shaft had long since been swatted off by one of its paws, dragging its left eyeball out along with it, leaving nothing but a bloody socket streaming blood, while blood also poured non-stop from its mouth. I ran and calculated at the same time. I shot its windpipe to pieces. How is this thing still not dead? That was the terrifying thing about big mountain beasts. Even if you hit a fatal spot, they might get you with one last dying lunge. The second I rounded the rock pile, I grabbed the Type 38 off the ground. No time to turn around. I just felt a vicious rush of air at my back. I threw myself forward, barely dodging that lethal blow, then hit the ground and rolled a few times to the side, ending up flat on my back, and roared. Beiji, get him! The little boar took the command. Terrified as he was, he still charged the big black bear with a squeal. The bear had just finished its lunge and hadn't gotten up yet when Beiji, all 100+ pounds of him, rammed headfirst into its flank. That was Beiji's all-out charge, and it actually knocked the 400-pound brute staggering. Lying flat on my back, I seized the opening and worked the bolt lightning fast. Clack! The bolt clacked home. Without even getting up, I aimed the rifle from where I lay at the black bear not far off and pulled the trigger. Crack! The crazed black bear jerked to a halt in place, like a robot that had lost power, twitching weakly a few times. I didn't dare drag it out, afraid something might go wrong, so I immediately shouted again. Beiji, get him! Thud! The gunshot bear took another vicious ram from Beiji. Boom! The 400-pound giant finally couldn't hold on any longer and toppled over like a collapsing mountain of gold, a falling pillar of jade. Finally, it was dead. That last shot, actually, I'd placed dead on, right through the crown of its skull. The 6.5mm Arisaka round drilled in through the skull cap and blew out the back of its head, taking a big spray of red and white with it. Looking at the massive beast slumped not far away, all the strength drained out of me, and I dropped down onto the ground, right on my rear. This was the first time I'd ever hunted a bear, and a chance encounter at that. In that moment, all I could feel was, it's good to be alive. If my marksmanship or reflexes had been even a hair worse, I'd have met my end right here today. But this was no time to rest. I knew I had to get the bear's gallbladder out while it was freshly dead. I crept over carefully, confirmed again and again that it had truly stopped breathing, then pulled out the brass dagger I carried and sliced open its belly. The hide really was thick. I had to put my back into it just to cut through its abdomen, then pull out the organs and guts from the belly cavity. The rank, hot, bloody stench stung my eyes shut. At last, on the upper right side of its abdomen, I felt the gallbladder. I carefully cut it free and tied it off with a tight, not before letting out a long breath. Good thing I'd moved fast. The bile had hardly leaked out at all. Holding it up to the light, something clicked in my mind. This had to be a copper gallbladder. Old Zhang had once taught me about the grades of bear gallbladders. There were 4: rapeflower gall, iron gall, copper gall, and gold gall. Rapeflower gall, also called grass gall, was yellow-green, dull, and reeked. Iron gall, also known as ink gall, was black outside and pus-like within. A step above that was copper gall, tinged yellow and very close to gold gall. Only its bile wasn't as clear and amber bright as gold gall's. The best, gold gall, was golden and translucent, something you could only chance upon, never seek out. Old Zhang had said that gold and copper galls could generally only be taken from bears killed in winter, and even then the odds were low. Iron galls were more common in bears taken in summer, and rapeflower galls were most often seen in spring. I'd just gotten damn lucky, running into a big black bear carrying a copper gall in the springtime, of all things. With the gallbladder tucked away safely, I hurried to skin the bear while its body still held some warmth. If I waited for it to go cold, the hide would be a nightmare to peel. I was drenched in sweat from the effort when Zhao Tao crept quietly back from the distance. That girl just couldn't leave me be, though she knew that sticking around would only get in the way. After running off, she'd heard several gunshots and pig squeals and just couldn't help doubling back. The moment she poked her head out, she saw me busy dealing with the black bear. That heart she'd had lodged in her throat thumped right back down into her chest. "Huh, little five, you actually killed the black bear. You're amazing," she cried out, rushing over excitedly. Seeing the enormous beast lying on the ground, she wasn't scared in the least. Instead, she happily reached out and gave it a pat. As she was patting it, her face went stern. "You little brat. Why'd you throw all this good stuff out here?" "I was in the thick of skinning, so I glanced back." She meant the bare organs and guts I'd carelessly tossed onto the grass earlier. Just now I'd been so focused on finding the gallbladder that I'd yanked everything out and flung it aside. "This is all good stuff. Don't you know that?" she nagged. Of course I knew. It was no exaggeration to say a bear was a treasure from head to tail. I'd just had my hands full, that was all. Once Zhao Tao finished her nagging, she realized I had no time to spare, so she pulled a small knife out of the basket and set to work on that pile of organs. I'd seen her dress a wild rabbit before, but this was the first time I'd watched her butcher a big beast so deftly. And this was no rabbit or pheasant. It was a 400-pound black bear. Watching her practiced, no-nonsense technique, a chill ran through me. How's fourth sis ever gonna find a husband? That was the very first thought that popped into my head. In any case, I sure wouldn't dare marry a wife this fierce. Zhao Tao, of course, had no idea her fifth brother was busy roasting her in his head. Right now she was overjoyed. Wow, this bear heart is huge. She cradled the big heart she'd just cut out in both hands, grinning like a fool, and quickly stuffed it into the basket before getting back to work, cleaning and stacking up nearly every organ, one by one. On my end, the hide was killing me to peel, mainly because this thing was so heavy. Once I'd finished the front, I couldn't get any leverage when I flipped to the back. I called Zhao Tao over to help, tied a rope on Beiji too, and with all of us straining together, we finally managed to roll the big fellow over. As for the skinned bear meat getting caked with dirt, I couldn't have cared less. We'd just wash it off back home and eat it all the same. After a solid 2 hours of wrestling with it, I finally got the whole hide off that 400-pound black bear in one piece. There were plenty of bits of meat still stuck to it, but I couldn't be bothered. I'd have to clean it again during tanning anyway. As for the bear paws, I'd already cut them off separately. Those alone were worth a good chunk of money. With the work done, the two of us sat side by side, and a new worry set in. A black bear this big. How are the two of us gonna haul it back? Zhao Tao sighed, though her eyes were positively glowing as they fixed on that pile on the ground. I chewed it over for a while. Short of chopping it up and carrying it out piece by piece, I couldn't think of another way. But bear bones were good stuff too, and I really couldn't stand to toss them. How about I head back to the village and fetch Mom and Dad? Zhao Tao said, pointing at the skinned beast. The 4 of us plus a pig. We could definitely drag this thing home somehow. I thought it over and didn't object. Only, someone had to stay and watch the carcass. Otherwise, by the time we came back, There was no telling whether we'd still find a whole black bear here. I really couldn't feel easy about letting fourth sis head back to the village alone. This was the deep mountains, different from the outskirts where we used to hunt. Who knew if some other wild creature might come charging out? I thought for a moment, then said to her, "Here's the plan, fourth sis. You take Beiji and little Magpie back with you. With Beiji there to protect you, I'll feel more at ease." With that, I gave the mental command to Beiji and little Magpie, escort fourth sis home, and I drove the point home to Beiji again and again. Keep fourth sis safe no matter what. This little boar was over 100 pounds now, and no pushover in a fight. As long as he didn't run into a large beast, most creatures really couldn't hurt my fourth sis. I also handed her the Type 38. "Sis, take the gun. Don't panic if anything comes up on the road. Except for leopards and black bears, if you run into any other wild animal, just get up a tree first and let Beiji hold it off." I said all this right in front of Beiji, then walked her through how to work the bolt to chamber around and how to pull the trigger before finally letting her head back to get help. Thinking about how rough the mountain path was, I called out after her retreating figure, "Fourth sis, if you really need to, bring Feng the second along too. That kid's reliable. But don't tell him what it's for yet. Just say you need him to lend a hand. He's a bit of a bonehead, so don't go blabbing everything." After shouting that, I suddenly remembered. Last time I'd borrowed Feng the Second's family's homemade gun and still hadn't returned it. I'd used his gun to bag game and hadn't even sent over a single bite of meat. That really wasn't right of me. Luckily, from the original owner's memories, Feng the Second was a loyal friend I could trust. When fourth sis left, her basket was packed full, all bear organs, plus those 4 bear paws. The gallbladder was the most precious, so I kept it close on my own body. As for the leftover guts that were of no use, I took advantage of the free time to carry them off a good distance and hang them up. That way, if wild animals did show up, they'd be drawn off elsewhere instead of coming straight for me. Once that was done, I looked up and saw the wild bees swarming all over the sky, and something stirred in me. With fourth sis gone, this was my chance to collect that super colony. I released the contract hornet and ordered it to head straight into the colony and seize the queen. Without a word, it dove into the cave. The moment I switched to its view from outside, well, would you look at that? Leaning on its massive size, it barreled straight into the very center of the nest. To those wild bees, it was practically a giant beast dropping out of the sky. The wild bees went into a total frenzy, swarming it in a buzzing mass. My view instantly went black, nothing but a thick, teeming wall of bees, impossible to see through. But the contract hornet wasn't the least bit afraid of these little things. Wild bees' only trick against hornets was to swarm and smother them, roasting them to death with their body heat. But that trick was useless against the contract hornet now. With its current size and strength, these ordinary wild bees couldn't do a thing to it. It cut its way all the way to the dead center of the nest, killing everything that stood in its path. It quickly found the queen right in the middle. She was easy to spot. Her body was noticeably longer than the average bee. Next to the contract hornet, the queen was like a toy, completely helpless to fight back. When it emerged again, it had that slightly larger queen clutched in its legs. But I didn't dare let it fly straight back. It had a huge black cloud of bees pouring after it. That hornet was sharp, though. It wove around the woods a few times, shook off the swarm entirely, and only then delivered the queen to me alone. Without hesitation, I contracted this super colony's queen right on the spot. Then I put her back in the cave, and even went over to patch up the entrance the black bear had torn apart. Mom and Dad would be arriving soon and definitely wouldn't have brought anything to hold honey, so I figured I'd come back on my own when I had time to harvest it. I waited a good 3 hours before I finally saw little Magpie fly back. I knew right away, Mom, Dad, and fourth sis had arrived. Sure enough, not long after little Magpie landed, Beiji came grunting up, leading 4 people over. It was my dad, my mom, fourth sis Zhao Tao, and Feng the Second. Of the 4, everyone but Zhao Tao froze in their tracks. Feng the Second was especially rattled. This Zhao the Fifth had been running around goofing off with him just days ago, and now all of a sudden, he could take down a bear. What they saw was a huge black bear, skinned, with all 4 paws chopped off. I'd already rolled up the hide and set it off to one side. Both Mom and Dad carried baskets and rope, and fourth sis gripped a bone cleaver and an axe. Of the three adults, it was my dad, Zhao Dezhu, who came to his senses first. He was a man, after all, and could hold up. He dropped the basket and rope on the ground, took the cleaver and axe from Zhao Tao's hands, and got ready to butcher the bear meat. After the organs and paws fourth sis had already carried off, plus the guts I'd hung up in the distance, the remaining bear meat came to about 300 pounds. With the 5 of us and 1 pig, we could haul that back home easily. Dad, be careful when you're chopping through the bones. Don't hack all the big ones in two, I quickly reminded him. Those bear bones were good stuff too. My dad nodded in agreement. Little 5, you really know how to hunt now. No need to guess who'd ask a dumb question like that. It was that goofball phone the second, of course. I nodded with a smile. Perfect timing. I've been meaning to thank you. Last time you lent me your dad's homemade gun, and now you've come out to help. Take some extra bear meat home when you go. Phone the second didn't stand on ceremony with me. We'd grown up together, and back in the day I'd taken plenty of advantage of him. Many hands make light work. In a little over an hour, the 300+ pounds of bear meat were divided into 6 portions. 5 people and a pig, 50 pounds each, and I strapped that hide, dozens of pounds, on a Beiji. On the way back, with little Magpie and Beiji leading the way, the trip went smoothly, without a hitch. Running into fellow villagers on the way into town was unavoidable, of course. A middle-aged fellow about my dad's age spotted us coming out of the woods and called over. Hey, isn't that Dezhu? What's your whole family hauling there? My dad chuckled and brushed it off. It's nothing, brother Zhou. Zhou hadn't paid it much mind at first, but the second his eyes landed on that dark, heavy, thick-furred hide draped over Beiji, he froze on the spot. That looks an awful lot like a black bear hide. We ran into quite a few more villagers along the way, and my dad fobbed them all off with a few quick words. But folks weren't blind. No matter how much Mom and Dad insisted it was nothing, anybody who knew a thing recognized that hide at a glance. That's a black bear hide. Zhao Dezhu actually killed a black bear. The news sprouted legs and spread through the whole village in the blink of an eye. Some believed it, but more didn't. Old Zhang heard about it too, but the moment he learned it was Zhao Dezhu who'd done it, he shook his head then and there. My apprentice's girl Wenxiu just came back from an outing and excitedly brought him the big news. Old Zhang tapped out his pipe. You silly girl, you know better than to ask. If that Zhao Dezhu could really take down a black bear, would he have spent half his life bent over hoeing dirt clods in the fields? In all these decades, I've never once seen him set foot on the mountain. The old man chuckled. This has to be my apprentice's doing. Only he's got that kind of luck, always stumbling onto good things nobody else ever finds. Wenxiu said nothing. Sharp as she was, she'd already guessed it was that troublemaker's handiwork. Her heart swelled with joy and pride, and she couldn't help muttering under her breath. A big black bear like that isn't something your average hunter can bring down. Only my brother Little 5 could pull that off. As for all of Zhao the Fifth's foolish past antics, she didn't mention a single word of them anymore. The news reached my grandparents' place as well. Zhao Laojin and Li Tsuan knew their second son far too well and didn't believe a word of those village rumors. But old Mrs. Li couldn't sit still. Her mind was fixed on going over to grab some loot. Old man, everybody in the village is saying second son bagged a black bear. Should we go take a look? What's your hurry? Zhao Laojin said, cool as a cucumber, like a fisherman sitting steady on his rock. We don't even know if it's true yet. You go rushing over there, and if there's nothing to it, how are you going to save face? How? If he didn't bag a bear, I'll just say I came to collect living expenses. Old Mrs. Li acted like she had my dad completely under her thumb. He hasn't sent over his work points for this month yet. Your third son's household is already griping there's no grain left to cook. Second son doesn't have it in him, the old man said slowly. If he really had killed a bear, he'd have come running to deliver it long ago. Would we need to go ask? That's not for certain. The moment old Mrs. Li brought up my mom, her teeth practically itched with resentment. That little tramp Sun Yueqin's been kicking up a real fuss lately. I hear she's even talking divorce with second son. That little minx is definitely holding him back. Why else would this month's work points still be nowhere to be seen? Meanwhile, our group had finally made it home, and every one of us let out a long sigh of relief. We're finally home. Phone the second heaved a heavy breath. This trip had been pure misery, hauling 50-odd pounds of bear meat over an hour of mountain trail. Setting the basket down in the yard, I went inside and took out the cloth-wrapped homemade gun and the tasseled spear leaning against the wall and handed them over. Second, these are what I borrowed from your place last time. Feng the second took the gun, slung it over his shoulder, and grabbed the tasseled spear to use as a walking stick, ready to head out. His dad had been turning the house upside down looking for that gun these past couple days, and he hadn't dared breathe a word about lending it to me. Otherwise, with his dad's temper, his backside would have been in for a beating. "Hey, second, don't go." I stopped him. He turned around just in time to see me carving meat out of the basket with a knife. I've always been a generous sort. One cut, and I sliced off a big slab that must have been close to 20 pounds, with a layer of white bear fat a good 3 inches thick on top. "Little five, I can't take this. It's way too valuable." He waved his hands over and turned to leave. How could I let him get away? I grabbed his arm and shoved the meat into his arms. "Why so polite with me? When have I ever been polite when I come to your place?" The moment I said that, Feng Lauer froze on the spot. He thought it over. "Yeah, that's true. Every time this kid comes to my place, he eats and drinks his fill and then swipes something on his way out. He's never once been polite about it." Once he figured that out, he stopped refusing and slung the fatty meat over his shoulder. Plop! The greasy bear meat pressed against his shoulder. He didn't mind the mess at all. Grinning ear to ear, he turned and left, which had me shaking my head. This guy's a real numbskull. If I were his dad, he'd drive me to an early grave. Out the door, folks from the village were standing around in 2s and 3s along the road. A man who knew him well stopped him. "Lauer, you just came out of Zhuzi's place. What's that in your hand? Looks like a good 10+ pounds. Nice haul." That dimwit Feng Lauer had no clue what "don't flash your wealth" meant. Grinning, he lifted the meat off his shoulder and gave it a heft. "This here's black bear meat. See that? This fat's a full 3 inches thick." Then he smacked his lips, looking like he was savoring the taste already. The folks on the roadside erupted. "Good heavens, Zhao Dezhu really did bag a bear." "No kidding. Earlier old Joe said it was bear hide, and I didn't believe him. That black bear's got to be 300 or 400 pounds. That's a ton of meat." "You know, squat. Bear meat's barely worth anything. The real treasure on that thing is the bear gallbladder." Feng Lauer paid no mind to the crowd buzzing around him. With a heh chuckle, he turned and headed home, feeling downright smug inside. "You all used to look down on me. Look down on Xiaowu. Now you know what us two brothers are made of." Over on my end, I still had no idea that Feng Lauer had already announced my business to the whole village. Inside the house, my mom looked at the 300+ pounds of bear meat and hesitated. "Their dad, this bear meat. Should we set some aside for Grandpa and Grandma's family?" My dad didn't even think about it. "Nope. This bear meat's too heaty. It's not good for old folks to eat." Hearing that, I couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. My dad shot me a glare. "What are you laughing at? Get to work slicing off all that bear fat so your mom can render it into oil. You never do anything useful all day, just running your mouth." I didn't talk back. I was more than happy with my dad's new temperament these days. I quickly pulled out my brass dagger and started cutting into the meat. My mom hadn't expected him to be so decisive, and it actually made her a little embarrassed. The whole village probably knows we bagged a bear. The two old folks will find out sooner or later. What if they come to our door asking for some? Before she could finish, I cut in. "I've got to send some of this bear meat to my master. Dad, you'd best carry a portion over to Big Uncle's place too." As I said this, I gave my dad a meaningful look. My dad's face went stiff, his heart pounding. This kid, does he know I was mooching meals at his big uncle's place all those days? But he didn't object. Back when he had nothing to eat, it was his big brother who took him in and fed him. He'd already come to terms with it. Whoever's good to me, I'm good to them. As big as heaven and earth may be, nothing's bigger than your own wife and kids. This black bear had come out of hibernation a while back, so it was nice and fat. After cutting for a bit, I'd sliced off 50 or 60 pounds of fatty meat. I cut 10 pounds of fat and 10 pounds of lean for Big Uncle's family, and another 10 pounds of fat and 10 of lean for my master's family. The rest, I handed over to my mom. "Mom, keep enough for us to eat, and I'll haul the rest of the bear meat over to Yang Batzi's to sell." The weather was getting hotter by the day, so the bear meat wouldn't keep. We still had plenty of wild boar meat at home too, so my mom wasn't planning to hold on to much. But she kept all the fatty meat, rendered into bear oil. It would last a good long while. Especially bear oil flatbread. That stuff was heavenly. Even during the coldest days of winter with the mountains snowed in, bear oil flatbread wouldn't freeze hard. That was the amazing thing about bear oil. I picked up the meat for my master's family, grabbed a bear paw too, and strutted right out the door. My dad tried to follow suit, carrying the portion for his big brother, and reached to swipe a bear paw as well. But the moment his hand stretched out, my mom smacked it away with a slap. He didn't dare make a peep, just obediently carried the 20 pounds of meat and headed straight for his big brother's place. Along the way, plenty of villagers pointed and whispered behind my back. I paid them no mind at all. I'd bagged that bear myself, and nobody could say a thing about it. When I got to old Zhang's place, I didn't even knock, just walked right in. In the yard, Wenxiu and her mom were tidying up some odds and ends. The moment they saw me come in with meat, both of their faces lit up with smiles. The way Wenxiu's mom looked at me, the more she saw of me, the more she liked me. A spitting image of a mother-in-law sizing up her son-in-law. Xiaowu, just coming over is plenty. Why bring meat too? She asked, though she knew perfectly well. She'd already heard my family had bagged a black bear. She just hadn't expected me to bring meat over so soon. Annie, I ran into a black bear up on the mountain by chance and got lucky enough to take it down. Just brought it back, so I cut off some meat to come see my master. Old Zhang was sitting in the inner room smoking his pipe. He'd heard the commotion outside long ago, but had held his tongue. Now, hearing me, he let out a satisfied cough. Cough, cough, Xiaowu's here. Come on in. I carried the meat into the room, and the moment I saw how good my master looked, my heart settled. Master, I bagged a black bear up on the mountain today. Brought some meat to honor you. Old Zhang glanced at that 10 pounds of fatty meat, and his eyes lit up. Good Lord, this meat's hit him right in the sweet spot. Wenxiu came in and took the meat, and only then did old Zhang speak up. His very first question was, "Where's the gallbladder? What kind is it?" I chuckled. I'd known he'd ask that. While handing the meat and bear paw to Wenxiu, I reached into my shirt and pulled out something wrapped in a big leaf. It was a broad leaf I'd picked on the mountain, just the right size to wrap the gallbladder. Before I could even unwrap the leaf, old Zhang snatched it away. He'd bagged bears in his lifetime too, but what he'd gotten was either a cauliflower gallbladder or an iron gallbladder. He'd dreamed of getting a golden one. He peeled back the leaf layer by layer, revealing that hint of yellow. "A golden gallbladder?" he cried out, but then shook his head. No, it's not golden. It's a bronze gallbladder." I secretly admired my master's sharp eye. It had taken me a good long while of pondering before I dared conclude it was a bronze one. Old Zhang cradled the gallbladder, nodding again and again. Not bad, not bad. You're getting more capable by the day. This gallbladder's hardly lost any of its contents. Looks like you took it right on the spot after killing the bear. I nodded, grinning like a fool. My master was right on the money, every word of it. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he said urgently, "What about the organs? Don't tell me you threw away all the innards, you kid." I blanked for a second before it clicked. My fourth sister hauled all the organs home. I couldn't be bothered with them at the time, so she gathered them all up and brought them back. Only then did old Zhang let out a breath of relief. "Good thing you brought them back. Those are all treasures, far more precious than wild boar innards. They're powerful tonics. Eating them nourishes the body. I came in a rush today and forgot to bring you some. I'll bring you a bear heart and a pair of bear kidneys later so you can have a taste." Old Zhang was pretty exasperated with me, but in the end he didn't say a word to refuse. At his age, he really did have his heart set on trying those bear kidneys. "Master, how much do you think this gallbladder can sell for?" I wanted to feel out a baseline first, so I wouldn't get shortchanged later. Old Zhang pondered a moment. "This bronze gallbladder of yours isn't common, and the quality's top-notch. It could fetch 500 or 600 yuan. My heart sank a little. I thought it would sell for a fortune, and it turned out to be only 500 or 600. The moment old Zhang saw my expression, he knew exactly what this kid was grumbling about inside and started chewing me out. "You've only had a few days of full meals, and already 500 or 600's beneath you. Let me tell you, us mountain folk might not save up that much in an entire lifetime. Just how much did you want to sell it for?" Only then did I remember that money went a long way and stretched far in these times, so I stopped fretting over it. Old Zhang added one more thing. If you don't mind the hassle, dry the gallbladder in the shade and take it to a Chinese medicine shop in the county or the city. You might get 700 for it. I thought it over. Last time I went to the county, I'd biked half a day just to get there. Going all the way to the city would take a whole day, wouldn't it? Forget it. I shook my head and decided I'd first ask whether Yang Batzi would buy it. While I was still mulling it over, old Zhang had already gotten out of bed. He fetched that bare paw back from the kitchen and shoved it into my arms. Master, what are you doing? This bear paw's for you. I hear it's incredibly delicious when it's cooked. Old Zhang stared at me for a long moment. Who's been feeding you nonsense? This stuff isn't nearly as flavorful as the meat. Besides, do you know how to cook bear paw? Do I? That shut me right up. I'd never even seen a bear paw in my past life, let alone cooked one. Ask me to stir-fry some shredded potatoes or whip up a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and I could manage that. I hear city folks prize this stuff, so just take it back and sell it. We couldn't make anything worthwhile out of it ourselves anyway. It's not nearly as practical as the meat you brought. Sheepishly, I picked the bear paw back up, turned around, and headed home. When I got home, my dad was already back, his face flushed and glowing. One look, and you could tell he'd gotten plenty of praise on the way. Before I could even tease him a bit, an annoying voice thundered from outside the door. Lauer, get out here. My mom's and dad's faces changed in unison, and the same thought crossed all four of our minds at once. This old woman really has come knocking. My dad pulled the door open with a dark face, and outside stood more than just my grandma, Li Tsuhua. My grandpa Zhao Laojian and my third uncle's whole family had all come. Before my dad could get a word out, old lady Li barged right in. The moment her eyes landed on the bare meat on the cutting board in the yard, a sly grin spread across her face. Lauer, this meat's for your mom, isn't it? Fine then, no need for you to deliver it. I just happened to be passing by with your third brother, so I'll grab it on my way out. And with that she reached out to grab it, specifically picking the fattest, choicest piece. I almost laughed from anger. This shameless old bat could actually work up the nerve to say something like that. My mom's face was grim, but she forced out a faint smile and stepped forward. Ma, we were just about to. She'd meant to say just about to bring it over to you. But before the second half was out of her mouth, old lady Lee swung her hand and smacked her right across the face. You little tramp, how dare you butt in? Are you the one holding our Lauer back, not letting him bring me meat? My mom was stunned on the spot. This old woman had at most cursed at her before, calling her a hen that can't lay eggs, but she'd never raised a hand against her. Ma, what do you think you're doing? This time my dad was truly furious. He threw himself in front of my mom and roared at old lady Lee. My fourth sister couldn't hold back either. This grandmother had always treated them poorly, and now she'd hit their mom right in front of the whole family. She charged forward to grapple with the old woman, but was stopped halfway by third uncle's daughter, Zhao Hongxia. You worthless girl, what are you trying to do? You want to hit grandma? Zhao Tao hated those two words, worthless girl, more than anything, and Zhao Hongxia had just walked straight into it. The words weren't even out of her mouth before my fourth sister, without a sound, lunged forward and grabbed her by the hair. The two girls tangled together into a brawl in the yard. Third uncle's boy, Zhao Hongda, saw his sister fighting with second uncle's worthless girl and wanted to jump in and help. I kicked out at him. I'd actually wanted to see a bit more of how my dad handled this mess. I knew what my fourth sister was capable of. Even two Zhao Hongxias tied together were no match for her. But a grown man like Zhao Hongda getting involved, that wouldn't do. My kick was accurate and vicious, dropping him straight to his knees, and he couldn't get back up for a good while. Third uncle and third aunt saw their son and daughter get beaten, and they were nearly beside themselves with rage. This family had always been the ones getting bullied by them, and now they actually dared to fight back. The two of them lunged forward, teeth bared and claws out. I was about to meet them head-on, but my dad beat me to it, throwing himself in front of them. Lao-san, what do you think you're doing? This is my house. I won't have the two of you running wild in here. Zhao Laosan couldn't swallow that. His second brother, whom he'd always squeezed dry, was about to turn things around. Would his cushy days ahead still be guaranteed after that? Without our family's work points supporting him, how would his family keep eating and drinking well? Not caring that the one blocking him was his own blood brother, he raised his foot and kicked at my dad. My dad didn't fight back, taking the kick square on. Lao-san, if you hit me again, I'm really going to fight back. I was shaking my head off to the side. They've beaten their way to your door, and you're still talking about family ties. But I couldn't quite read what my dad was thinking. After all, they were born of the same mother. He still clung to that sliver of hope, and he had to take a real, solid blow before he could truly harden his heart. While my dad was tied up with Zhao Lao-san, old lady Li finally saw her opening. She pounced on my mom, grabbed a fistful of her hair, and slap, slap, delivered 2 more ringing blows across the face. My mom was normally a tigress at home, but that fierceness was only aimed at my dad and us kids. In front of her in-laws, she simply didn't dare fight back, not out of cowardice, but out of real fear that if she raised a hand, the whole village would point at our family and curse us as unfilial. She herself didn't care. She was an outsider bride to begin with. But my dad and the rest of us still had to make our way in this village going forward. I didn't care about any of that. Watching that old woman slap my mom twice in a row, my eyes had already gone red. Ignoring Zhao Hongda still kneeling on the ground, I dashed over to old lady Li in a few strides and kicked out at her. My grandpa Zhao Laojian had been holding up his dignity as head of the family, not lifting a hand. But now, seeing his grandson actually dare to kick his wife, how could he still hold back? He raised his foot and kicked out too. But his old arms and legs were no match for a young man like me. Our legs collided, and I came away without a scratch, while he stumbled back several steps and nearly fell flat on his backside. Over on my dad's end, he'd already gotten the worst of it. He wasn't afraid to go one-on-one with Zhao Lao-san, but with the couple ganging up and him unwilling to hit a woman, he was pinned down, and my third aunt had raked several bloody scratches across his face. My fourth sister's side was doing fine, though. She sat astride Zhao Hongxia, slapping her left and right. That'll teach you to run your mouth. That'll teach you to run your mouth. Let's see if you ever dare call me worthless girl again. In years past, Zhao Hongxia had spread plenty of nasty rumors about my fourth sister around the village and had rallied the other girls to freeze her out. My fourth sister hated this cousin down to her bones, and today she was settling old scores and new ones all at once. As fierce as old lady Li was, she was still an old bag of bones. After slapping my mom twice and tussling with her a bit more, she couldn't get the upper hand anymore. By this time, a ring of villagers had gathered outside the door to watch the show. I was just about to step forward and deal with old lady Li when 2 women suddenly rushed in through the door. My heart tightened. Could these be reinforcements old lady Li had called in? I looked closer. It was Wenxiu and her mom. Wenxiu's mom made no polite gestures, heading straight for old lady Li and clamping her in a tight bear hug. "Auntie, what are you doing?" Her mouth was pleading, but her hands were secretly pinching the old woman all over, hard, making old lady Li grimace and yowl like a monkey. Wenxiu dashed over toward my fourth sister, ostensibly to break up the fight and calm things down, but on the sly she stomped down on Zhao Hongxia who knows how many times, adding several more black footprints to that face already swollen up like a pig's head. Seeing my mom was more or less all right, I turned and charged straight at Zhao Lao-san. One kick sent him staggering, and I followed up with a punch that knocked him flat to the ground. Those 2 moves completely cowed everyone in the yard. Even my third aunt didn't dare cause a scene anymore, hurrying over to help Zhao Lao-san up from the ground. Looking at all the scratches on my dad's face, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even my own mom had never scratched up my dad's face, and now my third uncle's family had left him disfigured. Both sides finally stopped fighting, but I felt suffocated inside. No matter how you looked at it, we'd come out of this on the losing end. Both my parents had been beaten, and though my fourth sister and I had dealt with the 2 younger ones on their side, the more I thought about it, the more it burned. Then again, on second thought, this was fine. Now that this old woman had raised her hand against my mom, it was the perfect chance to cut ties with them for good, sparing us endless trouble down the road. As for settling accounts with them, there'd be plenty of time for that. Old lady Li plopped down on the ground, slapping her thighs like she was throwing a tantrum, jabbing her finger at my dad and cursing up a storm. "You heartless Zhao, I raised you all these years for nothing. You got a wife and forgot your own mother, standing there watching your wife beat me like this. Oh heavens, there's no way to go on living. My dad wasn't blind. My mom hadn't fought back at all. It was his own mother who'd slapped my mom 3 times across the face. Zhao Laojian now put on his airs as the family patriarch too, glaring and cursing. You son of a bitch, just look at that little bastard you raised. The little punk actually dares to hit his own grandpa. As he cursed, the old man wanted to plop down on the ground and throw a fit too, but remembering he was a grown man, he forced the urge back down. Third uncle's family glared at us with venom. They'd taken the worst of it. Zhao Laosan had been dropped by my punch and kick and was still gasping from the pain. Zhao Hongda had nearly had his manhood ruined by that kick of mine and was crouched on the ground, not daring to stand. And Zhao Hongxiao was the worst off. After the beating from my fourth sister in Wenxiu, her face was swollen like a pig's head, her hair splayed out like a bird's nest, and both her face and clothes were covered in footprints. Ma, don't go making baseless accusations, my dad finally spoke up. Yueqi never laid a hand on you. All these villagers are watching. When did she ever hit you? You're the one who hit her. He then turned to my grandpa. And Pa, if someone were beating my grandma, would I help my grandma or not? Those two questions left both old folks speechless. But they hadn't come to be reasonable to begin with. Old Lady Li started wailing again. Fellow villagers, come see. This heartless Zhao Daju's going to be punished by heaven. He actually dared to beat his own parents and his own brother. I couldn't stand to listen any longer, so I just plopped down on the ground myself and started throwing a tantrum, mimicking her. Everyone, come and judge for yourselves. Look at how badly our family's being bullied. This grandpa and grandma of mine brought my third uncle's whole family over to rob us. Normally, all my dad's work points go straight to feeding these two old folks. Our whole family's food and drink depends entirely on my mom and fourth sister earning work points to trade for grain. Last month, these two came again demanding grain from my dad, saying they weren't getting enough to eat. And my dad, that fool of a filial son, gave them every last bit of grain we had left. Our whole family nearly starved to death. If I hadn't started learning to hunt for my master afterward, we'd have starved to death last month. And now, seeing our lives finally getting a little better, they come scurrying over to snatch our meat. Where in the world is there any justice in that? I rolled around on the ground and wailed, but it was all thunder and no rain. Not a single tear fell. The villagers watching were all neighbors from around our part of the village. Who among them didn't know the hard life Zhao Daju's family lived? Add to that how kind my mom had always been to people, and everyone was glad to put in a fair word for us. The murmurs in the crowd gradually spread. That's right, Zhao Daju's family really did have it rough before. Some meals they had, some meals they didn't. Yueqin even came to my place to borrow grain. The one who chimed in was our next-door neighbor Zhang Xiufan, the very household I'd bought grain from. She said not a word about my buying grain. That was a secret between our two families, one nobody was to blow open, because blowing it open would be bad for everyone. A while back I even saw Zhao Daju wandering around the village aimlessly right at mealtimes. He couldn't even mooch a bite at his own parents' place. Someone had long seen through my dad's predicament of having nowhere to eat, and now aired it all out. My dad's already battered face burned even hotter with shame, with nowhere to hide. Wenxiu's mom was fanning the flames hard from the crowd too. That's right, this old man Zhao and old lady Li are no good at all. Always helping Zhao Laosan's family shake down Lauer's family. Everyone take a look. Has Zhao Laosan ever put in a single day of work? His family eats and drinks well, all off the backs of Lauer's family. An "oh" of sudden understanding rippled through the crowd, followed immediately by a chorus of jeers. Old Lady Li had never imagined that her signature skill, throwing tantrums and playing the bully, would fall flat today. Who could have guessed that a big young lad like me could out-tantrum her, rolling on the ground and wailing my head off? That was exactly the effect I wanted. And now I felt a chill of relief inside. Thank goodness my grandpa had blocked that kick of mine earlier. If I'd actually kicked one of those two old folks, no matter how much justice was on my side, I'd never be able to stay in this village. Pin the crime of beating your grandparents on me, and the whole village would be pointing at my back. And the move I'd used just now was exactly what would become a wildly popular saying in a later era: fight magic with magic. Old Lady Li never dreamed that a big young lad like me would pull a stunt like this, and it stunned her right on the spot. She couldn't even keep sitting on the ground crying and wailing anymore. Just sat there dumbstruck, listening to the neighbors condemn her one after another. Third uncle's family couldn't stand it any longer. The whole yard was denouncing them. Zhao Laosan had originally been scheming to snatch that bear meat and sell it for money, but now he'd come up empty-handed and lost face on top of it. He'd gone to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice. Gritting his teeth, he hauled himself up off the ground, dragged his wife and his son and daughter along, and bolted for the exit, not even bothering with his own parents. My grandpa Zhao Laojin, the head of the family, couldn't keep his face either. He yanked old lady Li up off the ground and turned to flee for home in a rout. I wanted to stop them, but couldn't. I'd originally been counting on cutting ties with them cleanly in front of the whole village, but with them running off, I'd have to find another chance. Seeing the main players all gone, the onlookers gradually dispersed too. A few neighbors on good terms with our family came over to console my mom. I got up off the ground, thanked everyone around, and shut the yard gate. Now only our family was left in the yard, along with Wenxiu and her mom. Wenxiu's mom was still comforting my mom, while Wenxiu and my fourth sister huddled together, cheerfully chatting about who knows what. I glanced at my dad. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, covered in scratches, absolutely fuming. This time, he'd finally seen those two old folks and third uncle's family for what they really were. He'd always felt that Lao Sin was the younger brother, and as the elder, he ought to give in and look out for him. But today's scene had doused his heart with ice water. Not handing over the work points he'd earned himself had somehow become his fault. Where in the world was there any sense in that? My dad met my gaze, and a flush of shame crossed his face. Seeing that things were mostly settled, Wenxiu's mom took Wenxiu and made her goodbyes. She was considerate and knew our family had private matters to talk over right now. The moment the two of them left, my mom burst out crying, all the pent-up grief pouring out. Her voice wasn't loud, but it made all three of us ache inside. "Yueqin, don't you worry," my dad said, his eyes gone red. Whether from heartache or heartbreak, I couldn't tell, though it was probably both. "From now on, I'll never let you suffer like this again. Anyone who dares lay a finger on you again, I'll fight them to the death." My fourth sister had been so pleased with herself a moment ago, but seeing my mom in tears, her eyes reddened too. "Mom, fourth sister, don't worry. From now on, nobody's going to bully you two ever again." I pounded my chest hard too. "Mom, this humiliation you took today, sooner or later, I'll collect it back with interest." That's what I said, but inside I'd already started scheming how to deal with this whole family. They beat my mom and thought that'd be the end of it? Dream on. I'm no generous man. I was going to put this bunch through the ringer. My mom wiped away her tears and called us over to get back to dealing with the bear meat, while she herself lit the stove to render the bear oil. Come to think of it, our family now had 3 kinds of oil: wild boar oil, badger oil, and now this black bear oil. My dad cut off a few good pounds of meat and headed out to borrow a donkey cart. He wasn't even worried about the embarrassment of his scratched-up face. If anything, he seemed to want the whole village to see it, to show them how his own parents bullied their own son. Along the way, the villagers pointed and whispered about him, and he couldn't have cared less. When people he knew stopped him to ask what happened, he'd recount today's events with plenty of embellishment. Very quickly, old lady Li's sharp-tongued, mean-spirited image took root in the villagers' minds. My dad was a famously honest man. For her to have driven him to this state, old lady Li really did have a talent. My dad handed the meat over to the family he'd borrowed the cart from, then climbed onto the donkey cart and strutted his way back. After what we'd sent out and what we'd kept for ourselves, this black bear still had about 240 pounds of meat left. The two of us loaded the meat onto the cart, along with the 4 bear paws. Then I grabbed all the hides we'd accumulated at home: wolf hides, badger hides, a few rabbit hides, and along with this fresh bear hide, loaded them all onto the cart in one go. This trip was sure to fetch a good price. The donkey cart rolled leisurely along until it reached Yang Bazi's place. The moment I walked in, I saw him bent over tinkering with that motorcycle sidecar. "Brother Yang, still polishing it up?" I teased. He looked up, and seeing it was me, first lit up with joy, then deliberately put on a stern face. "Brother Xiaowu, it's been a while since you came to see your brother. You're not looking down on me, are you?" Clearly he was fishing, trying to feel out whether I'd hooked up with some other buyer. I caught his meaning right away and just laid it all out. Brother Yang, what are you talking about? I've been busy hunting down giant hornets for Manager Lee at the distillery. I really couldn't spare the time. Sure enough, at the mention of Manager Lee, Yang Batsi immediately settled down and stopped beating around the bush. Brother, you've been working hard. Oh, by the way, yesterday Manager Lee had someone pass along a message to me. Guess what it is? He chuckled. Just a heads up for you. It's good news, and it concerns you. The moment he said that, I didn't even need to think it over. Brother Yang, is it that the purchasing agent position came through? Ha ha. Brother, you really are sharp as a tack. He paused before he could dredge up the phrase. A weight lifted from my heart. With this purchasing agent status, whatever I sold from now on would have a legitimate cover, and I'd never again have to worry about someone pinning the label of profiteering on me. Happy as I was, I couldn't forget the business at hand. Brother Yang, I brought you some good stuff this time. And with that I walked over to the donkey cart. Yang Batsi followed curiously, and when I threw back the cloth over the cart, he was dumbstruck on the spot. Is this a black bear? He'd been buying goods for years, yet he almost failed to recognize what this pile of butchered meat was. If it hadn't been for those 4 bare paws, he'd have needed to guess a while longer. Once it registered, he sprang up a good foot high. Brother, where's the gallbladder? He was so excited he practically wanted to frisk me right there. I didn't dare pull out the gallbladder just then. What if he damaged it? Brother Yang, calm down first. We'll look at the gallbladder in a bit. First take a look at this meat and these hides. Are you buying? Yang Batsi forced down his eagerness and swept a glance over the bear meat. Brother, honestly, bear meat isn't actually all that valuable. Only a little pricier than pork. Of course, that's the price if you sold it to the supply and marketing co-op. Coming to your brother here is different. I've got my own channels, and I guarantee it's higher than the co-op. 2 yuan a pound. How's that? I did the math in my head and figured he wasn't cheating me. If he wanted to do business with me long-term, he'd never push me elsewhere over such a small price difference. All right, Brother Yang. I trust you. Let's go with that price. Yang Batsi appreciated my straightforwardness too. Since we'd met, I'd never once haggled with him over his purchase prices. Then he appraised everything for me piece by piece. For bear paws, 50 each, 4 of them making 200. As for the bear hide, he stroked the thick fur and opened at 300, but seeing me stay silent, he gritted his teeth and bumped it up to 450. I really can't go any higher, brother. Black bears may be hard to bag, but every now and then some hunter takes one down. I thought about it, and it made sense, so I nodded. The remaining hides, rabbit hides, were too common, 2 yuan each. The old wolf hide had lots of scars and poor quality, 30 yuan. I didn't quibble. These were leftovers from when I'd practiced tanning anyway. If they'd sell, they'd sell. Finally, the bear meat went on the big scale, just under 250 pounds, but Yang Batsi generously counted it as a full 250. He rattled off the figures. Bear meat, 500. For bear paws, 200. Bear hide, for 50. Rabbit hides, 6. Badger hide and wolf hide, 30 each. That's 1,216 yuan total. Just as he finished tallying and was about to go inside to fetch the money, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Brother, isn't there still one item you haven't shown me? Only then did I pull that bear gallbladder out from inside my shirt. The moment Yang Batsi saw the color, he gave a start. After examining it closely, first disappointment, then delight. The expressions on his face couldn't have been richer. He was an old hand at buying, after all. After looking a moment, he spoke up. Brother, your luck really is something. This is a bronze gallbladder, just a hair short of being a golden one. Pity it falls just a bit short. Seeing that I didn't respond, he knew I already had a good sense of things, so he didn't try to show off and named his price directly. Sell this gallbladder to your brother. 600 yuan. How's that? To be honest, I wasn't entirely satisfied, but he'd given me a high price on the bear hide, so I figured I owed him this courtesy. Besides, this price wasn't low. It was a good bit above the average market rate, and I couldn't very well leave him with no profit at all. I hesitated a moment, then nodded. Yang Batsi happily went inside to fetch the money, coming back out with 2 big stacks clutched in his hands. He handed me 1 stack first. That's 1,000, count it. Then he counted out 18 10 yuan notes from the other stack and shoved the rest at me. I counted 182 bills. It should have been 1,816, but he'd given me a straight 1,820. Those extra few yuan weren't much. What I appreciated was his gesture. I didn't stand on ceremony either. As long as I felt the goodwill inside, that was enough. Thinking about how my little private stash was about to triple, I felt downright wonderful inside. I kept 20 yuan for pocket money and put the remaining 1,800 together with last time's 1,000, 2,800 yuan. All crisp new 10 yuan notes, 3 big stacks stacked neat and tidy. I even copied a trick from that later era, digging out a sheet of paper and cutting it into strips to bundle the money up tight. In these times, paper was a rare thing. I'd rummaged around at home for ages before finding some. Back when my fourth sister and I were in school, we'd still used slate boards. I'd just hidden the money away and was about to get up when that mother fox who'd taken up residence in my room suddenly darted over, gently nuzzling my arm with her head, looking like she wanted to be petted. I'm a careless sort, like petting a dog. I gave her little head a vigorous rub. The mother fox immediately grew displeased, twisted her head away, and swatted me across the face with her big tail before turning around and heading back to her nest. I'd been busy lately, and out of consideration for her being a new fox mom, I'd rarely disturbed her aside from feeding and watering her. This mother fox understood human ways remarkably well. She'd go out at night to do her business, never once needing me to worry about it. I crouched down beside the little nest built out of old clothes and took a look. All 5 little cubs had plumped up a size, and the biggest one had even cracked its eyes open a sliver. Oh, they're about to open their eyes. I felt a flush of delight inside. Looking at the mother fox again, she'd put on a bit of weight too, no longer as haggard as when she'd first arrived. These past days I'd been adding meat to her meals every single time, which had even gotten my mom grumbling. Coming out of the room, I remembered young Botsy saying the purchasing agent thing had come through. So what was I waiting for? Time to go gather hornets. I grabbed a few big burlap sacks, took some rope, slung my gun over my back, called for Beiji, and headed out. The whole village recognized this pig by now, knew he was mine and didn't bite, so nobody panicked at the sight of him. Some people who knew him would even give his rump a playful kick. Beiji was unfazed by such harmless things and paid them no mind at all, just plodding along behind me toward the deep mountains. All along the way, I didn't waste the trip. Every villager I ran into, I'd announce the hornet buying business to. Hey, Uncle Joe, not out in the fields today? I greeted the middle-aged man taking a break by the roadside warmly. He was the very one who'd spotted my black bear last time. Not much work in the fields right now, so I'm taking a couple days off. His face was full of envy. Xiaowu, off to hunt up in the mountains again? That was exactly the question I'd been waiting for. Uncle Joe, I'm heading up to catch hornets. Catch hornets? Got a hankering for wild honey, he asked casually. Huh. A while back I got to know a big boss, and he asked me to help him buy up hornets. All kinds of hornets. Giant hornets, 1 cent apiece, hives priced by size. Wasp nests, wild honeybees, wild honey. He wants it all. The moment Uncle Joe heard that giant hornets fetched 1 cent apiece, that was as good as earning a work point. His voice shot up. What? 1 cent apiece? And how's he buying the rest? Come on, tell me. His raised voice drew all the villagers resting nearby over. Seizing the chance, I laid out the prices one by one. Giant hornets, 1 cent each. Wasp nests, 2 mao a pound. Wild honeybees had to be a whole colony with a queen, priced by count. 1,000 for a yuan, 10,000 for 10 yuan. Wild honey, 5 mao a pound, as much as you could bring. The crowd erupted. It was the farming off-season right now, and every household had no income coming in, all worrying about how to scrape by. My words were like a timely rain falling right on their aching hearts. What's more, catching wild honeybees and wasps was far less dangerous than hunting big wild beasts. With a ready example like me leading the way, who wouldn't be tempted? A few more wanted to chase after me with questions, but I didn't dare stay any longer. This bunch was too enthusiastic. I couldn't handle it. I quickly hurried on ahead. Along the way, I ran into 3 or 4 more groups of villagers, and I spread the word to them just the same, until the whole village was buzzing. Only later did I learn that when the village's married-off daughters went back to visit their parents' homes and mentioned it, The news spread to several villages throughout the nearby Wenjiatai township. This business would grow more and more prosperous going forward. But that's a story for later. Meanwhile, over at Third Uncle's place, Zhao Hongda came scrambling back into the house in a panic, calling out to Zhao Laosan, who was lying in bed pretending to be sick. Pa, I found out some news about Zhao Xiaowu. Zhao Laosan had been lying there listlessly. My kick had been hard, but nowhere near enough to leave him this week. He was purely being lazy. But the moment he heard it was news about me, his eyes snapped open and he shot bolt upright. Out with it, what news? Zhao Xiaowu was spreading word around the village today, saying he started buying hornets and paying real high prices. He must have sold that black bear and struck it rich. Zhao Hongda's face was full of envy, but Zhao Laosan's face broke into a grin. Good, that's good. Buying hornets is good. Let's see who can protect their family this time. Zhao Hongdao thought his dad meant to go report me and rushed to say, Pa, you're not well. Let me go in your place. He really couldn't forget that kick of mine. Unexpectedly, Zhao Laosan smacked him across the back of the head. Go where? You dimwit. What good would going now do? To catch a thief, you need the stolen goods. We've got to wait until he's actually bought up a big batch of hornets. Then make our move. Catch him red-handed with the evidence, and let's see how he weasels out of it. He'll be locked up for a good few years for sure. Zhao Hongdao wasn't the least bit upset at being smacked. If anything, he grew excited. Right. That's the way to do it. Let's see him strut around then. Zhao Hongxia and her mom, listening off to the side, understood too. Zhao Hongxia's swollen face still hadn't gone down, so her words whistled through the gaps as she jabbered a long string, and her mom hurried to translate. Hongxia says you're right. We've got to make them rot in prison for life. The whole family huddled together, cackling sinisterly, picturing me being hauled off to jail. What they didn't know was that by now I'd already arrived at the spot where I'd bagged the black bear last time. I'd already made a contract with the wild honeybee queen, so gathering up this colony was a breeze. With the queen leading the way, all 100,000+ wild honeybees swarmed into the big burlap sack in a black mass. Only once all the bees were in the sack did I set about cutting out the honeycomb. One cut, and I could have kicked myself. I should have brought the whole family along. There was a staggering amount of honeycomb, a good dozen+ layers, each one as big as a door panel. I set the sack of bees on Beiji's back, loaded him up with a big sack of honeycomb too, hauled another big sack onto my own back, and only then did the two of us, one man, one pig, head down the mountain. Yet these two big sacks were only the two smallest bottom layers I'd dug out. This won't do. When I get back, I've got to tell Mom and Dad not to go to work. The proper thing is to hurry and haul all this honeycomb back. By the time I got back to the village, the sun was already dipping to the west. When the villagers saw me and Beiji, one man, one pig, each hauling big sacks of honeycomb, they drooled with envy. Some seized the chance to ask whether the hornet buying was for real. I agreed to it all, and only then did the crowd disperse home in excitement. From the looks of it, the mountains were in for some commotion tomorrow. Once I'd hauled that colony of over 100,000 bees and the two big sacks of honeycomb home, my mom was so happy she couldn't stop grinning, but my dad's face fell. He knew he'd have to make bee boxes again. But seeing such a huge colony, he gritted his teeth and decided not to use log stumps this time. He'd just build a big bee box instead. He ran off to the village carpenter's place and bought 6 door panel-sized boards in one go. Only, every bit of the pocket money my mom had given him went into it. He grumbled to himself inside. Humph, I'm definitely going to make that little brat reimburse me later. The two men worked late into the night to finish the bee box, agreeing to head up the back mountain first thing the next morning to keep digging beside that cave where the giant hornets were. This time they'd dig it bigger, so they could fit more bee boxes and bee barrels. Once everything was done, my mom finally thought to ask, Xiaowu, how do you suddenly start buying hornets? I know you're good at making money, but what if someone reports you for profiteering? Only then did I lay out the whole story of Yang Batsi taking me into the city. When they heard their son had become a purchasing agent for the county distillery, the two of them were overjoyed. In their minds, being able to get into a big factory as a regular worker was more respectable than earning any amount of money. Mom, you two don't get too excited, I hurried to say. This purchasing agent thing is really just helping people buy up giant hornets. I can't handle any other work anyway. But no matter what I said, both of them were convinced their son had made something of himself. My fourth sister was happy too. She understood that the better her little brother did, the smoother her own life would be. That night, I sent Beiji up the mountain to guard the bee cave against wild animals coming to steal the honeycomb, while the four of us stayed home pressing out the honey. First, I helped my dad nail that big bee box tight. Then I helped my mom and fourth sister press the honey. Before dawn the next day, my parents headed up the mountain to dig the cave, while my fourth sister and I carried the bee box up the back mountain. Luckily, we'd used thin boards, so it wasn't too heavy, and that cave was close to home, or my fourth sister would have really had a hard time of it. With all four of us pitching in, we quickly dug out a good-sized space. I figured the big bee box could fit inside now, but thinking about the big batches of bees we'd be gathering going forward, I went ahead and expanded it for another good while, hollowing out the cave even roomier before finally installing the bee box. Then I went back and carried up that sack of wild honeybees. Once everything was settled and we'd eaten lunch, the family couldn't even rest before heading off to that wild honeybee cave again. When we got there, my fourth sister recognized it at a glance. "Xiaowu, didn't you say there was no more honeycomb in this cave?" Feeling a bit guilty, I hurried to cover. At the time, I figured there wasn't much, but later the big black bear clawed the cave mouth open, and I went in for another look. Whoa, there was a ton in there. My fourth sister didn't grow suspicious and just walked straight into the cave. The cave mouth had already been widened by me to over a person's height. While the three of them headed inside, I glanced at Beiji sprawled outside the cave, snoring away. The fellow had several fresh wounds on his body. Looked like plenty of wild animals had come to fight over the food last night. I gave his head a pat and headed into the cave too. Seeing that the honeycomb inside was exactly as I'd left it, not a bit missing, I finally relaxed. My parents and fourth sister snapped out of their astonishment, grabbed their tools, and got ready to go all out. My mom was already calculating in her head how much honey all this would yield. This time, with more hands and plenty of tools, we managed over the course of a whole afternoon to haul all the remaining honeycomb home. By the time we got home on the last trip, all four of us were too worn out to straighten our backs, too tired to even lift a finger. That night, we slept like the dead. The next day, the family slept in good and late before getting up, wolfed down a few bites of food, and started pressing honey. I didn't join in. I took Beiji, Xiaoqiao, and the contracted tiger hornets and headed out to hunt for bees. The contracted tiger hornets had earlier scouted out 7 or 8 spots with bees for me. The wild honeybees at the first spot had already been gathered, and I had to hurry over to the rest. I didn't have much time left, and the distillery was waiting on me to supply them in bulk. With my contracted tiger hornet leading the way and Xiaoqiao guiding me, I had a huge haul that day. Of the remaining 6 spots, 5 turned out to be tiger hornet nests. I used my usual trick, sending my contracted tiger hornet inside to capture the queen. Once I contracted the queen, I could scoop up the whole nest. The last spot was a giant wasp nest, a full meter across, absolutely crawling with wasps. Just looking at it made my scalp tingle. Since I hadn't contracted a wasp yet, I figured why not. I sent my contracted tiger hornet charging in to grab the queen, and just like that, I had a wasp queen too. Only after finishing all that did I finally open the system, which I hadn't checked in ages. The electronic chime was going ding, 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 nonstop, so I scrolled through the notifications one by one. Ding. Host detected killing 1 black bear. Reward, 600 hunting points. Current balance, 1,748 points. Ding. Host detected harvesting 1 nest of wild honeybees. Reward, 30 points. Current balance, 1,778 points. Ding. Host detected harvesting 1 nest of tiger hornets. Reward, 20 points. This one chimed 4 times in a row. Ding. Host detected capturing 1 nest of wasps. Reward, 20 points. Adding it all up, plus the gains from contracting the wasp queen and 5 tiger hornet queens, I ended up with 1,877 hunting points in my pocket. I glanced at the system panel again and noticed all these newly contracted queens had been automatically merged together. The name in the second contracted beast slot had simply changed to Swarm. Contracted Beast 1, Magpie Xiaoqiao. Contracted Beast 2, Swarm, Contracted tiger hornet, queens times 5. Little honey, wild honeybee, queen times 1. Wasp queen. Contracted beast 3. White mutant bat, xiaofu. Contracted beast 4. Young wild boar beiji. Contracted beast 5. Red fox mother and cubs, xiaoong. Seeing there was nothing else worth fiddling with in the system, I hoisted my big pile of loot onto my shoulder and ambled toward the village. There was still about an hour of mountain road left before home, but I wasn't in a rush. I'd walk a stretch, then rest a bit. The stuff on my back was no light load. Beiji trailed behind me. That little guy had it made, eating the whole way. Grass roots, seeds, wild fruit. Anything his eyes landed on went straight into his belly. As I crested a ridge, a song suddenly drifted over on the wind. A great river, its waves so wide. The wind carries the scent of rice blossoms on both banks. A classic is a classic, and it was a woman singing, clear and bright. My feet just stopped, and I stood there listening closely. There was so little entertainment these days. I hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. I followed the singing a little farther, and on a small hillside I spotted the singer. She was a young woman with 2 thick braids, big eyes with double eyelids, and a somewhat thin face. She wore an old army uniform, washed pale but without a single patch, and her skin was a bit tanned. In my past life, I'd seen more beautiful women than I could count, especially once short videos took off, when any random filter could turn anyone into a beauty. So I only gave her a second glance and was about to walk on. But in that very glance, I caught a flash of bright silver on her wrist as she cut grass. My heart skipped a beat. A sent-down youth? If I wasn't mistaken, that silver flash on her wrist was probably the wristwatch I'd been dreaming about. Such a precious thing. Forget buying one. Most village folks had barely even seen one. Only the educated youth who'd come down from the city had them. Suddenly I, who'd been in such a hurry to get home, couldn't move my legs. A watch, a bicycle. I'd been coveting those for so long. My mind started turning, and a sneaky idea popped up. The girl cutting grass over there had noticed me a while ago. She'd assumed I was just a passing villager and hadn't thought much of it. But when I stopped and kept staring at her, her expression changed at once. Not to mention there was a big wild boar standing right beside me. Seeing this wasn't going well, I hurried to speak first. "Hello, comrade. I'm Zhao Tsong from Orchid Gully. I got lost hunting in the mountains. Could you tell me where this is?" At the words, Orchid Gully, the girl relaxed a good deal. She knew Orchid Gully well. It was right next to the village where she'd been sent to work. But her eyes were still glued to the grunting Beiji, and her legs were trembling. "You're from Orchid Gully. My name is Li Shaoling. I was sent to work in Dadian Village. This is Dadian's East Mountain." I slapped my forehead, faking sudden realization. "Oh, so this is Dadian's East Mountain. I don't come around here much. I actually got lost hunting today." She was surprised to hear I was a hunter. "You're a hunter? Pretty impressive for someone so young. And this boar is yours?" I teased Beiji a little, then turned back with a smile. "Yeah, raised him from a piglet. Don't worry, he doesn't bite." As I said it, I gave him a kick to make him back away from the girl. Beiji really did seem to understand people. He obediently stepped back a couple of paces. Li Shaoling was dumbfounded. She'd been in the countryside 2 years and knew all too well how vicious mountain boars could be. This was the first time she'd ever seen one so tame. Seeing her guard drop, I steered the conversation to the real point. "You've got a lot of educated youth in Dadian, right? Must be dozens. I heard times were tight the past couple years. Are you all getting enough to eat now?" Actually, I knew the score perfectly well. I'd wandered through Dadian before and knew these city kids had it even harder than the villagers. When they first came down, they couldn't even hold a hoe right. At those words, her face fell instantly. 2 years ago, when she'd first arrived, she'd been a round-faced girl. Now she was so thin her cheekbones jutted out. She'd barely gotten 2 words out before her eyes went red. She forced it back. "Ugh, don't laugh at me, but I haven't had a bite of anything with fat or oil in it for over half a year now. Everyone else is about the same." I nearly laughed out loud inside, but on my face I put on a pained, sympathetic look and said slowly, "Compared to you all, us hunters have it good. I'm up in the mountains all the time, never short on meat and fat. It's daily necessities where I fall behind you educated youth." I'd made myself clear enough. The question was whether she'd catch on, but I'd wasted my breath. Her whole mind was stuck on the first half, never short on meat and fat, never short on meat and fat. Now, just hearing the words meat and fat made her stomach churn with hunger, and even the way she looked at Beiji had changed. She wasn't scared of him at all anymore. It was all the longing of someone eyeing a slab of meat. Beiji, who'd been chewing on grass roots, suddenly shivered, and the bristles on the back of his neck shot straight up. The moment I saw the look in her eyes, my heart sank. Great. She hadn't picked up on a single one of my hints. Sure enough, after hesitating for a long while, what she managed to squeeze out was, Comrade Zhao, do you still have any meat at home? And after asking, she blushed bright red with embarrassment. I sighed inwardly. Fine, if it takes some effort, it takes some effort. I'll just reel her in slowly. I pondered a moment, then said deliberately, I do. Of course I do. I've even got bear fat stored away at home. This was bait I'd dropped on purpose, just waiting for her to bite. Really? Her eyes lit up. I nodded. Then, Comrade Zhao, could you sell me a little? I'll pay you. She'd stopped cutting grass entirely, gazing at me pleadingly. But I couldn't care less about her money. There was so little money could buy these days, like that watch on her left wrist. For a watch, money alone was useless. You also needed a ration coupon, and coupons were the hardest thing of all to get. Her family wasn't badly off, but out here in the mountains, every household was short on meat. Where would she get it? She wasn't like me, with a production team leader living next door who loved dragging stuff home. I shook my head. I can't sell you. Her face fell again. Why not? If I sold you goods, that'd count as profiteering. That's a mistake I can't afford to make. She looked truly hopeless. But then my next line made her eyes light up again. I can't sell it, but the two of us could trade. Trade. She brightened, looking herself over and muttering, what do I have to trade? Then, as the girl kept thinking, she suddenly crossed both arms over her chest, her face going white, and stared at me, unable to say a word. I nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. I was so exasperated inside. Girl, why are you striking that pose and looking at me like that? And with that, you filthy animal expression? It's the watch on your wrist I want. But I couldn't say a word of that, and I blushed furiously holding it in. Oh no, with my whole face flushed red like that. She probably thought I was getting worked up over her. She shrank back again. I gritted my teeth. I really couldn't keep playing this guessing game. Comrade Lee, don't get the wrong idea. I just want to trade for some daily necessities, or anything you don't have a use for. Hearing it was daily necessities she'd be trading, she finally let out a breath. So what do you want to trade for? I said nothing. I just glanced at her left wrist. This time Li Shaoling understood, so this villager had his eye on her watch. Her father had given her that watch for her 18th birthday. Back then it had cost over 100 yuan. Her right hand went involuntarily to her left wrist, rubbing it gently back and forth, her eyes full of reluctance. But in the end she gritted her teeth and said firmly, Okay, I'll trade. But my watch isn't cheap. How much meat will you give me? If you don't have meat, oil works too. Once she'd committed, she actually seemed more at ease. Now it was my turn to feel awkward. My sack was full of nothing but tiger hornets and wasps, or nests. Not a single thing I could show. Li Shaoling saw the sack and thought it was game. Comrade Zhao, is that something you hunted? I waved my hand. No, no, no. They're bees and hornets I caught. I collect all kinds. That's actually why I came up the mountain today. She looked a little disappointed, but pressed on. So how many pounds of meat is my watch worth? She lifted her hand and waved it in front of my face. I took a look and grinned inwardly. Well, a Beijing brand. These days there were no knockoffs or fakes. Anything with a well-known name was the real deal. This model was especially easy to recognize. Above the dial was an image of Tiananmen, and below it the word Beijing. You couldn't mistake it if you tried. Before I could speak, she laid out its whole history herself. My dad bought this watch at the department store in Guangdongdian, Chaoyang district. In the capital, 128 yuan. I've worn it 2 years. Would you give me 100 yuan's worth of meat for it? She said it cautiously, afraid she was asking too much. I did some quick math. I can trade you 100 pounds of meat, but I can't guarantee what kind. Could be wild rabbit, could be pheasant. Hearing it was only 100 pounds, she frowned. She'd looked into it. Pork was only 85 cents a pound, and pheasant or rabbit went for 3 or 4 cents a pound. By that math, she was getting the short end. But then, thinking about how she had no idea how many more years she'd be stuck in this mountain valley, she steeled herself and accepted. A watch for a good long stretch of meat ahead was worth it. Fine, 100 pounds it is. I was thrilled inside. Never mind the big bargain I was getting on the meat. Just saving that watch coupon, which I could never have scrounged up, made it worth it. But I didn't plan to squeeze her dry. I knew the educated youth had it rough, so I volunteered. I can get you that much meat, but I'm worried you won't be able to eat it all before it goes bad. How about this? Whenever you're craving meat, come find me in Orchid Gully. Just ask around when you get to the village and you'll find my place. This suited Li Xiaoling perfectly. There was no way she could eat 100 pounds all at once, so this was ideal. But the moment the words left my mouth, my heart sank. No, I couldn't have her coming straight to my house. If she came too often, wouldn't tongues start wagging all over? I didn't care about that in general. I just worried Wenxiu would get the wrong idea, and that would cost me way more than it was worth. I quickly backtracked. Actually, Comrade Li, when you want meat, look for a girl named Zhang Wenxiu in Orchid Gully and have her come get me. That way things stay clean for both of us. Li Xiaoling was startled at first, then it clicked, and her eyes softened a bit as she looked at me. She thought to herself, this man is actually pretty considerate. He even knows how to help a girl avoid gossip. After saying goodbye to Li Xiaoling, I hauled my pile of bees and hornets home, got them all settled first, and only then went inside. After this trip, the tiger hornets in my mountain cave had grown to 30,000, plus 5 extra egg-laying queens. I also picked out the biggest drone from among them and contracted it as a breeding male. Now all that was left was to wait for this tiger hornet colony to multiply like crazy. For a while I'd need to feed them plenty of meat. Only with enough nutrition could they crank out young. That big wasp nest was the largest I'd ever seen, and I really couldn't bear to sell it, so I just hung it in a tree beside the tiger hornet cave, keeping the wild honeybees and tiger hornets company. If I hadn't contracted all their queens, these different kinds of bees and wasps would have torn into each other long ago. They're natural-born enemies. Whenever I thought of that young sent-down woman I'd met during the day, I got itchy to head straight into the mountains to hunt. But it was too late in the day. I'd have to wait till tomorrow. The night passed without incident. At first light the next day, I got up and packed. I slung old Zhang's Type 38 rifle on my back and grabbed the big oxhorn bow. Beiji tagged along as usual to serve as my transport crew, and Xiao Qiao had already flown off to scout the way. Just as I was about to head out, the big fox suddenly darted out of the house wanting to come along too. I looked at her and said irritably, "What are you following me for? Go back and nurse your cubs." This clever mother fox seemed to understand, but she just wouldn't listen. She insisted on coming. I couldn't be bothered anymore. Fine, come along. Today's route was through the back mountain anyway. I wouldn't run into any villagers, so there was no worry about someone spotting her. I always relied on luck for hunting, and sometimes on Xiao Qiao to help me find game. Sure enough, we hadn't gone far when a burst of mental sensation flowed into my mind. I quickly switched to Xiao Qiao's viewpoint, and the scene changed. Wow. Not far ahead, there was actually a good-sized sika deer. The deer was tossing the big antlers on its head, rubbing them against a tree trunk, looking for all the world like it was itching to fight someone. I perked right up. Sika deer weren't common. There was no way I could let this one get away. I gave Beiji a light pat, signaling him to move quietly so he wouldn't spook the game. Then I crouched down low and crept forward like a wildcat. My footsteps were light enough that the buck didn't notice a thing. Once I got close, I immediately raised the oxhorn bow in my left hand, knocked an arrow with my right, drew the string, and took steady aim. But in that very instant, the deer stopped as if it had sensed something, lifting its head to look around. It didn't see anything, but its big nose kept flaring open and shut. It had clearly caught some frightening scent. It grew uneasy, its head swinging left and right, its hooves pawing at the ground. My heart lurched. Oh no. I'd rushed in so fast I'd forgotten to check the wind. And with a wild boar and a fox right beside me, could that smell be anything but strong? I didn't dare hesitate any longer. With a twang, I let go. The arrow tore through the air, streaking straight for the deer's neck. But the deer was extremely alert, springing up to bolt. Fast as it was, it couldn't fully dodge. The arrow missed its neck and lodged in its back instead. I cursed under my breath and quickly nocked another arrow. but by now it had already dashed off more than 20 meters. After it! After it! I ordered, and Xiao Xiao shot up from the treetop, flying after the deer. I took off running too, and Beiji was even faster than me, crashing straight through the underbrush. The mother fox followed nimbly behind me, her eyes full of excitement. She hadn't been in the woods in a long time, and she was clearly having the time of her life. We chased for over 10 minutes, and I was panting from exhaustion. The mountain trails were genuinely brutal, and running full out loaded with gear made it worse. Luckily, Xiao Xiao had already landed up ahead, which meant the deer had stopped running. I knew that one arrow wouldn't be enough to kill it, but it had been bleeding the whole way. The blood alone that had poured out was enough to leave it in a bad state. Speaking of that deer's blood, that whole chase was heartbreaking for me. My eyes were on Xiao Xiao up in the sky, while my feet followed the blood trail on the ground. Watching drop after drop of deer blood splash onto the dirt, I sucked my teeth in agony. That was deer blood, after all. Great tonic, precious stuff. Once I caught my breath, I made my way toward the big tree where Xiao Xiao had landed. The moment I got there, I saw the deer. By now it had completely lost the fighting spirit it had at the start of its escape. It was panting hard through its nose and mouth, all four legs trembling. Haha, there's no getting away this time. I drew an arrow and, without hesitation, took aim. Twang! The pitch-black arrow struck it right in the neck, and this was the last straw that finished it. The deer, which had been holding on by sheer will, collapsed with a thud, its four legs still kicking at the ground, as if it refused to die. Only when I got close did I realize this deer was even bigger than it had looked from a distance. It was nearly 1.70 meters long and 1 meter tall at the shoulder. I figured it had to weigh 300 pounds. It had 2 large antlers, each branching into 4 points, thick sturdy legs, and a well-proportioned frame. Its coat was reddish-brown, with rows of white spots scattered down both sides of its back. I actually stared a little dazed. It was the first time I'd ever thought a Sika deer could look so beautiful. I pulled out the brass dagger I carried and gave it a merciful end. Deer blood spurted from the wound with a puff, puff. I quickly dumped out the water in my canteen and used it to catch the blood. But there wasn't much to collect before it ran out. It seemed the deer had nearly bled dry while fleeing, which was why I'd taken it down so easily. After bleeding it, I opened its belly and removed the organs, hanging the innards on a nearby tree. This trip hadn't been for nothing. With a deer this big, I couldn't be bothered to butcher it and haul it out in batches, so I just cut some branches and lashed together a wooden sled. Strangely enough, my strength had grown quite a bit lately. Whether from the system or from eating well, I didn't know. Lifting something over 100 pounds took no effort at all. I heaved the 300-pound deer up onto the sled, tied it down with rope, and started dragging it home. Slow going, sure, but at least I could manage it. Stopping and starting, I could see I was almost home. But the last stretch downhill was too steep, and I didn't dare risk it, so I sent Xiao Xiao back to fetch help. Xiao Xiao, go home and get someone. This was the first time I'd given her the task of fetching people, and I honestly wasn't sure it would work. If it didn't, no big deal. I'd just rest on the hilltop for a bit and make my own way down later. Sure enough, having wings made all the difference. Within minutes, Xiao Xiao flew back home. Right then, my mom's son Yueqin, my dad Zhao Dezhu, and my fourth sister Zhao Tao were eating lunch in the yard. My mom was muttering, "Where'd that fifth boy run off to? It's already midday, and he's still not back for lunch." Zhao Tao pursed her lips and cut in. "Probably went over to old Zhang's again. He's been running over there a lot lately." Just as she said it, Zhao Dezhu spotted Xiao Xiao in the sky and pointed. "Look, isn't that Xiao Xiao? Didn't she go off with fifth boy? How come she flew back on her own?" The moment my mom heard, she got anxious. "Did something happen to fifth boy? Go check quick." Zhao Tao glanced up at Xiao Xiao circling in the sky and said dismissively, "What could happen to him? He's just bagged some game he can't carry back and sent her to fetch us." She was really just grumbling, remembering the past few times she'd been called out to haul game. But who'd have thought she'd hit the nail right on the head? Zhao Dezhu thought about it and figured she was probably right. So he hurriedly called the other two to get up, grab their tools, and head up the mountain. Zhao Tao, having done this before, even grabbed a coil of rope on her way out. The three of them followed Xiao Xiao up the back mountain, and after climbing for about 20 minutes, they spotted me crouched on the hilltop, with that big sick deer lying on the wooden sled beside me. My goodness. Zhao Tao was thoroughly stunned again. Fifth boy, you've only been out half a day and you bagged a deer this big. I chuckled. Luck, just luck. Fourth sister, don't just stand there. Come help. This deer's got to be 300 pounds. I really can't get it down by myself. My mom and dad exchanged a glance, neither knowing what to say. These past few months, I'd brought home so many surprises that they'd practically grown numb to it. They were even starting to wonder if I was just a natural-born hunter. Big game that others might not encounter once in a whole year had become an everyday thing for me. My dad came forward, tied up the deer with rope, then ran a long wooden pole through it. I shouldered one end and he took the other, and with one heave the two of us lifted the 300-pound deer. It was heavy for both of us, but at least we could slowly shuffle it back. My mom and Zhao Tao wanted to lend a hand too, but the downhill stretch was too steep, so I wouldn't let them come up. I just had them carry the rifle and the bow and arrows. The trek downhill took a full half hour, and by the time we got home, my dad could barely straighten his back. Before we could even catch our breath, a girl's voice suddenly came from outside the gate. Fifth brother, are you there? It's me, Wenxiao. The moment I heard it was Wenxiao, I sprang up off the bed like a fish flipping out of water and ran straight for the door. I pulled open the yard gate and saw Wenxiao standing there, pretty as a picture. The joy on my face was impossible to hide. Wenxiao, what brings you here? But contrary to my beaming happiness, there wasn't a trace of a smile on Wenxiao's face. Instead, she looked rather sulky and hurt. Fifth brother, there's a woman here looking for you. I was blank for a second, then it clicked, and I hurriedly explained. Wenxiao, is her name Li Shaoling? When Wenxiao heard that I could actually name the woman, her face grew even more hurt. Her nose stung, her eyes reddened, and she looked about to cry. Seeing this was going wrong, I quickly lowered my voice to explain. Now don't go imagining things, silly girl. That woman came to trade me for meat. Wenxiao, who'd been on the verge of tears, suddenly grew curious instead. Trade for meat? Why'd she come to you for that? So I told her the whole story, start to finish. How I'd run into this sent-down youth in the mountains yesterday and traded 100 pounds of meat for a Capital brand watch of hers. Wenxiao was even more astonished, though she didn't know how much a Capital brand watch was worth. In these times, no watch went for less than 100 yuan. Now Wenxiao wasn't sulking at all anymore. Instead, she was happy for me, thinking her fifth brother was really something. On the walk over to Wenxiao's house, I made a point of telling her, from now on, when that woman wants to trade for meat, have her come find you at your house, and then you come get me. Wenxiao nodded, understanding perfectly well that I was avoiding gossip, and she was pleased as could be. When we got to old Zhang's place, the moment I stepped into the yard, I saw Li Shaoling. Right now, she was standing awkwardly in the yard, looking nervous. Watching her, I wanted to laugh. So now she knows how to be timid? Where'd all that gung-ho energy from yesterday, wanting to trade me for meat, go? Of course, I couldn't say any of that out loud. After greeting her, I said cheerfully, you've come at just the right time. I just bagged a sick deer. Venison is good stuff. When Li Shaoling heard it was venison, she was both surprised and delighted, but she also fretted a little, worried that the 100 pounds I'd promised would shrink now that it was venison. But I wasn't that petty. Whatever I'd promised, I'd deliver. Comradely, how many pounds do you want to take this time? She thought about it. Could I have 5 pounds? I'm afraid too much will spoil before I can eat it. I readily agreed, told her to wait at Wenxiao's house, and went home to cut the meat. When I got back, my dad had already hung the deer up on the crossbar and skinned it. I lent a hand, picked a good spot, and cut her a bit over 5 pounds. I didn't weigh it, just estimated a little more than 5. And I didn't forget to bring meat for my master. In my left hand, I carried Li Shaoling's 5 pounds, and in my right, I cut over 20 pounds of venison ribs for old Zhang. When Li Shaoling saw me carrying so much, she was actually startled, thinking it was all for her. Only when I handed her the smaller piece did she realize. That slab of venison ribs I gave to Wenxiao, who happily took it and turned to carry it into the house. Li Shaoling held her 5 or 6 pounds of venison, her feelings all mixed up. She hadn't had any meat in half a year and was starving for it. The piece I'd cut for her had a bit more fat on purpose, stewed up. That's what gives it real flavor. Thank you, Comrade Zhao. But there's one more thing I wanted to discuss with you. I paused. What is it? The sisters I room with have heard about your meat trading too. but they still aren't quite sure they can believe you. Once I go back, I figure some of them won't be able to resist coming to trade. I don't know if you'd be willing. I thought, why wouldn't I be willing? The one profiting is me. I was itching to trade for more of those hard-to-get daily necessities from these educated youth anyway. Of course, but let's get this straight. This is an exchange, not a sale. Li Xiaoling looked like she got it. Don't worry. This is just comrades helping each other out. I haven't had meat in ages, so you give me some meat. You're a hunter with no way to tell the time, so I give you a watch. That's just normal friendship. Hearing how well she understood the situation, I nodded, satisfied. As she was leaving, Li Xiaoling somewhat reluctantly slipped the lady's watch off her left wrist and handed it to me. Seeing the look in her eyes, I felt a little bad, but I took it anyway. Watching the second hand tick along, I couldn't have been more excited. After all this time since crossing over into this world, this was the first time I'd watched time flow by with my own eyes. Wenxiu leaned in curiously too, staring at the watch, full of envy. Fifth brother, this watch is so pretty. I smiled at her. Pretty, huh? Hey, what's going on in the back room? I pointed at the inner room in feigned surprise, and Wenxiu instinctively turned to look. In that split second of distraction, she felt a cool sensation on her wrist. By the time she snapped back, the Capital Brand lady's watch, the one I'd traded 100 pounds of meat for, was already on her wrist. Oh, fifth brother, what are you doing? Wenxiu panicked. It's a gift for you, silly girl. I affectionately flicked her cute little upturned nose. Wenxiu wrinkled her nose and used to the gesture and pouted. I can't take this. It's way too valuable. In all the villages around here, I've never seen a single woman with a watch on her wrist. Though I'd wanted a watch too, this was a lady's watch. I couldn't wear it, so it was better to give it to Wenxiu, my future little wife, by unspoken agreement. It's not valuable at all. I didn't even pay money for it. I started playing dumb. You didn't pay money, but you traded meat for it, and that meat would sell for plenty. Wenxiu was no fool, so I just said, this watch was traded specifically to give to you. If you won't take it, I'll toss it right now. And I pretended to reach for the watch on her wrist to undo it. Hearing I was going to throw it away, Wenxiu panicked. How could you throw away something so valuable? She clamped down hard on my hand. We both froze. Her soft, warm little hand was pressed firmly over the back of mine. I felt a wave of softness, and my heart fluttered. Wenxiu's little face turned red all the way down to her neck, right before my eyes. Ah! She let out a small cry and quickly pulled her hand back. I was still savoring that softness when a cough suddenly came from the back room. Cough, cough. Wenxiu, since it's your fifth brother giving it to you, just take it. He can't wear a lady's watch anyway. Old Zhang. I cursed inwardly. You tactless old man. You just had to butt into us young folks' business. But out loud I said, that's right, Wenxiu, master's got a point. I can't wear a lady's watch. Hurry and take it. Hearing her own father speak up, Wenxiu blushed so hard she could have dripped water. No longer bothering to argue, she ducked her head and fled into the house. I was still staring blankly at her retreating figure when the back room called out again. You little rascal, what are you standing around dazed for? Get in here. Coming. Right away. I answered quickly and went in. Old Zhang sat cross-legged on the Kong. He set down his pipe and tapped it against the edge of the Kong. Sit. There's something I want to tell you. I plopped down on the edge of the bed. I heard everything just now. You need to be careful dealing with these educated youth. They're all city kids. Don't go stirring up any trouble. I answered along, but inside I was wondering, what does the old man mean by that? Is he worried I'll get tangled up with the young women, or worried about something else? He didn't spell it out, and I couldn't very well ask. Old Zhang then asked about the Type 38 rifle. Hearing that I'd been maintaining it well, he was reassured, but he still sighed. Use it and treasure it, boy. This old man's pretty much recovered. Who knows? One of these days your aunt might send me back up the mountain. Those words made me want a gun of my own even more urgently. From then on, I started thinking about where I could get a good rifle. For hunting, a Type 56 semi-automatic was really the way to go. High accuracy, long range, holds lots of rounds, just a bit pricey. As for the Type 38, its accuracy and range were fine, but you had to work the bolt after every shot, which took too long. Run into a herd of animals, and you'd be caught flat-footed. I mulled it over for a long while without deciding, so I just figured I'd take it one step at a time and act when the right chance came along. That afternoon was a rare bit of leisure. Early the next morning, someone came to the house to sell bees. It was old Joe, the middle-aged fellow who'd been the first in the village to ask me about buying bees. The sky had just brightened when the yard gate got pounded on. Bang, bang, bang. My dad opened it, saw it was old Joe, and was puzzled. "Old Joe, what brings you here so early?" Old Joe smiled awkwardly and held up the small sack in his hand. "Doesn't your fifth boy buy bees? I caught a nest of tiger hornets in the mountains yesterday. Let him have a look and see how much they're worth." My dad hurried to invite him into the yard, then came and knocked on my door. "Fifth boy, you up? Your Uncle Joe's here to sell tiger hornets." The moment I heard it was tiger hornets for sale, I perked right up, threw on my clothes, and came out. "Uncle Joe, you're up bright and early." I plopped down across from him. Old Joe set the sack down in front of me. "Fifth boy, check the goods. I worked hard to find this whole nest in the mountains yesterday. I even brought you the whole hive." Hearing he'd brought the whole nest, I was both surprised and delighted. Wasn't this another queen I could breed? But it also posed a problem. With the bees stuffed in the sack, how was I supposed to count them? My dad seemed to see my dilemma. Without a word, he went inside and came back with 2 millet sieving screens. The moment I saw them, I understood. I took them, flipped one upside down on the table, and lined up the mouth of the sack with the screen. Slowly, the tiger hornets crawled out one by one. Once most of them had crawled out, I gave the sack a hard shake, dumping the rest along with the nest under the other screen. I leaned in and started counting. These lively little things were really hard to count. I got a few counts in only to have them scramble around and mess it up. After going back and forth many times, I finally got it straight. 320 of them, about the same as the first batch I'd caught. Not a big group, not a small one. "Uncle Joe, 320 total. Want to count them again?" Old Joe had watched me count for a good while, so of course he had no objection. "I watched you count them. I trust you." Then, as agreed, 1 cent per bee. That comes to 3 yuan 20. I pulled out the money, then added, "I want this hive too. I'll throw in another 50 cents. How's that?" Old Joe was so delighted his teeth showed, his grin stretching from ear to ear. "Sure, sure, sure. That old busted hive's no use to me anyway." Little did he know the hive was also medicinal, and the pupae inside were both edible and good for hatching queens. I didn't tell him, either, no need. Picking up these bargains was exactly how I made my money. Catching one nest yesterday had earned old Joe over 3 yuan, way better than working the fields. Bust your rear in the fields all day and you'd earn 10 work points, which came to about 10 cents by year's end. He'd gotten lucky, stumbling onto a nest his very first day, and without getting stung, too. Still, I kindly reminded him, "Uncle Joe, you've got to be careful. These tiger hornets are no joke. One sting could really cost you your life if it goes bad." In my past life, plenty of news stories told of people dying from an allergic reaction to a single tiger hornet sting. Old Joe was no fool. He grunted in agreement and cheerfully tucked away his money before leaving. After old Joe left, several more people came to sell bees over the course of the morning, and I received them all one by one. By the end of the morning, I'd taken in around 2,000 tiger hornets, including 3 queens, plus a nest of about 10,000 wild honeybees. I bought that along with the few pounds of wild honey the person brought, paying 10 yuan. That man was nearly beside himself with joy. Out here in the mountain valley, people had heard of folks buying honey, but no one had ever heard of someone who bought all kinds of bees and hornets. These people, who usually scrounged for food in the mountains, were all thrilled. Once I'd gotten the bees settled, I handed all my money over to my fourth sister Zhao Tao and summoned my contracted tiger hornet to guard her, having her watch the house and handle the bee buying while I slung my rifle over my shoulder and headed out. Just as I was leaving, Zhao Tao called after me. "Fifth boy, are you off hunting again with that rifle? That deer from yesterday hasn't even been sold yet. Don't let it go bad. The family can't finish it all." This time she'd really wronged me. I wasn't going out to hunt. I was going to find that white bat I'd contracted earlier. For days now I'd been racking my brain over how to deal with my third uncle's family. I'd finally come up with a nasty little scheme, only to find I couldn't reach the white bat I needed for it. This little guy hasn't gone and gotten himself killed, has he? I fretted to myself. I was a hunter myself, and my biggest fear was another hunter taking down one of my contracted pets. Luckily, the system showed it was still alive, which was why I decided to go out and look. Maybe it was just too far away from me. I didn't tell my fourth sister any of this. I just said, going out for a stroll. I'll come back this afternoon and go sell the venison. And with that, I headed out of the village. This white bat used to hang upside down at my door every day like a surveillance camera, and I'd never paid it much mind, so I honestly had no idea when it had disappeared. This trip into the mountains, I didn't head into the thick woods. I made straight for the bare rocky peaks. Bats loved dark places like caves, and the dense forest wasn't to their liking. The rocky mountain nearest our village was called Mushroom Top, and the name fit. It looked just like a big, open mushroom umbrella. For whatever reason, the mountain was bald, with hardly a decent tree on it. According to old Zhang, Mushroom Top was full of pits and hollows, with caves large and small all over, so it was my first stop. The mountain trail was rough going. It looked close, but it wound and twisted so much that who knows how much extra distance it made you walk. It took me the better part of an hour to reach the foot of that bald mountain. The moment I arrived, I sensed the white bat's presence. So it really is here? I didn't summon it right away. Instead, I made my own way toward it. I wanted to see just what this little guy was up to, hiding out here instead of staying by my side. Following the system's guidance, I arrived at a cave mouth. The opening was triangular, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, clearly natural. Without a second thought, I stepped inside. The moment I entered, my whole body felt off. The cave was pitch black and thick with a heavy ammonia stench that nearly choked the breath out of me. Luckily, the cave wasn't big, no larger than 2 rooms. I walked a few steps in and saw a faint patch of white on the far wall. But it was too dark in the cave to be sure whether that was the white bat I was looking for. I fished out the matches I carried and struck one. Scritch. The moment the flame flared up, a chaotic flap, flap, flap erupted overhead, mixed with squeaky cheep cries. I instinctively ducked down and, by the firelight, looked up. Oh boy. The entire ceiling above my head was packed solid with black bats hanging upside down. Startled by the fire, they all started flapping their wings, on the verge of erupting into flight. I quickly snuffed out the match, and the commotion overhead gradually settled back down. But in that split second before I put out the match, I saw clearly that patch of white really was my white bat. Only, huddled beneath it was another black bat, slightly smaller than it. In an instant I understood what this little guy was up to, hiding out here. So he went and got himself a wife. No wonder he wasn't sticking around by me. Once I'd figured that out, I hurried out of the cave. Stay any longer, and that suffocating ammonia stench would have done me in. At the cave mouth, I gulped down several big breaths of air before I recovered, and couldn't help muttering, "These bats are really something. How do they stand that smell in there without getting gassed to death?" I waited at the cave mouth for nearly an hour before the white bat finally came flying out at a leisurely pace. It clearly wasn't used to the bright sun outside, dodging and shying away from it. I didn't force it, I just let it hang at the cave mouth. I'd come on this trip to have it help me scare some people. I'd originally figured just having it go alone would do, but now, seeing such a huge swarm of bats in the cave, my mind immediately started churning with ideas. That swarm of bats in the cave, can you command them? The white bat seemed to understand. Hanging upside down, it bobbed its head up and down. Excellent. That answer satisfied me. Tonight I'd just have to wait and see the results. On the way back, I took down a few more wild rabbits and pheasants along the way and carried them home. The moment I stepped through the door, my fourth sister Zhao Tao rushed up to me in a panic. "Fifth boy, you're finally back. Our family, our family." She was so flustered she couldn't even get the words out. Seeing her like this, I quickly steadied her. "Fourth sister, don't panic. Speak slowly. What happened? Someone from the commune is here. Someone reported you for profiteering. Hurry inside and take a look." Someone reported me for profiteering? That didn't surprise me one bit. Miserable creatures who can't stand to see others do well. No village is short of them. Luckily, I'd been prepared all along and wasn't the least bit afraid of this move. Carrying the pheasants and rabbits, I went into the inner room. The moment I stepped in, I saw my mom and dad standing there meekly, taking a scolding. Sitting on the Kong was a man of about 30, wearing black-framed glasses, with the air of an educated type. But the words coming out of his mouth made my blood boil. "You two are really something. How can you not keep your own kid in line? Do you think he can just buy up whatever he wants? What do you call this? This is called profiteering. As he spoke, he kept slapping his hand against the Kong table. My mom was so scared her face had gone white. My dad tried to explain, but the moment he opened his mouth, the man cut him off with a curt, "You keep quiet first." There were two other people standing in the room. One was my third uncle, the other my eldest uncle. One glance at their faces told me everything I needed to know about why they were here. Eldest uncle looked frantic. He kept trying to put in a good word to the guy with the glasses, but couldn't get a word in edgewise. So worked up he was practically wringing his hands. My third uncle, on the other hand, stood off to the side gloating, looking like he wanted to clap and cheer right then and there. No need to ask. 9 times out of 10, it was third uncle who'd reported me. One look at that sorry excuse for a man told me everything. I didn't have any proof in hand, but then I thought about it and had to laugh. Hell, I wasn't the one making the arrest, so what did I need proof for? Having a suspect was more than enough. Everyone in the room had spotted me by now. My mom was shooting me looks, practically begging me to duck out of sight. My dad was the exact opposite. He kept motioning for me to step up and set the record straight. Truth was, our whole family knew I was now a purchasing agent for the distillery. It was just that my mom was so worried she'd clean forgotten about it. The moment the guy with the glasses saw me walk in carrying wild game, he recognized me right away and raised his voice. "So you're Zhao Xiaowu? Do you have any idea how big a crime you've committed?" His tone made it sound like I'd committed a capital offense. "Cool as anything," I said. "And who might you be?" He was caught off guard for a second, then puffed himself back up. "I'm from the City Industry and Commerce Bureau." He paused deliberately right there. My pupils shrank and my heart skipped a beat. Someone from the city? But then he tacked on the rest. "The County Management Committee, an official assigned to the Wenjiatai commune." I relaxed instantly. So he'd just been throwing around the words City Industry and Commerce Bureau to scare people. I drew out the word, "Oh," nice and long. "Oh, so you're one of the county folks." Anyone could hear the mockery dripping from those words. The guy with the glasses nearly choked. He was just a petty clerk from the County Management Committee. Ever since he'd set foot in this deep mountain valley, everyone he met treated him with kid gloves and fawning smiles. When had anyone ever talked back to him like this? He slammed the Kong table, hopped down to the floor, and jabbed his finger at my nose, roaring, "How dare you? Zhao Xiaowu, don't you know you've committed the crime of profiteering?" The second I learned he was just some county guy, I wasn't the least bit scared. I had a state-assigned position. He couldn't touch me. How the hell am I a profiteer? Go on, explain it to me. I put on my most defiant look. Seeing me still talking back, he got worked up again. "The state has regulations against private buying and selling. You've been openly buying honey in the village. If that's not profiteering, what is it? Someone reported you. We've investigated, and you did in fact pay to buy honey. We caught you red-handed with the goods. What else have you got to say for yourself?" I noticed that when he said the words, "someone reported you," his eyes darted over toward third uncle without his even realizing it. "So it really was you, you shameless piece of trash." Following his gaze, I gave third uncle a long, hard look. Third uncle had been gloating and grinning, but the moment he saw the guy with the glasses glance his way, he cursed inwardly. "You son of a bitch. What are you looking at me for? You're basically announcing to everyone that I'm the one who reported him." And when his eyes met that look of mine, he shuddered for no reason at all. How could this little bastard's stare be so terrifying? But then he cheered himself up with a thought. "What's done is done. You little punk can't do anything to me now. Maybe you'll get hauled off any minute. Get sentenced to 8 or 10 years. I popped that sweet dream of his with a single sentence. "Comrade, you'd better not talk nonsense." The guy with the glasses jumped right in. "How am I talking nonsense? Aren't these all the facts? We've investigated everything." "What I mean is," I said, taking my time, "who told you I was buying it privately?" The guy's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help sneaking another glance at third uncle, muttering to himself, "Could it be that the evidence this man gave me is fake?" Third uncle couldn't keep hiding now. He leapt out on the spot and shouted at me, "You're still denying it? Didn't old Joe and the others in the village all sell you their honey?" I asked old Joe myself, and he said you paid him 3 yuan 70. The moment he jumped out, my mom and dad's tempers flared up in an instant. My mom was about to start cursing when my dad stopped her. With one hand holding her back and the other pointing at third uncle, my dad angrily demanded, Third, were you the one who reported Xiaowu? What kind of third uncle does that to his own nephew? At this point, third uncle simply laid his cards on the table, wearing the face of a total scoundrel. It's your son's own fault for being no good, always breaking the law. I'm doing this for his own good, helping him mend his ways sooner. Eldest uncle blew up at that shameless face too. He lunged over, grabbed third uncle by the collar, and was about to lay into him. Just then, calm as could be, I spoke up. I happen to be a purchasing agent for the distillery. The room went silent. The distillery recently came out with a new medicinal liquor that needs hornets steeped in it. The distillery sent me down to buy the hornets. Is there a problem with that? The moment those words were out, everyone except my mom and dad was stunned. A purchasing agent? For the distillery, no less. The more third uncle thought about it, the more impossible it seemed, so he just started yelling. Impossible. It's fake. How could you get to be a purchasing agent? And for the distillery? The guy with the glasses was steadier than third uncle. He stared at me and asked again, "You're sure you're a purchasing agent for the county distillery?" "I'm sure." "Then tell me, what's your manager's name?" Being from the county management committee, he'd naturally heard of the distillery manager. Looking at third uncle's shocked, doubtful face, I grinned and shoved him straight down into the abyss. "Our manager's surname is Li Hai." The instant I said it, the guy's expression changed. He knew I was telling the truth. The name of Manager Lee at the distillery wasn't something just anyone could rattle off. And besides, a thing like this could be verified in a heartbeat. Who would dare lie about it? He already understood he'd made a huge blunder. The Wanqing County Distillery was the biggest plant in the whole county, with countless people lined up begging Manager Lee for favors. If he actually arrested me and messed up the distillery's business, he'd be in deep trouble he couldn't wriggle out of. At the same time, he began to hate third uncle for making him look like a fool. That, Comrade Zhao, there must be some misunderstanding here. The guy with the glasses plastered on a smile and pointed at third uncle. It's all this man's fault. He's the one who ran to the commune to report you. And he even brought over a whole stack of evidence about your dealings. Before he'd even finished, my dad took a running leap and slugged third uncle right in the face. Eldest uncle not only didn't stop him, he got in a kick while third uncle was down. It was the first time in their lives the two brothers had worked together so perfectly. They were just that furious. How had their family produced such a rotten thing? Who goes around screwing over his own kin? I knew there was nothing to be done about the commune guy, so I decided to let him off the hook. This isn't the commune's fault. It's all my third uncle here, who can't stand to see anyone do well and is always finding ways to slander me. The guy with the glasses gave an awkward smile and said nothing. Seeing the fight break out over there, he figured he'd better not stick around. He tossed a line at my mom and me. "I've got business. I'm heading back to the commune. Sort out your family matters yourselves, and don't take this to the commune again," and then fled without so much as a backward glance. Third uncle did the same. By the time third uncle stumbled out of our house, his face was swollen up like a pig's head, black and blue, all sorts of colors. Never in a million years had he imagined that I, the little punk from before, was now a purchasing agent at the distillery. As he shuffled toward my grandparents' house, he grumbled, "What skills does that little punk have to be a purchasing agent? He should just hand the position over to me. At least I've been getting by in this village for years." His mind had already started scheming after my purchasing agent position. The moment third uncle left, eldest uncle stormed out too, cursing third uncle, of course. At last the storm at home had passed. My mom lay on the bed sighing over and over. "Oh my heavens, that scared me half to death." My dad sat on the edge of the Kong smoking his pipe in silence, not saying a word. Honestly, I'd seen this day coming, which was exactly why I hadn't blabbed about my purchasing agent status to the whole village. I wanted to flush out the one harboring evil intentions. And sure enough, I'd smoked him right out. It was also a good thing I'd asked for that position back then, or I'd have had a hard time getting through today. Once word of today's events got around, my family would probably get some peace for a while. But I still had to watch out for that third uncle of mine. I made up my mind to teach them a little lesson tonight. And if they still didn't learn to behave, then they couldn't blame me for being ruthless. This bow and hunting rifle of mine weren't just for game. Kill a man or two and toss them deep in the mountains, and in less than half a day there'd be nothing left but a pile of bones. After comforting my mom a bit, I finally went back to my own room. The sun set, and the moon climbed up. Soon it was past midnight. In the hazy moonlight, a large white bat came flying over without a sound. Its body was round as a big dish, and on top of its head sat a pair of fuzzy white, protruding ears. From a distance, it looked exactly like a ghastly pale ghost face. Behind it followed a swarming mass of black bats, 300 of them, at least. Not far from my house, the white bat turned its head and opened its mouth, sending out a sound wave beyond human hearing. As if receiving an order, the black bats all swooped in unison toward the big tree behind my house. The white bat itself landed silently at my door, waiting for its master, me, to give the word. I led Xiao Xiao and Xiaoang out the door. Looking at these three treasures of mine, I couldn't help the sinister smile creeping onto the corner of my mouth. Xiao the bastard, tonight I'll show you what your little lord can do. This time I just wanted to give him a scare. I didn't plan to actually hurt him. But if he was too dumb to take the hint, that would be another matter. The three pets followed me out the door, and up in the night sky, over 300 bats trailed silently behind. Third uncle's house was close to my grandparents' place, only a dozen-odd meters away. Once we got there, I gave the order, and Xiao Xiao flew off first. It went straight into third uncle's courtyard and landed on the doorframe of the inner room, pecking at it over and over with its hard beak. Tap, 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 tap. The pecking had a steady rhythm to it. Even I, who knew what was really going on, got fooled and vaguely felt like someone was knocking on a door. Sure enough, the oil lamp in third uncle's room slowly flickered on, and a sleep-heavy voice rang out. "Who is it? Knocking on the door this late?" Halfway through, he suddenly choked on his words. That knocking was coming from the inner room door, but he clearly remembered bolting the courtyard gate the moment it got dark. Could a thief have gotten in? But what kind of thief was bold enough to knock while robbing you? Third uncle was the tough, hard-nosed type. He grabbed a big wooden club from the corner. What thief dares come raise hell at your Grandpa Zhao's house? He shoved the door open and charged out. But the courtyard was empty, not a soul in sight. Coming up empty-handed, he sulked back inside. He'd just sat back down on the Kong when his wife asked groggily, "Honey, who was knocking?" Third uncle frowned, utterly unable to figure out where that sound had come from. The couple stared at each other in silence, and then that eerie knocking started up again. Tap, tap, tap. This time they were both awake and heard it crystal clear. Someone really was knocking. Third uncle's wife was obviously scared, and she scooted closer to her husband without meaning to. "Honey, this. Who could be knocking on our inner room door in the dead of night?" Third uncle hadn't been thinking anything supernatural, but the moment she said that, a chill shot up his spine too. Still, he forced himself to stay tough. "Don't imagine things. I'll go take another look." This time he was much more cautious. He crept slowly toward the door and was about to press his ear against it to listen. The knocking outside suddenly cut off. Third uncle's heart leapt into his throat. He peered out through the crack in the door. Ah, a ghost. He let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed onto his backside on the floor. A flash of white had just drifted past right in front of his eyes. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" His wife was scared witless by him. In the room next door, the siblings Zhao Hongda and Zhao Hongxiao were also jolted awake by that scream. They stumbled out half asleep, only to find their dad slumped in the doorway, staring blankly. "Dad, what happened to you?" Zhao Hongxiao had barely gotten the words out. He. A creepy woman's laughter suddenly rang out. There was something indescribably sinister about it. Nothing like a human voice at all, yet it sounded exactly like the laughter of a female ghost from the old legends. For a moment, you could have heard a pin drop in that room. All four of them heard it plain as day. Third uncle instantly wet his pants. His wife wasn't much better, curling up into a trembling ball in the covers. Even the two siblings, freshly woken, were scared out of their wits. Zhao Hongda stammered, Did you hear that?" Before he could finish, the knocking started again, mixed with bursts of eerie squeak-squeak, cries, and that female ghost laughter from outside. "Mama, there's a ghost." The two siblings freaked out on the spot and bolted into the inner room, diving under the covers to hide. Early the next morning, word that third uncle's house was haunted spread through the whole village. That female ghost laughter hadn't been heard by his family alone. Several neighboring households were shaking in their boots too. Especially my grandparents, who lived nearby, Zhao Laojin and Li Tsuhua. They'd even heard the scream of their beloved youngest son, and they were so frightened they didn't dare step outside, holding out until broad daylight when the rooster crowed before they dared venture out. A few of the village aunties huddled together and started chattering. "Auntie Zhang, did you hear? Third Zhao's house is haunted." "Huh, how could I not know? That female ghost laughter last night was downright bone-chilling." "Really? Why didn't I hear anything? Your place is so far away. It'd be a real miracle if you had." The old couple, Zhao Laojin and Li Tsuehua, went together to their youngest son's house. When they got there, it was already broad daylight, yet the courtyard gate was still bolted tight from the inside. They knocked for ages with no answer. So finally Laojin found a young fellow from the other end of the village and had him climb over the wall to open the gate. The young man, having no idea about the previous night's terror, jumped straight in without a word. Thud. The moment the gate opened, the old couple rushed to the inner room without so much as a thank you. Tap, tap, tap. When Laojin knocked on the door, the family of four inside stayed curled up under the covers, not daring to show their heads. It wasn't until Laojin called out from outside, "Third, it's your dad. What on earth happened last night?" Only when he heard it was his own father did third uncle shakily lift a corner of the quilt. Seeing broad daylight through the window, he let out a long breath of foul air. His clothes were soaked through from sweating under the covers. When he crawled out, he was shivering from the cold. He inched carefully to the door, confirmed it really was his parents, and then fumbled it open in a panic. The moment the old couple laid eyes on their most beloved youngest son, their hearts ached. Third uncle looked like he'd just recovered from a serious illness. His face was ghostly pale, his lips a dark blue, his eye sockets sunken, dark circles ringing both eyes. "Third, what happened to you? And what was all that commotion in your courtyard last night?" Li Tsuehua stepped forward to steady him. At the mention of the previous night, third uncle, who'd just barely come to his senses, suddenly let out a scream like a madman, whirled around, and dove back into the inner room, burying himself in the covers. "Ah, a ghost." The neighbors gathered outside to watch the excitement were thrown into an uproar again by that yell. The old couple followed into the inner room, only to discover the whole family of four trembling under the covers, not daring to poke their heads out. Realizing she'd said exactly the wrong thing, Li Tsuehua quickly tried to soothe them. "Third's fine now. It's already daylight. Come out." As she coaxed, she lifted Zhao Hongda's quilt. "Aya, you wet the bed." The boy was timid, and last night's scare had made him wet his pants. After a great deal of coaxing, the old couple finally got the family of four out from under the covers. Looking at their soul-lost, cowardly state, Zhao Laojin was so furious he saw stars, his aged face turning an iron gray. But deep down he felt uneasy too. That commotion last night really hadn't sounded human. The two of them hadn't even dared come over to check, so it wouldn't be right to scold their son's family now. Maybe from opening the door and letting the wind in, or from having just crawled out of the covers, the family of four started sneezing one after another, and before long they'd all come down sick. The news that third uncle's house was haunted and the whole family had fallen ill made the already jittery village even more restless. When I went out that morning, everywhere I looked there were villagers gathered in twos and threes whispering about it. On the surface I stayed perfectly calm, but inside I was gleeful. Never thought third Zhao would spook so easily. One scare and he's bedridden, and all four of them at that. This finally paid back the ordeal my mom had suffered. "You son of a bitch, that's for reporting me. That's for bullying my family." I knew that after this, third uncle was sure to behave for a good while. As for whether he'd dare pull any more nonsense down the road, I couldn't guarantee it, but I had plenty of ways to keep him in line. After making a loop through the village, I headed back home. There was real business to attend to today, selling that deer meat. First I cut off a chunk of deer belly, about 3 jin, tied it up with straw rope, and carried it over to Ma Dashue's house to borrow their donkey cart. When I got there, Ma Dashue had already gone out to the fields to work, but his wife was home. The moment she saw me coming with the meat, she understood right away. The auntie said with a smile, "Xiao Wu's here to borrow the donkey cart." You can't slap a smiling face, so I quickly and politely called out, "Auntie, this meat's for you. Bagged a deer up in the mountains yesterday. I'm borrowing the cart today to go sell it at the supply co-op." I didn't dare say I was selling it to Yang the Scarface. These days, you had to mind appearances, at least on the surface. Even if everyone knew the truth, you couldn't just come out and say it. The Annie got the message and didn't press me. She briskly fitted the donkey with its halter and even hitched up the cart for me. I insisted on stuffing that chunk of deer belly into her hands before leading the donkey back home. Watching me walk off into the distance, the auntie weighed the meat in her hand and couldn't help remarking, "That kid's really grown up, borrows a cart, and even knows to bring meat." Back inside, she sighed again. He really has made something of himself, actually bagging a deer up in the mountains. Plenty of old hunters go their whole lives without ever running into one. Back home, I had my fourth sister lend a hand loading the cart, and we hauled that big sick deer up onto it. This time we hadn't kept much deer meat at home. We already had plenty stocked up, only saving the organs. I kept the deer hide too, planning to tan it when I had time and make a deer hide mattress or sleeping bag, perfect for hunting trips into the mountains come winter. Driving the cart, I made it to Yang the Scarface's place without a hitch. The moment I walked in, he was all warmth and enthusiasm. "Brother Xiaowu, you're here? Welcome, welcome. What good stuff have you brought your big brother this time?" I gave a little chuckle, swung the donkey cart around in his courtyard, and revealed that enormous deer head. The hide was skinned off, but the signature pair of big antlers was still on it. "Brother Yang, take a look at this. This is a deer, a sick deer." Yang the Scarface was mildly surprised. By now, my hunting hauls didn't shock him much anymore. Back before I started bringing him goods, the most he ever took in here were wild rabbits and pheasants, with the occasional wild boar or deer from an old hunter. But ever since I got going, there'd been a steady stream of good stuff. The wild honey alone was more than ordinary folks could ever gather. The villagers in this mountain valley were set in their old ways and had no clue this stuff could be sold for money. When they found wild honey, most kept it to drink themselves or gave a little to relatives and friends. Hardly anyone took it to sell. I was the odd one out. It was like I was born knowing what was valuable, and whenever I got something good, I brought it straight to him. Yang the Scarface took one look at the color of the meat and knew it had been killed yesterday. He asked offhandedly, "Brother, where are this deer's organs?" "Kept them all to eat myself. Just trading the meat for cash." I answered without a second thought. Truth was, what he really wanted to ask about wasn't the organs. It was the deer's penis from this male deer. He just couldn't say it outright, so he used the organs as a cover. When I said I'd kept them to eat, he understood I wasn't planning to sell, so he dropped it and named his price directly. "Brother, I'll give you 1 yuan a gene for this deer meat. How's that?" The price seemed fair to me, so I nodded in agreement. The two of us climbed up on stools and waited on the big steelyard. Meat and bone together came to over 280 gene. Yang the Scarface rounded it up and cheerfully pulled out a stack of 10 yuan bills. 290. "Here you go, Brother Xiaowu. Whenever you've got good stuff down the road, don't forget your brother Yang." I counted it on the spot, 29 bills exactly. I'd tucked the money away and was about to leave when Yang the Scarface suddenly called out to me. "Brother Xiaowu, hold on. Something happened in our commune recently. Not sure if you've heard." My heart jumped. Could word of the haunting at Third Uncle's house have spread this fast? I'd only just come from the village, so how could the whole commune already know? Seeing my shocked face, Yang the Scarface assumed I'd already heard, so he stopped holding back. "Ah, so you do know. Those folks in Longtang village died a horrible death. And who knows where that beast that mauled him ran off to?" I was startled. It wasn't about Third Uncle's house. Someone had died in Longtang village. These days, folks across the villages for miles around were mostly related one way or another, so when something happened to a family, word spread fast, let alone with a guy like Yang the Scarface, who bought goods all over and had the sharpest ears around. "Brother Yang, you're saying someone died in Longtang village? I hadn't heard about that. Tell me the details." If it were just an ordinary death from illness or old age, I wouldn't have cared much. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the will of heaven, hard to resist. But he'd clearly mentioned a beast that mauled him. Could it be connected to one of the big creatures in the mountains? Seeing that I truly didn't know, Yang the Scarface, though puzzled by my earlier shock, launched into the whole story. It turned out this Longtang village was the same village where Go the Third and his people lived, the one I'd delivered the dog to last time. It sat even deeper in the mountains than Lanhua Valley. Wild animals from the mountains often paid visits, snatching a chicken here, biting a sheep to death there. So the village had an unusually large number of hunters. But you can't walk by the river forever without getting your shoes wet. A couple of days ago, a young hunter was killed by some unknown creature right on the edge of his own village. They say the young man's throat had a huge hole torn clean through it. He hadn't even had time to fight back. This was the first I'd ever heard of such a thing, and it left me uneasy. I'd bagged a fair number of animals, but I'd never once heard of any beast that could kill a hunter without giving him a single chance to strike back, tearing his throat out in one bite. Could it be the mountain god? The thought popped into my head, the mountain god being that giant, spirit-like old tiger the old hunters talked about. But then I reconsidered. If it really were that thing coming into the village, would the young man have been left with a whole corpse? I couldn't figure it out. There was no substitute for going and seeing it with my own eyes. I said goodbye to Yang the Scarface, drove the donkey cart back to the village, first returned the cart to Ma Dashue's family, then went home to stash away my private savings. With this batch added in, my private stash had already grown to 3,000 yuan. Of the 90 yuan remainder, I kept 20 and handed the other 70 to my fourth sister, who was minding the honey buying at home. That money was for her to buy hornets and other bees. As for my mom's side, the honey from our home's wild bees alone was enough to keep the whole family living comfortably. Zhao Tao was getting more and more confident these days, all because she had money in hand. Money isn't just a man's backbone, it's a woman's confidence too. In the past, she'd always been mocked by the other kids her age in the village as a money-losing girl, teased about how poor our family was, which was what had forced her tough, feisty temperament into being. But that fieriness was really just a shell. Ever since I gave her money and put her in charge of buying and raising bees, she had over 100 yuan in hand, more than the savings of over half the households in the village. No, more like plenty of families had no savings at all, barely scraping by. Now she walked with her head held high, without a trace of the old inferiority. After making the rounds of the mountain caves out back, I felt totally at ease. Those hornet queens were really pulling their weight. In such a short time, the swarm had grown by another notch. By my reckoning, there were at least 30,000 of them now. The number manager Lee at the distillery wanted was still a good ways off, but I still had over a month to work with. Breeding up to the quantity he needed would be more than doable. As for the wild bees, I'd long since lost count, probably 20-some thousand of them. And that big hornet's nest I'd set up in the tree was thriving too now, a swarming black mass of them. To be honest, this patch of mountain behind our house had practically become forbidden ground for the whole village. With so many hornets, wasps, and wild bees clustered here, who in their right mind would dare come looking for trouble? But I'd long since given all the queens their orders, no stinging people at random, unless someone came to harm them. These queens all knew my family too, and they were downright affectionate toward my mom, my dad, and fourth sister. They'd never hurt them. By the time I finished all this, it was almost noon. I slung old Zhang's Type 38 rifle over my shoulder and ambled over to my master's house. The moment I walked in, I saw old Zhang taking a stroll in the courtyard. "Master, getting your exercise in," I called out with a smile. Old Zhang glanced over and saw it was me, that little rascal. He gave a faint humph through his nose and kept walking his circles, not paying me the slightest attention. Wenxiao, though, heard the commotion and came running out of the house, all delighted. "Hey, Brother Xiao, you're here. Stay for dinner today. We're stewing deer ribs." Old Zhang turned to glance at his daughter, then lifted his face, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. Ah, a grown daughter just can't be kept at home. The words weren't even out of his mouth before Wenxiao's little hand had already found his waist. Before old Zhang could react, his daughter gave him a pinch and a twist. "Ow, ow, daughter, let go. It hurts, hurts." Old Zhang scrunched up his face, begging for mercy over and over. Only then did Wenxiao let go in a huff, turning and marching inside to cook, not sparing him another word. I stood off to the side, loving every second of it, feeling wonderful inside. That's what you get for always being sour with me. Let my woman deal with you. Old Zhang had no idea about these little schemes running through my head. If he'd known, he'd have snatched up the gun and shot me dead. "Boy, bring that gun over here." He rubbed the tender spot at his waist and held out his hand for the rifle. Let me see how well you've been maintaining it. I didn't dare dawdle. I quickly slipped the Type 38 off my shoulder and handed it over. Old Zhang expertly pulled back the bolt, inspected it inside and out, then looked over its exterior. Not bad. You didn't do my old buddy wrong after all. I quickly put on a smile. Master, I wouldn't dare. In my eyes, this gun is as precious to me as you are. Old Zhang lapped it up, chuckling as he slung the gun over his shoulder and headed inside. I was dumbfounded. I'd sweet-talked you this much, and you still won't give me the gun? I trailed after him with my hand still outstretched, my voice all pitiful. Master, give me the gun. Let me carry it for you. Don't wear yourself out. Old Zhang didn't take the bait at all. He walked straight into the inner room with the gun on his back. I groaned inwardly. That's it. No gun again. Inside, my master's wife was picking through vegetables. She warmly urged me to sit down, and then mother and daughter headed into the kitchen to get busy. I sidled up to old Zhang, wanting to make one more push. Master, if you won't give me this gun, what am I supposed to hunt with? Old Zhang shot me a sidelong glance. Don't be greedy, boy. How long have you gotten to use this gun? It's about time I got a turn, isn't it? I understood right away. The old man's hunting itch was flaring up again. But I wanted to give it one more try, so I used a little provocation. Master, in your condition, would my master's wife even let you go up the mountain? I was hoping to bring her up to hold him back. Instead, old Zhang burst out laughing, his voice booming. Well, I've got you to thank for that. Credit where it's due. Boy, you've been bringing home no shortage of good stuff, and my old bones are feeling great now. Looking at his ruddy, glowing face, I could have kicked myself. If I'd known, I'd have brought over less. Of course, I only dared grumble that in my head. Judging by his energy, he'd been eating plenty of badger meat and deer meat, both of which were the most nourishing things around. At this rate, he might just give Wenxiu a little brother or sister. I was still lost in these wild thoughts when smack, I got a slap on the back of my head. Old Zhang glared at me with his big bull eyes. What are you daydreaming about, boy? Your eyeballs are rolling around like a donkey turning a millstone. I was furious but didn't dare show it, so I just kept pitifully wheedling. Master, then what am I supposed to use up on the mountain? I want a good gun to hunt with too. Old Zhang smiled. Isn't that heirloom oxhorn bow of my family still in your hands? Your aim's not bad either. It's no weaker than a gun. I wasn't buying his line. How far could a bow and arrow shoot? A gunshot far and true. Most importantly, if you came across a big animal, one well-placed shot might drop it on the spot. But with a bow, if you were a bit far off, even landing an arrow right in a wild boar's forehead might not punch through that layer of skull. The two of us were still going back and forth when a burly guy who looked like a black bear spirit lumbered in from the courtyard. None other than Zhang Daguang, my presumptive future brother-in-law. He walked in just in time to hear me griping about wanting a good gun, and he jumped right in. I could help you track one down, but it definitely won't be new. It'd be secondhand. I really hadn't expected this brother-in-law to chime in, and for a moment I didn't know what to say. Old Zhang, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit pleased to see his son come home. If anything, he got angry. You brat, so you still remember how to come home? You realize how many days you've been gone. What the hell have you been doing out there? Zhang Daguang looked like he regretted opening his mouth. If he'd known, he'd have just slipped in like a ghost. He stood in the doorway, not daring to come further in, like an extra door plastered onto the doorframe. Dad, I found some work in the county town. Here, this is the wages I earned. Zhang Daguang fished around in his shirt for a good while before pulling out 10 yuan. 10 yuan was certainly better than earning work points in the village. But in the eyes of the older generation, anything that wasn't a proper state-owned unit didn't count as real work. You might as well be digging dirt in the village. What kind of work were you doing in the county town? Which factory? Old Zhang pressed, swallowing his anger. Zhang Daguang was stumped on the spot. He'd never been in any county town. He'd been in the city this whole time. Luckily, he thought fast and blurted out a lie. The county cannery. Not a permanent position, just temporary work. Seeing him give such detailed answers, old Zhang believed most of it. He didn't take the 10 yuan, telling his son to keep it and warning him not to blow it. Old Zhang's family didn't need that bit of money. Last time, from the joint wild boar hunt, He'd made nearly 1,000 yuan. But I spotted something off. When Zhang Daguang pulled out that money just now, the motion was small, but I caught it clear as day. He'd peeled that tin off from a thick wad of bills. If that were the only bill in his shirt, he wouldn't have needed to fumble around so long. I had no idea whether Master had caught it. Either way, it wasn't my place to say anything. After all, this was my presumptive future brother-in-law. Remembering that he'd just said he could help me find a gun, I asked him right in front of old Zhang. "Brother Daguang, can you really get hold of a gun?" Zhang Daguang nodded. "What's so hard about that? There are so many hunters here in these mountains. What village doesn't have a few hunting rifles?" My heart sank a little. What I wanted wasn't some homemade gun. What I had my eye on was a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. "Can you get a Type 56 semi-auto?" "A Mosin-Nagant would do too." Zhang Daguang gave me a somewhat surprised look, but he didn't turn me down. "Hard to say? I'll see what I can find for you." Old Zhang watched the two of us talk and eyed his son suspiciously. This kid used to be pretty simple-minded. How'd he get so worldly and smooth-talking after being gone a while? But since it was his own flesh and blood, he didn't dwell on it. Soon enough, Wenxiao and her mother had laid out a table of good food. Master's wife was naturally happy to have her son home, but her way of showing that motherly love was really something. Zhang Daguang caught a few whacks with the broom handle before he finally settled down obediently to eat. At the table, I brought up the death in Longtang village. Everyone listened, tongues clicking, and they all took guesses at what kind of beast had killed the man. The whole time I was telling it, I kept my eyes on old Zhang's reaction. My master was a veteran hunter who'd seen a lot of the world. Maybe he could actually spot what was going on. But he stayed dead silent, just keeping his head down and shoveling in his food. It wasn't until after the meal, while he was smoking his pipe, that he finally couldn't hold it in. "This business in Longtang village, it's not simple." He dropped that half-sentence and then buried his head again, sucking on his pipe. Zhang Daguang and I were left completely in the dark. Only after he'd finished that pipe and was tapping the ashes out on the edge of the Kong did he say offhandedly, "In a bit, let's make a trip to Longtang village. Once we're there, you'll understand." I was naturally going along. Zhang Daguang, though, pointed at his own face. "Dad, I have to go too?" Old Zhang glared. "You don't want to go?" Zhang Daguang looked helpless, but he still owned up honestly. "I do want to go." The three of us let our food settle at home for a while, then grabbed our gear and headed out. Old Zhang slung his Type 38 over his shoulder, and I went home to fetch that big oxhorn bow and got fully kitted out in my mountain gear too. Zhang Daguang kept it simple. He pulled a hatchet out of his own woodpile, then dragged out a long-handled great axe, and off he went carrying both. Along the way we ran into plenty of small game, spotting several pheasants and wild rabbits, but old Zhang wouldn't let us shoot any of them. Before long, the three of us reached Longtang village. Unlike my last visit, the whole village was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive mood. I grabbed a random passerby to ask, and quickly learned where the stricken family lived. When the three of us hurried over and stepped into the courtyard, we saw a middle-aged man of about 40 running things inside. He looked steady and dependable. The moment the man saw old Zhang, he hurried over to greet him. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here?" "Ah, so they were old acquaintances, no wonder." Old Zhang didn't beat around the bush. "My apprentice told me a wild beast attacked and killed someone in your village. I figured I'd come take a look, see if I could lend a hand." The people in the courtyard had been eyeing us three uninvited visitors with some wariness, but the moment they heard this, their expressions softened right up. "Brother Zhang, you're as stand-up as ever." The man pulled old Zhang aside and lowered his voice. I looked at the young fellow's body. It should have been a wolf that gave him the shoulder tap. This man was the village head of Longtang village, and he'd been a hunter before too, so old Zhang trusted his word. In fact, this was exactly what old Zhang had guessed back home. Once we'd returned, old Zhang relayed the village head's words to Zhang Daguang and me. "Master, what does shoulder tap mean?" I was completely lost. Before old Zhang could speak, Zhang Daguang jumped in eagerly. "You've never heard of that? The wolf's shoulder tap. Never heard of it." I shook my head. So Zhang Daguang lowered his voice and started explaining the whole thing to me. Years ago, there was a young hunter who didn't understand the ways of the mountains and killed every beast he laid eyes on. One night, as he was walking along a road in the village, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulders, like two hands had rested on them. He assumed it was a fellow villager fooling around with him, so he didn't think much of it and turned his head to see who it was. But behind him wasn't a person at all. It was a vicious, starving wolf. The wolf had been waiting for him to turn around and expose that tender throat. The instant he turned his face, his throat was clamped down on, torn wide open into a gaping hole. Turns out this wolf's newborn pups had been dug out of the den and killed by this very young hunter. It had come for revenge. Simply put, the wolf's shoulder tap is when a wolf rests its two front paws on a person's shoulders from behind, and in that split second when the person instinctively turns to look, it locks onto the throat and kills in a single strike. What makes this move so vicious is that it's calculated around the human habit of always turning around when tapped on the shoulder. I listened, utterly stunned, hardly able to believe a wolf could be that cunning. Old Zhang saw what I was thinking and said darkly, "How many days have you even been a hunter, boy? The eerie things you'll run into down the road, there'll be plenty." With that, he led the two of us toward the inner room where the body was laid out. There weren't many people in the room, only the young hunter's wife, keeping vigil at the coffin and weeping. The village head was there too, and when he saw old Zhang come in, he lifted the white cloth covering the deceased from the head end. The first thing to come into view was a ghostly pale face, followed by that fist-sized bloody hole in the neck. His belly had been torn open by the beast too, the organs scooped out and eaten. Old Zhang examined the wounds carefully and nodded to the village head. "It's definitely a wolf's shoulder tap. If it were some other big animal striking from ambush, the wound wouldn't be this small." After finishing his look and heading out, the village head followed him. "Brother Zhang, this boy's a younger relative from my own clan, a young hunter too. You've got to help me find that beast and hunt it down. I have to avenge him." Old Zhang agreed. A beast that had tasted human flesh could never be left alive. He also asked exactly where it had happened, and the village head briskly led us to a small path on the edge of the village. The incident must have occurred at dusk the day before. Most villagers had gone home to eat by then, and the boy had just come back from the mountains. One moment of carelessness, and the wolf gave him the shoulder tap. Old Zhang searched around the site and actually turned up a few prints that looked like a wolf's. Once the village head had left, I asked, "Master, we don't have any hunting hounds. How are we supposed to track down this man-eating wolf? Should we go check with Go the Third?" Old Zhang said nothing. He led the two of us following the prints into the woods for a stretch, but not far in, the tracks vanished. This beast is no ordinary one. It even knows how to erase its trail. He stopped and said, "I saw it too. At first we could make out faint prints, but after tracking 100 or 200 meters, they disappeared into thin air." According to Old Zhang, this wolf had been sweeping the ground with its tail as it walked. It seemed with just the three of us and our limited tracking skills, we weren't going to catch it. Old Zhang had originally been reluctant to have much to do with Go the Third, but now there was no way around it. Who could blame him when the man had good hunting dogs? The three of us made our way to the vicinity of Go the Third's house. Before we'd even reached the door, we heard wave after wave of barking coming from inside. I'd learned my lesson long ago, so I hung back and didn't get too close. Old Zhang was even more seasoned. He didn't go anywhere near the gate. But it was Zhang Dawang's first time here, and not knowing any better, he walked right up to the door like a fool. Before he could even react, a black and white blur came flying at him with a whoosh. Zhang Dawang looked closely. It was a big local mutt, well-fed and stocky, easily close to 100 pounds. I couldn't help but shout, "Watch out!" But old Zhang just stood behind us, calm as a mountain, watching. Zhang Dawang's reflexes were lightning fast. His right hand, strong as an iron clamp, shot forward and clamped down precisely on the dog's thick neck. One hand gripping its throat, the other yanking its front leg, he pinned it flat to the ground so it couldn't budge. I'd just let out a breath of relief when my heart leaped into my throat again. Out of the broken door of Old Go Third's house came charging three more big, vicious dogs. And leading them was none other than Big Green. I hollered at the top of my lungs, "Big Green, stop!" Hearing my voice, Big Green hesitated, and sure enough, it stopped and stood in place. But it didn't stop cleanly. It looked like it was about to pounce again any second. The two black wolfhounds behind it, however, didn't listen to me at all. The pair split left and right, working together in perfect coordination, lunging and snapping at Zhang Dogwang from both sides at once. Holding down one big dog had been easy enough for Zhang Dogwang, but with two more suddenly thrown into the mix, his whole rhythm was thrown off. He had no choice but to keep a death grip on the big dog's neck with one hand while clamping its mouth shut with the other, guarding against its bite. Good thing Zhang Dogwang was tall and broad, with big hands and feet. Anyone else really wouldn't have been able to hold that dog's jaw shut. He just decided to use the big dog like a punching bag, swinging it around and slamming it at the two black wolfhounds on either side. But those two were nimble and quick to react, easily dodging every blow. Right at that moment, Old Go Third came out of the house. He'd still had anger written all over his face, but the instant he spotted me and Old Zhang, he was both surprised and delighted. "Old Zhang, it's you guys." As he spoke, he quickly barked at the two black wolfhounds that were about to pounce again. "Big Black, Second Black, stop." The two dogs immediately checked themselves and obediently sat down on the ground. Only then did Zhang Dogwang step back a few paces and toss the big dog he'd been holding at Old Go Third's feet. The dog tumbled, then scrambled up with a vicious bark, growling low in its throat, crouching down to pounce again, only for Old Go Third to kick it square in the rear. "Get lost and stay out of the way." The big dog whimpered a couple of aggrieved whines, ears and tail drooping, and slunk off to lie down to the side. At first I was a little angry. This bastard was pretty rough on his own hunting dogs. But then I thought better of it and let it go. They were his dogs. He could do whatever he wanted with them. It wasn't my place to worry about it. Dropping that thought, I suddenly noticed that this Old Go Third in front of me was a bit different from the last time I'd seen him. What was different? I'm molded over. He'd gotten clean. The Old Go Third of before had had lice crawling all over his body and hair, and his clothes were tattered and greasy to the point of being black. But now the clothes on his back were spotless, and even his hair had been cut short and washed clean. "Old Zhang, coming to my place. Are you here to borrow dogs again?" Old Go Third said with a grin. Old Zhang didn't hold back. "You bastard, you don't even know how to keep an eye on your own dogs, leaving your yard gate wide open. Lucky my son has some skills, or he'd have gotten bitten for sure. If one of these dogs bit someone from the village, let's see how you'd clean up that mess." But Old Go Third didn't care in the slightest. In fact, he looked rather pleased with himself. "You know what? These dogs of mine, they're the guardian spirits of the whole village. They recognize everyone in the village and would never bite a local. Only when an outsider comes without a local by their side will they charge out." This was the first I'd heard of it. Come to think of it, hadn't I almost gotten pounced on by these very dogs my first time here? Back then it was all thanks to Old Go Third coming out fast, or I'd definitely have gotten hurt. Of course, it's also possible his dogs would have been the ones I hurt. Old Zhang wasn't buying it, though. Instead, he responded with a touch of contempt. "You make your dogs sound so impressive. Then how come when something happened in your village yesterday, I didn't see your dogs charge out and take down whatever wild animal did it?" That remark was clearly a slap in Old Go Third's face. Sure enough, Old Go Third's expression instantly fell, and he stammered, not knowing how to explain. Actually, I could have smoothed it over for him. The place where it happened was far from his house, out at the edge of the village bordering the mountain forest. Forget about whether his dogs could smell that far. Even if they had caught the scent, they couldn't have made it over there in time. I didn't understand why Old Zhang was giving Old Go Third a hard time the moment they met. Maybe it was because of Old Go Third's father, who'd once been a bandit. This really wasn't like the steady, level-headed master I knew. I was just trying to think of a couple words to smooth things over for Old Go Third when, out of nowhere, another figure walked out of his house. I froze on the spot. The person who came out of Old Go Third's house was actually a woman. Her looks were plain, but she was a rather easy-on-the-eyes young woman. And oh, went off in my head. No wonder. No wonder Old Go Third had gotten clean. Turns out it was because he'd gotten himself a woman. Seeing the woman come out, Old Go Third's face finally recovered. He invited the three of us inside to sit, and out of respect for the woman's presence, we went into his house. The moment Old Zhang stepped inside, he looked all around, muttering to himself, "I was wondering why you seemed like a whole different person, kid. Turns out you've taken a wife. This place is tidied up real nice. She's a hard-working, fine woman." Old Go Third chuckled with delight. That praise pleased him even more than being complimented himself. You bet. My Ingzi is especially hardworking. Speaking of which, I've got you to thank for this, old Zhang. If you hadn't given me those 200 bucks, how could I ever have won myself a wife as good as Ingzi? The woman called Ingzi, hearing her own man praise her like that in front of outsiders, flushed red in an instant and gave Old Go Third a gentle, tender smile. That scene made even me a little envious. My curiosity was suddenly piqued. I really wanted to know how an old bachelor like Old Go Third had managed to land himself a wife. Third brother, why don't you tell us the story? How did you and sister-in-law actually meet? In the end, I couldn't hold back. Ever since Old Go Third got a wife, he'd become more generous in temperament. In the past, this bastard never had a kind word to say. That lazy, good-for-nothing air about him was even worse than the old me. But now, the moment I asked, he answered readily and happily. I just heard him say in his slightly hoarse voice, "Well, it happened like this." Following his account, I learned that this Ingzi was actually a mute girl from neighboring Yi County, and her village wasn't far from Lontang Village. This Ingzi had a bitter fate too. As a child, she'd run a high fever, and with no money at home to treat her, they could only tough it out. As a result, the fever damaged her throat, and she was never able to speak again. On top of that, her family had a lot of kids, a whole crowd of older brothers and sisters, younger brothers and sisters. Once she became a mute, she was even more unwanted at home, sometimes not even getting a bite to eat. To fill her belly, she'd go into the mountains on her own to find food. But a young woman going alone into the deep mountains, how could that end well? Before long, a wolf had its eye on her. Luckily, it was a lone wolf, and luckier still, that day Old Go Third had taken his dogs up the mountain looking for the pack, and that's how he snatched her back from the wolf's jaws. Since Ingzi was mute, no matter how Old Go Third asked where her home was, he couldn't get a clear answer out of her, so he had no choice but to take her back to his place first. Though he was a lazy glutton and a rascally scoundrel, he was actually quite generous toward Ingzi. Ingzi had been covered in mud and grime at the time, so you couldn't even make out what she looked like. As it happened, Old Go Third still had that 200 bucks I'd given him, so his life had become a fair bit more comfortable. He'd quietly bought some grain from the village at a high price, taken his dogs into the mountains to hunt some game, and was living quite well. Just as he'd dug out the grain and was about to cook, Ingzi, now washed clean of all the grime, walked over, took the grain sack from him, and skillfully lit the fire and started making the meal. Old bachelor Old Go Third had never seen anything like this. Something in his heart went thump. How nice it would be to have a wife like this. What more could he want? Though the mute girl was plain-looking, she was virtuous and hard-working, and even after dark, she could still keep a home going. And just like that, with a single meal, Ingzi had this old bachelor Old Go Third wrapped around her finger. Old Go Third was already 34, a full 14 years older than Ingzi. What did he have to be picky about? That very night, drawing on that shameless nerve typical of a scoundrel, he took Ingzi. Still, he was a decent enough man. He knew to take responsibility toward a woman. Early the next morning, he wanted to bring Ingzi along to her parents' place to formally propose. Though Ingzi was mute, she was no fool. She couldn't even get enough to eat at her own home, but following this scruffy man, she could at least eat her fill, so she was content. She fetched water and had Old Go Third clean himself up. Old Go Third, used to being filthy, wasn't willing, so Ingzi personally tended to him, cutting his hair short, washing it, shaving his beard, changing him into a set of clean clothes, and only then led him back to her parents' home. The moment Ingzi's mother and father saw their daughter bring home a man, and a man in his 30s at that, they flew into a thunderous rage. Her father grabbed a stick and was about to beat this shameless daughter to death. Old Go Third blew up on the spot. After all, he had 4 big vicious dogs right behind him. With a single whistle, the 4 fierce dogs came racing over from a distance and let loose a torrent of furious barking at Ingzi's whole family. Ingzi's family were just ordinary farmers. They'd never seen anything like this, and they were nearly scared out of their wits. Once he'd cowed them into submission, Old Go Third finally had the dogs quiet down. He didn't even bother to put on airs, and with the look of a rascal and scoundrel, he laid it out. "The mute girl is my woman now. and I'm here to propose. Whether you agree or not, you're going to agree. Otherwise, none of you will have it easy." As he spoke, he made a gesture, and the 4 dogs barked fiercely a few more times, as if to back him up. Ingzi's parents had already disliked the mute girl, and with so many other kids at home, they genuinely couldn't afford to keep her. If old Go Third had spoken nicely, the matter could have been settled. But by making such a scene, he stirred up the wicked scheming in the couple. "You want to marry our Ingzi? Fine, $100 as the bride price." Ingzi's mother said meanly. "You have to understand, in those days the bride price for an ordinary family's able-bodied daughter was only about $50. Ingzi's parents demanding 100 right off the bat was a calculated move. If old Go Third could afford it, all the better. If he couldn't, they'd go to the production brigade and lodge a complaint, letting the government take their side. They'd already made up their mind. The moment this scoundrel left, they'd gather the villagers to ambush him and beat him to death on the road. But who could have guessed that old Go Third was the kind of man willing to go all in? He pulled a stack of 10 yuan bills from his shirt, counted out 10 of them and tossed them into the yard, and without another word, grabbed Ingzi and headed home, not sparing his father and mother-in-law the slightest shred of dignity. Ingzi's parents wanted to gather people to chase after him, but they were all held back by those 4 vicious dogs. Ingzi had never had a good day at her parents' home, unwanted since childhood, never enough to eat, and often beaten and mistreated. She'd long ago lost any attachment to that family. Seeing this old bachelor old Go Third willing to shell out $100 for her without so much as blinking, she made up her mind then and there to stick with this man for good. She never thought she was worth $100 bride price. She was full of self-doubt. Her family was poor, and she was a mute. And from a young age, she'd only ever thought, as long as someone could keep her fed, she'd marry him. Old Go Third being willing to pay that $100 for her, that settled it. He was the one for her. And so, for $100, old Go Third brought home a mute wife. Back in the village, his transformation from that scruffy state was there for everyone to see. Someone who heard about it egged him on to hurry up and hold a wedding banquet, saying the sooner the marriage was made official, the better. Actually, that person just had his mouth watering for a free feast and said it offhand. But who'd have thought old Go Third would actually take it to heart? The next day, he went to the brigade office to register his intent to marry, and even asked the village chief to serve as the witness. The Longtang village chief was a straightforward man too, and hearing that the village layabout old Go Third was going to settle down, he immediately started making arrangements for him. The first thing was urging him to give his home a thorough cleaning. Otherwise, with the whole place crawling with lice and fleas, who'd want to come over to eat? Old Go Third and Ingzi spent 3 whole days cleaning the house spick and span, then set out a few simple tables in the village, and just like that, they were married. After hearing this whole account of old Go Third's, I couldn't help but feel amazed for him. His luck really was something. Who'd have thought this lazy scoundrel would not only land himself a wife, but also turn over a new leaf? It seemed a wife really was of the utmost importance. Choose right, and she brings prosperity to the husband and the whole household. Choose wrong, and you're likely to lose both your money and your home. Once he'd finished all this, I finally explained the reason the 3 of us had come. "Third brother, this time we're here to help your village get rid of a menace. We came to borrow dogs, so you'd better not charge us extra." I said that purely to tease him, not because I was being stingy. Who knew old Go Third had truly changed? The moment he heard we'd come to rid the village of a threat, he thumped his chest right then and there. "Don't worry. This time I won't take a single cent, and I'll help you with all I've got." None of us 3 had expected him to say that, least of all old Jean. He'd known old Go Third for a good long while. Back in the day, the man was nothing but a layabout, a good-for-nothing, a bum. But this old Go Third now, how had he suddenly become like a stranger? Old Go Third could tell we were baffled too. He smiled at Ingzi, who was busy working off to the side, then said to us, "Back when it was just me, old Go Third, alone, it didn't matter. I lived however was most comfortable. But it's different now. I'm about to be a father. I've got to build up some good karma for my son." Those words out of his mouth stunned all 3 of us. That fast? That was my first reaction. How long had it even been since my last visit dropping off dogs? "Are you, old Go Third, born in the year of the rabbit or the rat, 1 litter a month?" Seeing the disbelief written all over my face, and catching old Zhang's expression that said, "You've probably been cheated on," old Go Third got flustered. "It's really mine." Divine Dr. Zhang from our village checked her pulse and said she'd just gotten pregnant. I had no experience in these matters and couldn't tell whether it was true or not. But having his help beat everything else. It was just that at the very end, old Zhang tacked on another question. "This thing that happened in your village, what do you make of it?" At the mention of the real business, old Go Third's expression turned serious too. "I only found out about it this morning myself. The man died a bit of a ways from my house, so my dogs didn't catch it." Saying this, a clear layer of guilt surfaced on his face. I'm molded over in my heart. This old Go Third really was different from that bandit father of his that old Zhang kept talking about. At the very least, he genuinely treated the villagers as his own kin, even though these kin had never once given him a decent look.